It replenished the 5 people with a lot of needed materials, allowing them to stay on the moon from the original 180 days. It was extended to 240 days, which is 8 months. For example, when Chiyu's powered exoskeleton participated in the conflict in Asinston for the first time, a squad of soldiers knocked down the whole company on the opposite side, unable to even run away, and they became completely useless. For example, at a rally organized by Zhangjiang's abandoned youths in the square of Fukuo, an international student wearing a 5-star flag and carrying a large speaker played the national anthem on the spot, making all the abandoned youths present collectively lose their voices. The police of the corrupt country also considered the increasingly powerful Kyushu and did not do anything to the international students. There are many other things, so I won't describe them one by one. Some of them are related to him, and some are not. Anyway, everything shows that Kyushu is becoming increasingly powerful. Returning to Jushu's summer town, Jushu Divine Beastly Genhua's private laboratory. After receiving Dr. Fang's reply that the thin dog had fully recovered, he immediately began to conduct follow-up experiments on prosthetic limbs. When Renhua was in the army, he worked as a military dog trainer for a long time, so he has always been taking care of this thin dog. This Dongshin thin dog was well taken care of by him. It was not said that he had undergone surgery, but his personality had changed greatly. Moreover, under Renhua's training, he had become extremely obedient. It is possible to say that this thin dog is now a military dog. People believe, after all, they are trained according to the training of military dogs. The only difference is that Xin Quan is missing one leg. Accompanied by Renhua, Shi Quan has protective measures on his mouth. Dr. Fang's team was also standing aside in the room, while Lu Xiaodong and Guo Shigi rushed over to watch the fun. Li Zhenhua held a box in his hand and pushed the door open from outside the laboratory and walked in. What was in the box in his hand was the alloy dog leg. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the box was opened, he took the dog legs out, and then walked towards the thin dog. Shi Quan didn't react much because Renhua was with him. Li Zhenhua just stood in front of Shi Quan's workbench and started to install mechanical prostheses on Shi Quan. Align the dog leg with the buckle on the thin dog, and then twist the dog leg. There is a click, and it is obvious that the dog leg is installed. When the alloy dog legs were installed, Li Zhenhua fiddled with the dog legs. A cover popped open to reveal the switch inside. He turned on the switch and turned on the power, then closed the cover. Then Li Zhenhua left Guzi and stood aside. After observing Guzi's reaction, he also told Renhua to take away the thing that restricted Guzi's mouth and just hold the dog's leash and let the dog move freely. Then Renhua complied and removed the thing from the dog's mouth, removing the restraints of the dog's leash and regaining its freedom. This dog actually discovered an abnormality after the dog leg was powered on, because it had an extra leg in its senses. Although it did not have a neurofeedback system, it could still command the alloy dog leg to move according to its wishes. The current dog's expression was very funny, with confusion written on the dog's face. He lifted the alloy dog leg and brought it to his eyes for closer observation. That look is so cute, and it expresses the word Hampi vividly. The confusion on Guzi's face didn't last long, and soon the lost dog's leg attracted all his attention. As its attention shifted, the dog also moved its alloy dog legs. At first, the movements of Guzi's dog legs were very small and cautious. However, as it was used more and more, Guzi's movements were no longer different from those of ordinary dogs. The piece of alloy implanted into the dog's body and the interface are well protected by the alloy dog leg shell. Even if it is said that the dog is a semi-mechanical beast, some people will believe it. After Guzi got the new dog leg, he very humanely ran to Renhua, lifted his dog leg, and motioned for Renhua to take a look. Then he picked up Renhua's trouser leg and dragged him toward the door. It looked like a dog that had been sitting at home for a long time and wanted to go out to let loose. Renhua raised his head and looked in the direction of Li Zhenhua. "Boss, Xiaobai wants to go out and have fun, look." Li Zhenhua also looked at Go Li's performance on Go Zi, and then nodded to Renhua. After getting his approval, the trainer took the dog and walked out of the workshop. When they came outside, Renhua untied the chain around the dog's neck. After the dog felt that there was no restraint around his neck, he rushed out. When the dog ran, there was a very clear sound of metal falling to the ground in the running sound. The sound of da-da-da-da-da as the metal dog legs hit the ground was particularly clear. Li Zhenhua confined the running dog by listening to the sound. Renhua, who had taken care of the dog for the longest time during this period, saw the dog running wildly and was also happy that the dog had regained its lost legs. Dogs like the Dongshin thin dog are actually hunting dogs. They were used to hunt and chase rabbits in the local area, so this kind of dog is very fast. He is fast and has good endurance. Li Zhenhua is right next to him, watching the dog run. When the dog got tired of running, he let out all the joy he had been holding back for a while, and his speed also slowed down, and finally turned into a stroll, walking towards Renhua. When he came to Renhua, he squatted down next to him obediently. At this time, Li Zhenhua also came over from the side and squatted next to the dog. Under Renhua's comfort, the dog became very well behaved and lay there motionless. The dog in this state also allowed Li Jianhua to check the dog's legs very smoothly. After a series of inspections, it can be said that the performance of this mechanical prosthesis is perfect. Now all that is left is for the experiencers to express their feelings. But the current experimental subject is a dog that cannot speak and can only bark, so now we can only collect the external performance of the mechanical prosthesis. After he finished checking the mechanical prosthesis, Dr. Fang and the others, who were ensuring the dog's health, came to the dog's side with instruments and began to check the dog's physical indicators. In the end, whether it was Li Jianhua or Dr. Fang's team, the operation met their expectations. As for the final effect, it still depends on the long-term performance. This is not a conclusion that can be drawn in a short time. The only thing left is to rely on time. Of course, it is not just about time, but during this time, we must carefully observe the continuous performance of Guza's machine. When the experiment reached this point, Dr. Fang and his team finally understood the significance of their work during this period. If this can really be applied to the human body, then most of the disabled people in Kyushu who are missing arms and legs can have a complete body again. Perhaps with the addition of mechanical prosthetics, their abilities may become even stronger. As for Li Jianhua, Dr. Fang and the others can now prepare for the subsequent gorilla experiment. So on the third day after Guzi completed his upper limb, Li Jianhua gathered Dr. Fang and others together again and began to arrange the next step of work. Li Jianhua sat at the front seat, watching Dr. Fang and the others arrive, and then began to talk about the follow-up work. As everyone knows, our first phase of animal experiments was completed not long ago. Now, the results of this first stage are being reveled in the square of Juzhu mythical beasts. We all know that this first phase of progress is considered completed. So I think we should strike while the iron is hot, and it is time for us to start the second phase of the experiment. After saying this, Li Jianhua paused and gave the 5 people time to receive and understand the message. After waiting for about a minute, he continued to introduce the second phase of the experiment. You can tell by looking at everyone's expressions. It seems that you agree with what I just said. It's true that heroes think alike. Then I will formally introduce our second stage experimental subject. Please look at the big screen. Yes, you read it right, it is this gorilla. This gorilla is our experimental subject in the second phase. Let me introduce to you first. This gorilla is from the Shanghai Zoo. Because this gorilla wanted to be free so much, he escaped from prison in the zoo. This escape was not successful, but he almost died because after escaping from prison, he ran into the tiger park and started a fight with 3 tigers. When the keepers separated them, the 3 tigers had varying degrees of injuries, but the gorilla was different. He put his left arm directly into it. This was our next subject, and during this time the gorilla also learned a lot of sign language. After Dr. Fang knew what the subsequent experimental subjects were and listened to the explanation, he said in his heart that this feeling was good and great. The gorilla's time as a mythical beast in Kyushu can be said to be the happiest time in the gorilla's life. Its body is also slowly recovering at this time. If it is dragged onto the table now, even the gorilla's body will be able to bear it. Everyone now has a preliminary understanding of the experimental subject, so let's talk about the experimental process. In fact, just like the surgery on the dog this time, we just need to transfer it to the gorilla according to the original experience. Previously, I have made the mechanical prosthetic limbs used in the gorilla surgery. The next surgery depends on you. Let's all work hard to become familiar with the gorilla's body structure as soon as possible. As long as everyone has 1 day to become familiar with the gorilla's body structure, our second phase of the experiment will be completed earlier. Dr. Fang listened carefully and then nodded to Li Jianhua and accepted his statement, but Dr. Fang was secretly complaining in his heart. Good guy, you have been prepared for a long time. The prosthetic limbs that the gorilla needs to use are all ready, so the pressure has been transferred again. The pressure is on me. Although he thinks so, Dr. Fang is actually very happy. After all, being able to participate in such a project is the most meaningful project he can do besides being a doctor. After the meeting, Li Jianhua was free for the rest of the day, but Dr. Fang and the others became extremely busy. From their previous specialization in studying the human body structure, they now studied the body structure of the gorilla, which has directly transformed into veterinary. All kinds of gorilla physical data were frantically collected by Dr. Fang's team. While Dr. Fang was absorbing knowledge, Li Jianhua was wandering around the company. The 50 cats and dogs previously sent by the law enforcement brigade have been reduced by nearly half after being raised during this period. When he came to the animal farm and asked someone about the number of cats and dogs still alive, Li Jianhua felt dark in his heart and couldn't help but let out a sigh. It's not that they didn't treat these dead cats and dogs, it's just that the injuries of these cats and dogs were too serious. Even in an environment with good medical conditions, where they could eat, drink, and play, these cats and dogs still left. Looking at the pitiful looks of the cats and dogs that roamed here, he suddenly felt that it would be good to treat these animals, install prosthetic limbs, and let them roam freely in the Juzhu Divine Beast Company. At that time, it can be said that Juzhu Divine Beast Company is a caring company, and employees can actually pet cats and walk dogs after work. Also, there is only one example that has been completed in reality, the experiment of implanting mechanical prostheses. Since it is an experiment, there must be comparison. Only with many examples can the problem be explained. Then Li Jianhua seemed to have thought of something, briefly said hello to the breeder of the disabled cat and dog, and hurried back to the laboratory. As for why he returned to the laboratory, of course it was to make mechanical prostheses like that thin dog for the remaining cats and dogs, whose bodies had been recovering for more than a month. Li Jianhua has thoroughly studied the structures of various breeds of cats and dogs, and the manufacture of his prosthetics went quite smoothly. For 26 disabled cats and dogs, Li Jianhua customized each of the missing parts according to the structure. While he was making various prosthetics, time was also flying by. The astronauts on the moon had been there for nearly 2 months. They were doing planting and greening on the moon, and they were very fulfilled. The spinach they had eaten before, except for the seeds they left behind, was destroyed by the 5 astronauts in the lunar soil. The plants that were destroyed in the lunar soil slowly degraded and decayed in the soil, and finally turned into organic matter, which was mixed in the lunar soil, no longer distinguishing between you and me. After monitoring that there were no bad components in the lunar soil, the remaining seeds were used to continue planting in the lunar soil. The seeds planted on the moon this time germinated 2 days faster than last time after being planted in the lunar soil, as if the seeds were adapting to the lunar environment. This operation will continue in future lunar planting areas. One day, the lunar soil dug in from the moon will be transformed into humus soil suitable for planting. By then it will be proven that improving the soil on the moon and using space greenhouse technology are feasible, and then there will probably be a wave of space greenhouse blowouts on the moon. Of course, this is something to talk about later, let's not mention it for the moment. Let's go back to the snowy area of the Earth and the disputed area bordering Asenston. The powered exoskeleton has once again made great achievements. Last time, one squad killed a company. This time, the 2 squads indeed cooperated and jointly retained the entire invading battalion. Even if the soldiers were wearing powered exoskeletons, they were exhausted. Fortunately, border reinforcements from Kyushu arrived soon, otherwise the scene would have been repeated, where instead of surrendering, the other party would dare to resist. A battalion of Asenston prisoners were captured in our territory. The occurrence of such a thing will be a great advantage for the negotiations between Kyushu and the other party. The occurrence of this incident was not widely reported in Kyushu and Asenston, but there is no airtight wall in the world. No matter how well the confidentiality is kept in Kyushu, the network in Asenston is like a sieve, and soon it will be spread internationally. There was an uproar on the news. In addition to the parade, powered exoskeletons have once again entered the attention of various countries. Especially in the eyes of the troublemaker known as the world's policeman, this is a big deal, and it also proves that Kyushu's powered exoskeleton does have extraordinary combat effectiveness. After some analysis by Laomo's military think tank, Lao Mo was completely unable to sit still. Such a piece of equipment has the conditions for large-scale equipment, and a sense of crisis that the world's police cannot protect itself followed. Come. It's not that Lao Miao didn't think of ways after the parade, but all the methods they used failed. Juzhu was too strict in the protection of the powered exoskeleton. Not only did they fail to take advantage of it, instead, many moles were exposed. Since there is no way to get the equipment through moles, they have only one option left, and that is to develop it themselves. To be honest, is the technology of powered exoskeleton difficult? In fact, it is not difficult. As long as there is enough energy and power, a powered exoskeleton can be produced. And with Laomo's technical reserves, the powered exoskeleton they developed may be even better than Chiyu in terms of technical parameters. But a problem is before them. They cannot solve the energy problem in the manufacturing of this powered exoskeleton because they lack a necessary material, which is graphene. Now the only country in the world that can produce graphene on a large scale is Kyushu, or in other words, only one company in Kyushu can produce it. In this way, Lao Mo feels a little uncomfortable. Lao Mo has been stuck in other people's necks for a lifetime, and finally he has tasted the consequences. Others are actually squeezing Lao Mo's neck. The feeling of having a stuck neck is not good, and the military has also issued a task to major military contractors to develop a new type of powered exoskeleton. The military knows that as long as the large-scale preparation technology of graphene cannot be mastered, military contractors such as Lao Mold will not be able to successfully develop a powered exoskeleton. But they still issued this kind of mission, just to beat the rabbit with straw. What if it succeeds? Kyushu is a big country, evenly matched. If it were a small country, they would have found an excuse to send troops. As long as the excuse is consistent with common sense, it is not considered at all. Anyway, it is just about getting the thing. However, this method that is effective for small countries cannot be used on Kyushu, so they can only act in secret. A conspiracy was silently coming to Juzhu and the Juzhu Divine Beast, and its target was not only aimed at the company, but Li Jianhua, the instigator, also came into their sight. However, Li Jianhua had no idea and was still making mechanical prostheses for many disabled cats and dogs in his laboratory. A total of more than 20 mechanical prostheses kept Li Jianhua busy for a period of time. In contrast, he did not pay attention to what was happening in the outside world. Don't say that he hasn't paid attention to it. Even if he has paid attention to it, it will only increase his troubles. He has no way to stop other people's actions. Anyway, regarding his safety, the country has made a protection plan very early. In many places around him that others don't notice, there are security guards specially arranged by the state, so his security level has been raised to the top level after returning from the parade. As he manufactured more and more mechanical prostheses, he became more and more skilled in the manufacture of prostheses, and his understanding of prostheses became deeper. As for Dr. Fang, they have been preparing to operate on the gorilla during this time. Making preparations. Gorillas and humans are, after all, close relatives, and many structures can be applied to humans, so the progress is quite fast. Soon Dr. Fang and the others were ready again. When they were ready, the extremely healthy gorilla was pulled into the operating room. During this period of time, the dog, which had been equipped with alloy dog legs, was particularly active in the Kyushu Divine Beast Company, and also successfully joined the Kyushu Divine Beast security team. He has become a working security dog of Jushu Divine Beast. His daily job is to cooperate with security personnel to patrol various parts of the company, detect hidden dangers, etc. As for his dog leg, after it was installed, no one could tell that it was a prosthetic leg except for its appearance. Moreover, the claws of the alloy dog legs are extremely sharp. Compared with the original dog legs, it has a great advantage in digging holes very close to the dog legs. And because of its power, the alloy dog legs perform much better than the original dog legs. During this period of time, Li Jianhua was also collecting the performance of this alloy dogleg, and he was satisfied with the overall effect. And he was also full of expectations for the subsequent experiments on gorillas. Fortunately, this day finally came. During the time that the gorilla was in the Kyushu Divine Beast, although it became a little more cheerful than before, it still did not get rid of the current situation of waiting for death, and it was still as desireless as before. The gorilla was rushed to the operating room by the keeper, and the anesthesiologist then played his role. And because the gorilla is a beast after all, the anesthesiologist was not allowed to have direct contact with the anesthesia. Instead, the anesthesiologist prepared the anesthetic mist and handed it to Ning Wei, who was wearing Chiyu armor, to perform the anesthesia. For the safety of everyone, Li Jianhua asked Ning Wei to equip another team member with power armor to subdue the gorilla when necessary. With the power armor on his side, Dr. Fang's entire team felt a lot more at ease. Ning Wei took the anesthetic mist handed to him by the anesthesiologist, approached the gorilla, and sprayed it on the face 3 times. After the mist was inhaled by the gorilla, he quickly fell into a coma. When the gorilla was truly unconscious, the bodyguard wearing power armor along with Ning Wei came forward and carried it to the operating table. When the gorilla was fixed on the operating table, the anesthesiologist immediately placed the oxygen mask on the gorilla's huge face. The gorilla inhaled the anesthetic gas, making him sleep deeper. After receiving a signal from the anesthesiologist, Dr. Fang and the others walked in from the outside wearing full surgical attire and went straight to the operating table. At this moment, Li Jianhua also came to the side of the operating table and stood quietly, watching for a while the second prosthetic limb implantation operation that was about to begin. Of course, he did not stand aside with his surgical clothes turned around. Instead, he was forced by Ning Wei and others to put on the Chiyu armor. Only by protecting him, Ning Wei and others could safely let him stand next to the operating table. Look! As the chief surgeon of the operation, Fang Jinkei was still very nervous at first. After all, this gorilla is a beast that can compete with a tiger. However, the security guard standing aside in the operating room calmed down her nervous heart. It was entirely because of Chiyu's armor. Gave him a sense of security. The entire space of this modestly renovated primary operating room was occupied by people, but fortunately it did not hinder Dr. Fang and the others from doing their work. It was the same process as before for implanting prosthetic limbs in dogs, and Dr. Fang and the others also knew enough about the structure of the gorilla, which made this operation extremely smooth. It was even smoother than the first time I implanted the dog, and there were no other accidents in the process. Soon the operation came to an end, and the gorilla's stump was implanted with a prosthetic limb, and the affected area was wrapped tightly. After all, this is a gorilla, an animal with extremely flexible hands and a high IQ. It is impossible for it not to move the area where it is wrapped, so Dr. Fang and the others wrapped it thickly. Even if the gorilla tries to tear it down out of curiosity, there will still be time for people to react and stop it. After the gorilla's surgery was completed, Ning Wei waited aside with a special stretcher. After receiving instructions from Dr. Fang that it could be moved, Ning Wei and another bodyguard, wearing Chiyu, moved the gorilla off the operating table. Putting it on a special stretcher, the 2 men carried the gorilla towards the place where it usually lived. They carried the gorilla back to its own territory and lifted it down. Ning Wei and the others withdrew. Dr. Fang stayed here on duty, waiting with the keeper for the gorilla to wake up. Half an hour after the operation, the gorilla gradually regained consciousness. The first thing Dr. Fang saw was that its eyelids were moving. Sure enough, the gorilla woke up in the next few minutes. After waking up, the gorilla was still lying on the same spot without even the slightest thought of moving. Dr. Fang and the others originally imagined that the gorilla would be driven crazy by pain after waking up, which was completely different. Dr. Fang did not expect the gorilla to lie there calmly like this, and then turned to look at the keeper who had been taking care of it. After the keeper's explanation, Dr. Fang also understood why the gorilla behaved like this. If it hadn't been for the keeper's explanation, he would have thought the gorilla had some other complications due to the surgery. The gorilla did not think it was in pain and went crazy. Instead, it lay down calmly. After Li Jianhua found out, he became more and more interested in the gorilla. The gorilla's behavior was really a bit abnormal. The current red situation reminds Li Jianhua of one of Lao Mo's series of movies, such as War for the Planet of the Apes, Escape from the Planet of the Apes, Rise of the Planet of the Apes, etc. Damn it, this orangutan won't be the same as in the movie. If it is really developing in that direction, then there will be further evidence for Darwin's theory of evolution. Li Jianhua was thinking about some random things, and then pushed them out of his mind. Thinking about those things that were missing, he might as well think about how to conduct subsequent clinical trials. After implanting the gorilla last night, he began to think about how to carry out the third phase of the experiment. In the third phase of the experiment, first of all, animals cannot be used on the experimental subjects, but volunteers are required to participate, conducting this third phase of experiments, clinical trials. But with so many disabled people across the country, it is not that easy to find such a volunteer. Although no problems have occurred so far in the animal experiment stage, there are still risks involved. After all, this is also an operation comparable to amputation. Li Jianhua was so overwhelmed that he didn't know how to find such a person. He didn't think about it and asked the Civil Affairs Department to cooperate, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. His troubled look was noticed by Ning Wei, who had been following him. Ning Wei has been with him for such a long time. It can be said that he knows Li Jianhua very well and can roughly guess what he is thinking. "Boss, you look so worried, I feel like I can solve it for you." Li Jianhua's mind was in a state of confusion. He suddenly heard someone saying that you could solve his problem. Then he thought about it. Wasn't this Ning Wei's voice? What could the bodyguard sent to protect him do? And he didn't say what difficulties he encountered. "Brother Ning, don't amuse me. I'm really annoyed. I didn't even tell you what problems I encountered, so you just said you can solve them. Are you trying to trick me on purpose?" Li Jianhua didn't take it seriously at all and replied to Ning Wei, "You must be underestimating me. I have been with you for so long, and I feel that my guesses are pretty much the same. I think you are worried about where to find volunteers for clinical trials. Look at your expression, I must have guessed correctly, I can really find clinical trial volunteers for you." When Li Jianhua was told by Ning Wei, the expression on his face was very wonderful. I really didn't expect that Ning Wei really knew what he was worried about. Looking back, I thought, since I said I could help him solve his problems, why not let Ning Wei talk about it, just in case it can really be solved. Brother Ning, you really guessed it right. Now that you know what I'm worried about, tell me how to solve this problem. After asking Ning Wei, he looked at him expectantly. "Hey, it's really nothing. You can find it from the army. Although our country has always been peaceful, there are still wounded soldiers on the secret front. Some of these soldiers have had their limbs amputated in severe cases. There are many disabled soldiers, and some of these disabled soldiers cannot accept it psychologically at all after losing part of their bodies. So I feel that if you send a letter of assistance to the military, you will receive a large number of volunteer applications." After Ning Wei finished speaking his thoughts, he stood opposite Li Jianhua and stopped talking. After Li Jianhua listened to Ning Wei's thoughts, he also reflected them. They all said that if they had difficulties, they would go to the police, but when they came to him, it became a problem. If you have trouble, find the army. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed that what Ning Wei said was the safest method. He kept thinking blankly in his mind. In the meantime, Ning Wei had already gone to do his own business. I don't know how long later, Li Jianhua moved. He grabbed his mobile phone on the table and called Wang Yuzheng. In his contacts with the military, who had the most contact with Wang Yuzheng and who was the most familiar with him? Who is he looking for? The call was quickly connected. When Wang Yuzheng picked up the phone, Li Jianhua didn't give him a chance to speak. He directly told the story exactly. After he finished speaking, the phone fell into silence for a while. After Li Jianhua finished speaking, he didn't know what to say anymore, while Wang Yuzheng was bombarded by Li Jianhua's information and was digesting what he said. Finally, Wang Yuzheng finished digesting it, and then simply said, "I understand" on the phone, and then a busy signal appeared on the mobile phone Li Jianhua held up. He was looking for help from the military. After Ning Wei left Li Jianhua's office, he also called the head of the Jushu Guard Regiment and told him what Li Zhenhua was doing. The Kyushu Guard Corps protects the central government, so many of the soldiers in it are selected from special forces in various theaters across Kyushu. It can be said that before they became members of the Guard Regiment, they were the top special warriors in each war zone, and they also had many special warrior comrades. Among the major special forces, whether in combat missions or during daily training, there are some soldiers who have lost limbs due to missions, and the group is still very large. These soldiers are all good special forces soldiers, and after being injured, they will inevitably face withdrawal from the special forces, causing the special forces to lose an experienced veteran. After receiving the report from Ning Wei, the head of the Guard Regiment immediately became active. According to Ning Wei's description, he knew what the project studied by Li Zhenhua meant. According to their past habit of collecting Li Zhenhua, they guessed that if he followed Ning Wei's ideas, he would definitely find his acquaintances in the military, and that would be Wang Yuzheng. The head of the Guard Regiment immediately came out of Erhai and went straight to Wang Yueshen's office for the sake of the many outstanding soldiers who should have played a greater role. With their actions, the two of them reported it together, and then discussed it with the military bosses. Anyway, the final result was that Wang Yuzheng was responsible for sending a disabled soldier to Li Zhenhua. After Li Zhenhua finished the phone call with Wang Yuzheng, he stopped thinking about these issues, because in his heart, such an operation was a way of releasing his pressure. And in his opinion, the fact that Wang Yuzheng hasn't called him yet is the best news. At least it hasn't been rejected by him. In short, there is great hope. Due to the revival of Kyushu, the international environment has undergone some great changes. In some aspects, Kyushu has become more and more confident in speaking out. Not long ago, the soldiers of the battalion captured by Asenston were forced to leave the border area. They were all watching and moving inside. After capturing the soldiers from the opposite battalion, Jushu was not panicked at all and was very confident. There were no changes on the border. But Eisenstein couldn't sit still. At this moment, they suddenly realized that their motorcycle acrobatics would not play any role in the real battle. Compared with Kyushu, Asenston was not that confident. After all, the prisoners were soldiers from their side. At this time, it was obviously not a wise choice for them to go to Kyushu directly. Then someone would have to act as a mediator in the middle. Both Lao Imo and Su Ryu could do it, but considering the relationship between Lao Imo and Jushu, Asenstan contacted Big Brother directly. Kyushu still reacted to some of Asenston's dishonest actions, and that was to continue to strengthen Brother Ba's equipment. After receiving Ashenstein's application for mediation, it was obvious that Soviet Russia did not want to intervene, but they were rubbing against Mao. The conflict between the two major powers surrounding Soviet Russia was extremely detrimental to him, so mediation was still necessary. There was a lot to talk about between the two, not just the captured battalion of soldiers. These cannot be discussed in a short while. Jushu's team has also made plans to fight a protracted war. The captured soldiers had their commands separated long ago, which left most of the soldiers without their own opinions. The commanders were transported to the war zone and imprisoned directly. These people were not subjected to any torture and were just treated as ordinary criminals. But the remaining people were not like them. After they arrived at the war zone, they immediately started their trip to Kyushu. 20 long-distance buses carried more than 300 people to Peking. During this transfer, 15 people were placed in each bus, and there was a Kyushu soldier guard next to each person. In addition to these guard soldiers, there must be a full-time official to explain to them. If you didn't look at the beards and faces of these people, you would definitely think that this was an oversized tour group. The fleet's operating routes can be said to be extremely free, sometimes on high speeds, sometimes on national highways, and sometimes even on country roads. For these Asen soldiers, the feeling was particularly profound. When they were in the West, the impact was not that deep. As they gradually approached Beeping, they directly had deep doubts about their ability to fight against Kyushu. They are all wondering, do they really regard such a rich, powerful, and vast country as an object of confrontation? Is this policy too unrealistic? The previous stereotypes of Kyushu collapsed in their hearts at this moment. After all, they who were soldiers had more knowledge than ordinary people, but just by seeing the real situation in Kyushu, their confidence was completely destroyed. During this trip, they thought they saw a city comparable to Reed's new city. It turned out that Kyushu was only a third-tier city, not even a second-tier city. When they arrived at the beef market, they lacked language and no longer knew how to describe what they saw and heard. Neat streets, orderly traffic, no cattle and other animals running around on the streets, and the most important thing is the spiritual outlook of the people of Kyushu. In their minds, they thought that a city with animals was a symbol of harmony, but when they saw a clean and orderly city, they felt that the traffic on the streets like Ashenstein was simply terrible. After seeing these things, some changes occurred in the hearts of the soldiers. When they were placed alone at night, Kyushu saw that the time had come, and professionals immediately came on stage. A round of ideological education changed all these people's thoughts, and in the end they seemed to have changed their minds. Negotiations continued, and Li Jianhua finally made all the mechanical prostheses for cats and dogs during this time. The gorilla that had undergone the operation recovered very well after the operation. Apart from being a little curious about the exposed metal on the first day after taking off the bandage, it became idle again after that. During this period, all the mechanical prostheses manufactured in Li Jianhua were handed over to Dr. Fang. Dr. Fang had the right to choose which animal to undergo surgery based on the health status of the cats and dogs. Dr. Fang is also very capable. In addition to monitoring the gorilla's health, they perform abnormal implant surgeries every day. After checking on the gorilla's recovery, Dr. Tianfang came to Li Jianhua's experiment to find him. Academicianly, I just came back from the gorilla. Its wound has completely healed. I feel like it is ready for the next step. He had been making mechanical prosthetics recently and had not paid attention to the gorilla's recovery. Suddenly he heard that it had recovered, and he realized that nearly a month and a half had passed. Knowing that the next step of the experiment could be carried out, Li Jianhua's face showed a smile at the right moment. Okay, let's go see the gorilla's condition. If possible, we can install mechanical prosthetics on the gorilla tomorrow. The two went straight to the gorilla and saw that the recovery was really good and that the conditions for subsequent experiments had been fully met. They immediately decided to install an arm on the gorilla tomorrow. On the next day, early in the morning, the anesthesiologist handed the anesthesia that had been prepared to the keeper and mixed it into the gorilla's breakfast. After finishing breakfast, the gorilla slowly closed its eyes under the gaze of Li Jianhua and others. When the gorilla completely fell into a coma, Li Jianhua put on the Chiyu armor and walked into the large cage where the gorilla lived. After installing the mechanical gorilla arm on the gorilla, Li Jianhua pulled the gorilla to the edge of the cage and cooperated with the anesthesiologist to inject it with the antidote. Li Jianhua took off his armor when he got out of the cage before the gorilla woke up. The others waited for the gorilla to slowly wake up. Li Jianhua changed his clothes and came to the gorilla cage again, just in time for the gorilla to open its eyes and saw it open its mouth wide and yawn deeply. Then he turned over from where he was, intending to find a comfortable place to continue nestling, but the gorilla that had just turned over felt that there seemed to be something different about it. The command sent by his brain is to turn over, so it must use all parts of the body, and of course it includes the command to the arm that was lost before. After losing one arm, it always used the remaining arm to support its body, but now it has two arms supporting its body. The action of turning over is extremely simple and smooth. This performance puzzled him. After all, the gorilla's brain was not that of a human being. He couldn't figure it out and didn't know why the arm that had been lost before was regained. It just knew that he had an arm again. The gorilla, which had been left to eat and die because of the loss of its arm, was now extremely excited and hurriedly tested the obviously different arm. Now the gorilla seemed to have regained his desire to live. He was so excited that he beat his chest with both arms and roared. After venting his anger, he observed the environment where he came from. His eyes immediately locked on the breeder who often gave him food, and he walked towards where everyone was. When it came to the edge of the cage, it stretched out its hand and pointed at the keeper. Then, as if to show off, it raised the robotic arm and pointed with its intact arm. The gorilla's performance shocked everyone present. It was obvious that anyone with a brain could understand what the gorilla was doing. It was asking them what happened to its arm. Li Jianhua was not surprised at all by the gorilla's performance, because from his previous understanding, he knew that this gorilla had superior intelligence. If the gorilla's intelligence was not high, he would not act like he had no expectations for life, and he would not act like he was on the verge of death. Apparently the gorilla could think after losing its arm. Since it is smart enough, he can really continue his follow-up work. As long as the gorillas can seriously learn sign language, they will be able to communicate across species. Then he can collect the gorilla's experience of using mechanical prostheses, provide more experimental evidence, and provide more basis for subsequent clinical experiments. Li Jianhua looked at the gorilla's performance and turned to the keeper. Master Bien, this gorilla has a very high IQ. It is so smart, I feel that I can learn its sign language very quickly. So in the next time, Master Bien, please pay more attention. Please hand it over as soon as possible to communicate with us, so that I can collect enough data, please. The gorilla's learning of sign language still has to be left to the keeper who was invited to do it. Before, it was difficult to teach this gorilla when he was dying, but now that he has recovered, he should be able to gain access to new knowledge. Successful. The breeder nodded to Li Jianhua and agreed. Boss, don't worry. I will definitely try my best to teach this orangutan to be able to communicate as soon as possible. After the keeper finished speaking, Li Jianhua was very satisfied with his answer. He stopped caring about these things and focused entirely on the gorilla in front of him. After the gorilla received the mechanical prosthesis, it first asked the keeper, but it did not get an answer from the keeper. In other words, the keeper did not understand the answer, because the keeper who had just given a guarantee to Li Jianhua, he was the gorilla who answered in sign language. For sign language, gorillas are not as easy to understand as human language. And since he couldn't understand sign language, he could only continue to wonder to himself. It didn't take long for him to put his doubts behind him and instead use force on his newly acquired arm. Under his control, the mechanical prosthesis took over the uneaten banana, took it with his good hand, picked up the bottom of the banana, and controlled the mechanical prosthesis to open Xiangming from the top. The pulp of the banana was completely pulled out by the gorilla, and the gorilla couldn't wait to stuff the pulp directly into its open mouth. After it swallowed the banana in its mouth, it became more and more satisfied with this completely different silver-white arm that had no sensory feedback. Li Zhenhua stood outside the cage and observed for a whole day. When it got dark, he returned home. After it got dark, the gorilla was the only one left in the cage, even the keepers were off work. But the gorilla that regained its arms did not calm down after everyone left. Instead, it became more active. The gorilla looked at the cage surrounding it, and once again thought of escaping. In fact, if this gorilla had not been quick thinking, it would not have escaped before. The gorilla came to the edge of the big cage and grabbed the bars of the cage with both hands, trying to see if he could destroy the cage and escape from the cage. But obviously his idea was wrong. The cage remained motionless in his hands and had no effect at all. Looking at the sturdy cages around him, the gorilla showed a disappointed expression on his face. This means that Li Zhenhua is not here. If he were here and saw the gorilla's expression, he would definitely think that a human soul had traveled into the body of the gorilla. After a speechless night, Li Zhenhua was not surprised at all by the performance of the mechanical prosthetic limbs on the gorilla, because he knew what kind of effects the prosthetic limbs could achieve. Who is the first person to take over the implantation of mechanical prosthetic limbs in the true sense? At this moment, at the Daokang Naval Base and the Marine Corps Training Center, a lieutenant soldier followed a lieutenant colonel and was walking towards the Naval Base headquarters building. In fact, there is nothing special about this scene, but there is one thing that is a bit special. The lieutenant's right arm does not swing at all like a soldier would do when walking. His right arm always hangs there, and whenever he moves, not moving either. And if you look closely, you can see that the hands of this man exposed outside the clothes do not look like the hands of a living person at all. The soldier walked behind, and he was a little uneasy. Could it be that he could not escape the fate of being discharged from the army after all? Even now that his achievements were particularly outstanding and he had retired from the front line, wouldn't it be enough to just serve as an instructor in the teaching team? With anxiety in his heart, he looked at the officer leading the way, but he was still unable to ask his question. They followed silently all the way. When the two arrived at the base headquarters building, the officer sent the lieutenant to the leader's door. "Wei Zhang, I will send you here, you go in. The senior leaders and leaders from Peking are waiting for you inside. As for what you have to do with me, I don't know." After saying that, the lieutenant colonel put him down and left directly. Wei Zhang took a deep breath at the door, calmed down his mood, and knocked on the door in front of him. When he came here, just after his current leader said that, he knew that this time it should not be about his retirement. With this guess, he was relieved. As for other things, it's not a problem for him. Wei Zhang felt some unknown pressure in this small office, and this pressure came from the two soldiers in front of him. One is his immediate boss's immediate boss's immediate boss, who is a one-star. The old man sitting next to him had one more bullet on his shoulder than his leader. If Li Zhenhua is here, he must know this person. This is Wang Yuzheng. The two officers just sat and looked at him without saying anything. The pressure came directly to him. After waiting for a while, his leader spoke. "Minister Wang, this is our soldier who currently meets your conditions. As for what happens next, I don't care. Everything depends on his own choice." After he finished speaking, Wang Yuzheng nodded to him, and then spoke to Wei Zhang. "Xiaoyi, I have a task here that I need to find someone to complete. After I sent the conditions to various places, your leader recommended you. Now I will tell you what I think. Whether you go or not is entirely up to you." Then Wang Yuzheng explained clearly from beginning to end what he needed to do. Then he stopped talking and just looked at Wei Zhang, waiting for his answer. The scene fell into silence again, and Wang Yuzheng did not urge him, but quietly waited for the other party's reply. After Wei Zhang knew what happened, a small fire ignited in his heart, not for anything else but for what the leader in front of him said, to be able to get his arm again, and possibly to return to the front line again. Such a result and such a task could be said to be completely beyond his imagination. At first, he thought he was about to retire from the army, but in the end it happened. After listening, he also knew that he was facing a choice, but for Wei Zhang, it was not a difficult choice. Although Wang Yuzheng had already said before that he would face life-threatening danger during the mission, he was not afraid. What can you do that is not life-threatening? It is possible that people may choke to death when drinking water, and this risk is only a matter of probability. "Chief, I have figured it out. I am participating in the project you mentioned. I think there is no more suitable candidate than me. The missing part of my arm is just right." Wei Zhang looked at Wang Yuzheng with clear eyes and said to him categorically, "Xiaoyi, you have to think carefully. You must know that life is in danger in the middle. No one can tell what you will encounter along the way. You are a pioneer in this area, and to put it harshly, you are actually acting as a role model. Little white mouse. Wang Yuzheng looked at him and said the final reminder. Facing his reminder, Wei Jiang still looked at him firmly without saying a word. Wang Yuzheng looked at Wei Jiang's performance in front of him, turned to the navy leader on the side and said, "Haha, I will take this kid away, your soldiers are good." After Wang Yuzheng finished speaking, he took Wei Jiang and left the island city naval base overnight. For Wei Jiang, this is a mission with both danger and opportunity, but he always feels that the danger is not great. This is completely an opportunity given to him by God. When he followed Wang Yuzheng to the parking lot at the base, and when he got on the bus and looked at the bus full of disabled soldiers, he felt a little uneasy. It turns out that he was not the only one involved this time. Looking at the people in the car, you can tell that they also recruited many soldiers like him. After Wei Jiang found a seat and sat down, the bus immediately started to move. Wei Jiang looked at his comrades wearing various styles of military uniforms around the car, feeling as if he had no idea. The people in this car can be said to have gathered a lot of soldiers from the army, and most of them have no military ranks on their uniforms, not even reserve ranks, just a bare shoulder strap. And they wear all kinds of clothes, including armed police, navy, army, air force ground support, reserve, 2nd artillery, and even police uniforms. Although their clothes are different, they have one thing in common, that is, they are all missing parts on their bodies. The bus started to move, and when it came to peace of mind, Wei Jiang chatted with the unknown comrades around him, and then fell asleep as the bus rocked. When he opened his eyes again, the bus stopped in a service area. Wei Jiang looked at the time on the bus and it showed 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. As long as the car stopped, it was because it had to refuel. By the way, all the people in the car could get out of the car to drink water, solve personal problems, and have a meal in the service area. Wang Yuzheng also followed the bus this time. He did not abandon these soldiers and went to the high-speed rail by himself. As for why the bus was used to transport these people, it was because the bus was traveling relatively slowly, which gave the people on the bus more to think about. Time. If someone regrets it along the way, Wang Yuzheng can solve the problem on the way to avoid having to wait until he reaches the right place before someone asks to quit. He took the bus all the way from Peeping, and now he has traveled all over Juzhou, and finally picked out the candidates he thought were suitable, and the people he found made him happy enough, thinking that no one would be rejected. Wang Yuzheng, along with the soldiers, got off the car and ate something in the service area late at night to fill his empty stomach. After everyone came back, the bus started again. After Wang Yuzheng said something to the guard and driver who asked him to, he returned to his seat, closed his eyes and squinted. The driver was also following his instructions, driving slower and stopping to rest for half an hour as soon as he reached the service area before starting again. Anyway, Wang Yueshen's order to the driver was to arrive at the hometown of calligraphy and painting at 9 o'clock tomorrow. That's fine, it doesn't matter if it's earlier or later. The driver followed his orders completely, and everyone in the car also stayed up all night while stopping and going. They never fell asleep again after eating in the first service area. After being fully awake all night, they were all thinking in their hearts, but no matter how they thought about it, no one thought about quitting. When Wang Yuzheng opened his eyes again in the car, he felt that the car had stopped. He looked out the window and found that he had arrived at his destination. The car was now parked at the gate of the 9 provinces Divine Beast. Speaking of this place, he has been to this place countless times. He has to run here almost every once in a while. As long as the kid inside doesn't stop tossing, he will keep running here. He used to come over when the military equipment was produced, but now he even wants to help with civilian equipment. He, the leader of the equipment development department, has almost become this kid's nanny. But then again, he was really happy to do this nanny job. He raised his wrist and looked at the time, and found that it was exactly 9 o'clock. The civil servant in front of him also came over in time and said something to him. It had only been 10 minutes since the car stopped. "Come with me." Wang Yuzheng stood up from his seat, said to the 23 good men in the car, and then walked out of the car. After getting off the car and standing in the sunshine, the north wind blew him clearly awake. Li Zhenhua has been working on mechanical prosthetics recently. Yesterday, the gorilla performed normally, and he also finished making all the prosthetics for disabled cats and dogs. He had been busy for so long and planned to take a day off. But just when he lay in bed without getting up, the company's general office called him, saying that before 9 o'clock, a military-branded bus stopped at the door of the company, and after it stopped, there was no more movement. After hearing this report, Li Zhenhua lazily moved down on the bed, slowly put on his clothes, and walked towards the company. While he was still walking on the road, his cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was just as he guessed. It was Wang Yuzheng calling, so he knew who was at the door of the company. It must be Wang Yuzheng. This old man. After talking to Wang Yuzheng on the phone, he also accelerated his pace to the company. When he arrived at the door of the company, he saw a spectacular sight. He saw the old man Wang Yuzheng standing in front, and there were 2 columns standing in front of him. This was nothing unusual. However, when Li Zhenhua looked carefully, he found that not only did the two columns have various attires, at least one of their sleeves was empty. No, didn't I just say that I wanted to be alone? Why did this bring so many people to me? There is almost a queue here. Although he complained like this in his heart, he did not look down upon the people in front of him at all. These people in front of him were all people he deserved to respect. These were the people who were working hard for the prosperity of Kyushu. He suddenly felt that the mechanical prosthetic limb he had made was really right. The prosthetic limb suddenly had another meaning. Not for anything else, just for this matter alone, it is to contribute to society. He feels that this matter can be compared with the significance of military equipment such as the J-36. Wang Yuzheng stood in front of the team, looking at Li Zhenhua coming from a distance, with a smile on his face. Here is the kid. No, why are you coming here from outside the company? Today is not the weekend either. You didn't go to work today. Oh, I've been busy for such a long time and I plan to take a short break today. Who would have thought that you would come here today? If I had known you were coming, I would not have rested and would have been here to greet you early. In response to Wang Yueshen's question, Li Zhenhua immediately explained to him. It's a coincidence, isn't it? Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Didn't you ask for someone from me before? I brought him for you. I not only brought you people, I also brought you many people, but I first need to understand the progress of your current project and the dangers involved. I want to be responsible for the heroes behind me who have contributed to Kyushu. When Li Zhenhua heard this, he immediately greeted Wang Yuzheng and the heroes he brought. Of course, even if you don't tell me, I still want to explain this project clearly. This is not the place to talk. Come with me. Chief, let me take you to see successful cases first, so that you can see the results intuitively and let everyone feel at ease. Let's walk in, it's not that far from here. Wang Yuzheng nodded, turned around and called out someone in front of the queue, asking him to lead the team to follow. He followed Li Zhenhua and walked inside side by side. Li Zhenhua took Wang Yuzheng and everyone to the company's security team first. Since we want to see it, we must first see the first successful case of surgery. And this first case has now been given its second life and has become a security dog among the mythical beasts of Kyushu. When he led everyone to the security training place, they looked at the unusually familiar training ground around them, which made everyone fall into confusion. Didn't you say before that you should let them see successful cases? Why did you come to the training ground? And looking at the construction of the training ground, it was like entering a different kind of military camp, except that these personnel were not wearing military uniforms, but black security training uniforms. And just when everyone was confused, Wang Yuzheng was also very confused as to why he brought them here. He was about to ask when he noticed a scene in the corner of the training ground. I saw a person over there training with a dog. The dog was walking swiftly on the high wooden bridge, and there were many fire rings in front of the wooden bridge. The dog was shuttled in the ring of fire. The people Wang Yuzheng brought with him were also confused and looked in the direction where Wang Yueshen's eyes were locked. They were very confused at first, but after taking a closer look, they immediately understood something. It turns out that all the answers lie in the fast-moving dog that is being trained. The dog had very obvious features, a dog leg that was obviously made of bright silver metal, displayed in front of them. And looking at the movement of the dog leg, there was no clue that it was a prosthetic leg, but the fact was before their eyes that it was a prosthetic leg. This kind of display not only cheered up those who came to participate in Li Zhenhua's project, but even Wang Yuzheng, who worked hard to keep up with the times, found it incredible. Before he came, he had never thought that the prosthetic limb studied by Li Zhenhua would have such an effect. Because he could only meet the basic limb functions, he could not do any other strenuous exercises. But the pretense shown by this dog now makes it obvious that it can truly serve as a substitute for the missing limbs of the human body. In terms of smooth operation, it is completely impossible to see that this is the effect that prosthetics can achieve. It was Li Zhenhua who spoke to him next to him and said, "What do you think, Chief? My thin dog is doing pretty well. Now this thin dog has a salary. Not only does he have a salary, but he also has work clothes and a work badge. He is a good dog." Wang Yuzheng listened to his words and nodded wildly, agreeing with his words. Especially after seeing many of his movements, he did them all very well, and he cooperated very closely with his trainer. The most important thing was that he focused most of his attention on the mechanical leg. Boy, aren't you lying? Are you putting this dog leg in a group leading outfit? Anyone who sees this kind of performance will think that it is not true and that it is fake. But he is not lying. Real gold is not afraid of fire. Li Zhenhua immediately greeted Guzi's trainer, and then Manhwa, who was training there, saw his greeting and ran towards him with Guzi. When Guzi came to them and observed closely, the shock in their hearts deepened again. It's okay that you can't see clearly from a distance, but when you look closer, you can see that the entire dog leg is really a mechanical creation. And it also runs such smooth mechanical creations, which makes all the heroes present dream about what it will be like if they have the same complete body like this dog in the future. It is simply unimaginable. If such a day comes, they will probably wake up laughing in their dreams. Just as Guzi was squatting aside, Li Jianhua squatted beside Guzi without saying a word, raised its mechanical dog leg, and directly pressed the button to take the leg off Guzi's body. Holding the dog leg in his hand, he stood up and handed it to Wang Yuzheng on the side. At this moment, Wang Yuzheng was in a daze. He didn't expect the boy opposite him to be so direct. He actually removed his legs from Guzi's body and handed them over to him. He looked at the dog's leg. He could neither pick it up nor pick it up. He just stood there stunned. As for the dog squatting next to him, the expression on his face at the moment was simply wonderful. That means he couldn't speak. If he could speak, he would definitely curse. This old man took off my legs when I wasn't paying attention. You don't follow martial ethics. I advise you to use rat tail juice. In the end, Wang Yuzheng took over the mechanical dog leg from Li Jianhua. Holding the dog leg in his hand, looking at the exquisiteness of the creation in his hand, he thought of Li Jianhua's consistent style, and then it became clear. The dog's leg didn't stay in his hands for long, and he soon passed it on to others. The dog legs soon began to be passed between the hands of the more than 20 people. Everyone who got the dog legs marveled at the ingenuity of the dog legs in their hands. At this moment, everyone ignored what the dog leg had just experienced and focused entirely on the extension function of the dog leg. In fact, these people were already thinking that since mechanical prosthetics can achieve this effect on the dog, what if the use of what about them? At this moment, Guzi's heart was actually broken. If anyone's leg was suddenly removed, and then everyone was curious about holding his leg and studying it, he would definitely not be in a good mood. When the dog leg passed around and returned to Wang Yueshen's hands again, he handed the dog leg to Li Jianhua. Boy, put it on this dog quickly. You can see how wronged it is. Oh my god, my earth, which angel sister gave me such evil breath? After Wang Yuzheng said this, Guzi barked at Li Jianhua twice, as if to tell him that someone finally gave him a breath. Li Jianhua took the dog's leg, squatted down and pulled it over, and then put the dog's leg back on him. When it was ready, he reached out and rubbed the dog's head, then stood up and pointed it at Manhwa. Brother Ren, you can continue training with your dog, I'll leave first. After saying this, he asked Wang Yuzheng to come with him. Li Jianhua walked on the way to the gorilla, talking angrily to Wang Yuzheng as he walked. Chief, after seeing Guzi's performance just now, I feel a little unsure. Wang Yueshen's face was not relaxed at all, it was still as serious as before. Boy, I admit, the dog's legs just now really shocked me, but that only shows how technically effective your project can be. But it still cannot be proven how great the safety factor of this project is. I have to be responsible for the lives of the people I brought here, so don't blame me for being nagging. Of course he understood what Wang Yuzheng said. Although he himself knew how sure he was, others didn't know it, so he still had to go through some explanations. Fortunately, their current project was no longer just Guzi and Guzi, two gorilla success stories. Of course I know. After all, respecting other people's lives means respecting your own life. Now I want to take you to see other aspects of the project. I will show you all the details of the project clearly. After speaking, he walked towards the direction of the gorilla cage as if he was carrying the wind. For the dog they have seen before, the gorilla they are going to visit now is the top priority for the project. The dog can only represent the basic application of mechanical prostheses, and only the gorilla can use the mechanical prostheses. The level of detail is shown. He slowly walked towards the gorilla cage, but at this moment, he received a call from the gorilla keeper. It was coming soon, so he didn't plan to answer it. Anyway, he would make it clearer when we meet later. He continued walking towards the cage, but before he could take a few steps, he saw one of Ningwei's team members running towards him in a hurry on the road in front of him. When this person came closer, he didn't care about anything else and immediately reported to him. Boss, there's something going on with the gorilla. Why don't you go to a nearby workshop and take shelter now? Otherwise, I'm afraid there might be some danger soon. He was confused when he saw him running over, but now that he said this, he was even more confused. He didn't even understand what was happening. Of course he couldn't leave like this because he didn't know what was going on, not to mention that there were soldiers like Wang Yuzheng beside him. Even if he chose to avoid it, Wang Yuzheng and the others would not agree. Kyushu's soldiers did not have the tradition of taking the initiative to retreat, no matter where it is. Tell me clearly what's going on. From what you said, I feel that the situation is not that urgent. If there was danger, you would have taken me away long ago. I guess you even said these words. I'm too lazy to say it. After all, having stayed with these bodyguards for such a long time, they knew a lot about each other, and Li Jianhua also knew their temperaments very well. His bodyguard looked helplessly at Ningwei, who was following him. Ningwei also knew about Li Jianhua's urinary properties, so he motioned to his team members to tell the story. Boss, what's going on is that the gorilla keeper is now trapped in the cage by the gorilla. The gorilla directly blocked the cage door with its body, and the keeper can't get out at all. And when I came, the gorilla seemed to be gesturing something to the keeper with both hands. I didn't dare to stay there any longer, so I came over to tell you not to go to the gorilla yet. When he heard that the keeper was trapped in the gorilla cage, Li Jianhua immediately became anxious. This gorilla is a beast-level animal, and this one has competed with 3 tigers before, and it can be said to be extremely fierce. Shouldn't we be concerned about the safety of the breeders at this time? Why did the bodyguard actually run over to him? Oh, you said you weren't at the gorilla to save people. Why did you come to me? Isn't this delaying things? The bodyguard opposite also looked aggrieved and returned to Li Jianhua with a grimace. Don't worry, boss, the keeper's life is not in danger. Moreover, the keeper asked me to come here. He said he was negotiating with the gorillas, so he asked me to come. Negotiation? What negotiation? Who negotiates with whom? Gorillas negotiating with keepers? How can this be? Has the gorilla become a sperm? Didn't he say that after the founding of New Kyushu, animals would not be allowed to become sperm? These were all the thoughts that Li Jianhua had in his mind at the moment after listening to the bodyguard story, most of which were doubts. He was very puzzled. Did the bodyguard drink fake wine before coming to work today? What you just said is true. You mean, the keeper's life is not in any danger, and now he is negotiating with the gorilla? There is nothing wrong with my understanding. The bodyguard nodded seriously to him. He felt as if his worldview collapsed in an instant, and his right hand slapped his face at the right time. Wang Yuzhong beside him was very calm at the moment. He patted Li Jianhua on the shoulder and said to him, "Boy, don't worry about it. We will know what happened when we go over to the scene and take a look. Don't panic when something happens. Take out your phone and send a message to Moments." This sentence suddenly appeared in his mind, and he immediately realized that now is not the time to make fun of him, so he should hurry up and see what the situation is with the breeder. After thinking about it carefully in his mind, he asked the bodyguard next to him again, "When you come here, are there any of your people watching over there? Are there anyone wearing Chiyu armor there to provide protection? Of course, otherwise I wouldn't dare come over and talk to you. The breeder's safety must be guaranteed." Hearing this, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The situation he just mentioned was really too serious. After he understood everything, he realized that the bodyguard didn't tell the whole story in one breath. "Next time you talk about the situation at the scene, don't gasp," Li Jianhua said angrily to the bodyguard, and then led Wang Yuzhong and others towards the scene. Although he knew that Chi Yu's armor was providing protection, his heart was still worried, so much so that his walking pace quickened. When he felt the gorilla cage in a hurry, Li Jianhua looked at the scene in the cage and felt that he had been at home for too long and could no longer keep up with the progress of the times. In the cage, the gorilla was sitting upright and leaning against the cage door, while it was gesturing towards the keeper opposite with both hands. While gesticulating and screaming, the gorilla looked very happy. When they got closer, they saw that the gorilla's mechanical arm and its own arm were making sign language in conjunction with each other. The keeper opposite him was making signs in sign language that was not very proficient. Such a scene was quite magical in Wang Yueshan's eyes, and when he saw that the keeper in the cage was alive and well, and there was a Chiyu armor next to him, he felt relieved. Then he turned his attention to the gorilla's mechanical prosthesis that was flexibly performing sign language. For sign language, the hands need to be particularly flexible to be able to perform some sign language. It is obvious that the keeper opposite him can understand the sign language that the gorilla is using now, and the keeper is also communicating with the gorilla in sign language. Wang Yuzhong is extremely happy now. The performance of the mechanical prosthetic limb on the gorilla can already prove that this mechanical prosthetic limb can completely replace the lost limb function, and it can also complete precise operations. After seeing the performance of the dog just now and what the rebellious gorilla showed now, he was full of expectations for the mechanical prosthesis. The only issue that worries him now is the success rate of the operation, postoperative recovery, and whether there is rejection. As long as there are guarantees in terms of surgery and postoperative recovery, he will feel relieved about Li Jianhua's clinical experiment. While Wang Yuzhong was thinking about these things, among the people who came with him, there were people who knew sign language. As a former elite member of the Marine Corps and a current instructor of the Marine Corps, Wei Zhang has learned sign language. Because of the characteristics of their tasks, he may encounter sign language at some point, so he's proficient in sign language. The gorilla is now making demands of the keeper. He said that the daily food must include meat and be cooked food. From now on, it will not eat raw meat, and fruits must be provided in a timely manner. Hearing these words, Li Jianhua immediately looked behind him where the voice came from. It was obvious that he was interpreting for them what the gorilla was saying. When the soldier with a broken arm didn't say these words, Li Jianhua had always thought that the gorilla was making blind signs, but now he knew that this gorilla really knew sign language, and was a little too smart. Just as he was stunned, the gorilla in the cage suddenly stood up on the spot, walked upright like a scholar, and moved to the side to let out the exit of the cage. As the gorilla moved, the man wearing Chiyu armor who had been providing security outside the cage also hurriedly moved. As long as the gorilla did anything wrong, this man would rush in directly to protect the keeper. At this moment, the keeper in the cage shouted outside, "Don't panic, everyone, I have just talked with George, and I will tell everyone about it when I get out." After saying that, the keeper came to the door of the cage, took out the key, opened the cage and walked out, but the keeper did not relock the cage door. The gorilla stood aside and watched the keeper leave. When he saw that the cage door was not closed, he found a comfortable place in the cage and settled down. The scene that happened now simply subverted everyone's three views, not because of anything else, but because it was just too bizarre. After the keeper came out of the cage, he walked towards where Lee Jianhua was. When he came to him, he immediately told him the whole story. "Boss, I'm sorry for making you worry. Here's what happened. Let me start from the beginning. Early this morning, I came over and brought the gorilla's breakfast into the cage. When I put down his breakfast and was about to clean up, George, the gorilla, quietly came to the cage door and blocked the door. This situation had never happened before, and when I reacted, I saw that George was already giving me sign language. It was at that time that we communicated with George in sign language and called you at the same time, but you didn't answer. This was the beginning of the matter." Listening to the keeper's words, Lee Jianhua always felt a bit like he was listening to fantasy, and he also gained a new understanding of the intelligence of this orangutan. "That's not right. Didn't you just start teaching it sign language? How can he know sign language now?" Lee Jianhua immediately asked what he was most confused about. This problem is because George already knew sign language before he came to our Kyushu. When he was a child, he grew up with a little white girl, and he learned sign language at that time. Sign language here is set to be unified globally. Later, when it grew up, it was released back into the forest. One day, he was accidentally caught and then traveled across the ocean from the Congo to come to us. After the keeper finished speaking, he understood. It turned out that this gorilla was not completely a wild gorilla. It also grew up in human society when it was young. This is no wonder it is so smart, and the wisdom it displays has a reasonable explanation. Of course, it has a lot to do with its own IQ. The performance of the gorilla made it much easier for him to collect the experience of using the robotic arm in the future. He could almost ask the gorilla about the use experience now. To understand this, not only Lee Jianhua is curious about what the keeper and the gorilla have achieved, but also Wang Yuzheng and others. Then Lee Jianhua looked at the breeder and said to him, "I understand, go on, what happened next?" The breeder immediately continued talking. "George just told me that we shouldn't treat him the way we did before, that he has wisdom and that we should be relatively equal to him. He proposed some living conditions, mainly in terms of food and accommodation. The food requirements are the same as ours. He said that he eats meat and wants a mix of meat and vegetables. In terms of housing, it can no longer be a cage, but a house must be built for him. He also asked for a certain degree of freedom, and he also promised not to harm any human being. There is one final request, which is to find him a female gorilla." As he spoke, the keeper couldn't help but laugh, obviously remembering the gorilla's expression when he made the last condition with him. Everyone present was once again in a state of confusion. This guy was really different. His IQ was too high. Lee Jianhua estimated that this orangutan was no less intelligent than a 14 or 15-year-old human with normal intelligence. This also explains why it behaves as it does now. These are the conditions it proposes. These can be met, but in terms of freedom, I cannot agree to it. As for the reason, you should be able to understand. The keeper obviously understood what he meant and was worried that the gorilla would lose control. "I know the boss, and I told him at that time that freedom was impossible, but he could be given relative freedom under certain conditions." Lee Jianhua thought about it carefully and felt that as long as it is accompanied by someone who can subdue it, it is not impossible to give it a certain degree of freedom. And at this time, Lee Jianhua had actually elevated the gorilla's status in his heart and regarded it as a human being. Originally, he wanted to bring Wang Yuzheng over to view the project progress in detail, but he did not expect that there would be such twists and turns. In fact, today was unbelievable for Wang Yuzheng, and he obviously thought more than everyone present. The performance of the gorilla made the old man feel a crisis. The performance of this one is to illustrate a problem, that is, on the Earth, in addition to humans, a second type of intelligent life has begun to appear, an intelligent life that is completely different from humans but is genetically related. The skin color of humans is very different. The orangutans are not the same species at all. There is reproductive isolation between humans and gorillas. It is obviously a serious matter. If gorillas are really evolving, then the Earth will be very lively in the future, and it is not necessarily possible that the gorilla group will be wiped out. Wang Yuzheng has made up his mind to write down the matters here in the most detail after returning to Peeping, and then report to the superiors. He suppressed this thought in his heart and did not forget the purpose of coming here this time. Lee Jianhua's mind was also very confused. It wasn't that he didn't think about certain things at this moment, but that he didn't want to, or dare not touch. This was something taboo. In his mind, he still put this groundbreaking matter aside, and solving the existing problems first was the main thing. It was as if everyone present ignored the question of that direction and focused their attention on the mechanical prosthesis. When the scene reached a deadlock, director Lee Jae-hwa began to change the direction back to his original direction. Putting aside the gorilla thing for now, I believe everyone has seen that the level of sophistication that the gorilla showed just now in using the mechanical prosthesis is amazing. According to my estimate, the accuracy of this robotic arm may not reach the level of an 8th level fitter, but the difference will not be too much. There are still level 4 or 5th level fitters. The performance in terms of accuracy is this effect now. Regarding the subsequent use of prostheses, we do not have much feedback data now. After all, the previous experimental subjects were all animals, and we had no way to communicate with them, so we did not collect it. As for the only gorilla that can communicate, I only discovered today that it turns out to have such a high IQ. We will also follow up on the use feedback. Lee Jae-hwa brought the topic back, and everyone listened attentively. For people like Wei Zhang, regaining a normal arm is much more important than what the gorilla showed. After finishing what he just said, he continued to talk. Now I will tell you about the safety aspects that everyone is concerned about. Come with me. After everyone has seen these things, they should be able to dispel everyone's concerns about safety to a large extent. After saying that, he took everyone to the next place. After walking a short distance, he came to a simple board house that was obviously newly built. Then he took the lead and walked into the cabin, and the people behind him also followed. As soon as everyone entered the wooden house, they immediately understood what he wanted to express, because there were many iron cages in this wooden house, and the cages contained cats and dogs. Have you seen that these cats and dogs are the ones we have already done that have been successful, or the cats and dogs are waiting to be installed with prosthetics and recovering, or waiting for surgery? Let me tell you in detail, we initially took over a total of 50 cats and dogs of various kinds from the law enforcement brigade. During the process of raising these cats and dogs, 27 of them failed to hold on and died one after another. Don't panic, everyone. The deaths at this time were not caused by our surgery, but because the physical condition of these cats and dogs had reached the worst state before they were sent. Even if we tried our best, we were unable to treat them. Good. Therefore, this is determined by the cat and dog's own condition, not death caused by surgery. When he talked about death and heard more than half of the mortality rate, all the people at the scene calmed down, and Wang Yuzhong was the most violent, grabbing his arm in his hand beside him. He felt how tightly his wrist was held by the old man Wang Yuzhong, and he quickly began to explain the reason for this mortality rate. After he explained clearly, Wang Yuzhong was relieved. Haha, everyone must be scared, so I will continue. There were 50 cats and dogs, but in the end we only treated 23, which was plus the number of dogs you saw before. Later, we performed implantation surgeries on 23 cats and dogs one after another. There are currently 22 cats and dogs in this wooden house, 12 of which have recovered and been fitted with prostheses, 8 have undergone surgery and are recovering, and the remaining 2 will be implanted later. Surgical. This is the current situation of these animals. So far, a total of 22 animals have undergone implantation surgery, and they are all in good physical condition, with a success rate of 100%. There are 2 more dogs that will undergo implantation surgery today, and you can watch them live next. By the time the last 2 implant surgeries are completed, I believe everyone's concerns about this surgery will be gone. After he said this, everyone at the scene looked happy. Although there were fewer cases, not yet reaching 30, the current success rate had already made everyone at the scene feel a lot calmer. Although there are still dangers, they are within the acceptable range. After knowing these situations, they are full of expectations for having their own mechanical prosthetics in the future. And there will be 2 implant surgeries to be performed later, which will also allow them to fully understand the subsequent surgical procedures. While they were still looking around in the boardroom to watch the animals' performance, Dr. Fang opened the door from outside the room and walked in. After he came to the company today, he had been preparing for the last 2 days of surgery, so he was unaware of what had just happened. After seeing so many people with missing arms in this boardroom where cats and dogs were raised, the whole people are in a state of confusion. Then he looked at Lee Jae-hwa who was looking at him, then remembered his own affairs, and then talked about it. I'm here to pick up the last 2 animals for surgery. What's the situation here? How? Before he could ask, he saw Wang Yuzhong in military uniform next to Lee Jae-hwa, and then stood at attention and saluted the old man. Report, Fang Jinkei, Deputy Director of the Orthopedics Department of the 960th Hospital of the Joint Logistics Support Department, is reporting to you. Wang Yuzhong saw Dr. Fang, who was wearing a white coat with a clearly green shirt underneath, saluting to him. He knew that this was the member of the medical team he had helped find before, and then he smiled with a smile on his face. He waved to Dr. Fang. Dr. Fang immediately put down his hand and smiled at Wang Yuzhong. Dr. Fang, you are here to pick up the last 2 animals. They should be ready here. You will pick them up in a moment. Oh, by the way, when you have the surgery later, there will be people visiting, just like usual. These are the people you see. Dr. Fang nodded to show his understanding, then found the 2 animals that were going to be operated on, put them into cages, and took the 2 animals to the operating room. After Dr. Fang left, Li Jianhua continued to say to Wang Yuzhong and others, Dr. Fang has gone to prepare for the implantation surgery. We will continue to observe these animals here for a while, and we will go there later. By the time I get there, I guess the surgery will be ready and I can watch the implantation surgery directly. Then everyone stayed in this boardroom for more than 10 minutes, and then under the leadership of Li Jianhua, they walked towards the operating room. When a group of them arrived outside the operating room, they saw someone busy assembling a large screen. The large screen was quickly installed by workers, and the screen was lit up, showing the scene inside the operating room. Dr. Fang and the others appeared on the big screen. As they appeared, a smaller dog was brought in a cage. Dr. Fang faced the camera and began to introduce to the people in front of the big screen. While Dr. Fang was talking, the anesthesiologist had already sprayed the anesthetic mist on the dog, and then the dog was taken out of the cage and placed on the operating table. Everything that follows is so skillful knife skills, skillful surgical procedures, skillful implantation of prosthetic limbs into the body, and skillful connection of the prosthetic limbs with the human body's bones, nerves and other systems. Afterwards, Dr. Fang and the others acted as if they were performing. The operation process was so smooth. When the last stitch was sutured and the operated limb was bandaged, the operation was completed. This operation was completed under the full attention of Wang Yuzhong and the others. Of course, Dr. Fang and the others knew that the leader was there, so they seemed to want to show their best side. All their movements seemed to be showing off their skills. After 2 hours, the operation was finally completed. Not only Dr. Fang and his team were happy at this moment. Everyone who watched the entire operation also looked happy. It can be seen from this operation alone that Dr. Fang and the others are very skilled in the technology, which also gave everyone a lot of confidence, and also allowed them to imagine that the dog on the operating table became them. When the dog after the operation is pushed into the sterile room, the dog will stay in the sterile room for about 3 days. Only after there is no other physical reaction and the wound is almost healed, the dog will be moved elsewhere. Soon the dog's operation was completed, and Dr. Fang withdrew from the operating room, leaving only the nurse in charge and the instrument nurse. The two of them worked together to clean up the operating room, disinfect it again, and put on a new set. With the surgical tools in hand, Dr. Fang and others took another animal and started the second implantation operation again. Like the previous operation, this operation was still carried out smoothly. When an animal was also transferred to the sterile room, the operation was completely completed. After 2 consecutive days of surgery, Dr. Fang and the others were very tired both mentally and physically, but they were also excited because today's 2 consecutive surgeries proved that their team has completely mastered this type of surgery. Implant surgery. After the 2 operations were completed, the time also changed from morning to afternoon. Even during lunch, people like Wang Yuzhong did not take their eyes off the big screen. Lunch was eaten in front of the big screen. Li Jianhua especially ordered the canteen to prepare box lunches according to the standard of 50 yuan for each person. After Dr. Fang completed the operation, Li Jianhua greeted him, Wang Yuzhong, and everyone he brought with him. They all sat in a conference room and began to discuss follow-up clinical experiments. Xiao Li, I just took a closer look at your current project, and I'm quite reassured by what you've shown so far. I just don't know if your stability is unstable, and whether there will be any other problems in the future. Regarding this question, Li Jianhua did not choose to answer. Although he transformed himself in the virtual laboratory and stayed in the laboratory for more than 50 years, during this period, except for the use of mechanical prostheses, except for some problems, no other problems have arisen. In fact, these problems are within the acceptable range. After all, no one can guarantee that a machine can run in perfect condition for more than 50 years. There were no problems with the part that was implanted in the body, and there were no problems with the body, not even rejection. But these are not words that can be told to others. These are all secrets. As for Wang Yueshen's current question, he can only leave it to Dr. Fang and others to answer. After all, they are professionals in physical health. Let Dr. Fang answer this question. Fang Jin, who was sitting on the sidelines, heard what he said and did not answer immediately. Instead, he organized the words in his mind and then officially started to answer the question. Chief, regarding your question, based on the information we have collected so far, what I can guarantee is that as long as the body is checked regularly, there is a high probability that there will be no problems with the parts implanted in the body. The first operation we completed so far was the dog we saw on the training ground. I believe you have also seen that the dog is currently very active and undergoes strenuous training basically every day. According to the information we have, the lifespan of this part implanted in the body should be more than 20 years. As long as it has a higher service life, we can't figure it out yet. As for the in vitro part, I think academicianly should have more say as a designer and manufacturer. 20 years, such a service life is relatively long, Wang Yuzhong thought in his heart after listening to his story. After all, this is a civilian product and not a military product, so he has limited knowledge about prosthetics. However, even high-quality military products may break down, so the service life of 20 years is already very long. After learning about the lifespan of the implanted part, he immediately turned his attention back to Li Jianhua. Seeing Wang Yuzheng looking at him, Li Jianhua knew that he was continuing to ask about the usage time. Chief, my conclusion is that the mechanical prosthetic limbs outside should be used for about 30 years. There may be some minor problems in the meantime, but they should not be too big. Also, after all, the outer part of the prosthetic limb can be disassembled. As long as the faulty mechanical prosthetic limb is removed and we perform regular maintenance, I estimate that the actual service life will be longer. And I estimate that this mechanical prosthesis can be used for life, and I will add something to what Dr. Fang just said. For the part implanted in the body, we actually have an access port outside, and we can inspect this part through the access port at any time. Therefore, in summary, the service life of this robotic arm can be conservatively said to be 20 years. With such a service life, from what he said, it was obvious that Wang Yuzheng nodded with satisfaction. Well, I understand. Listening to what you mean, the minimum estimate of the use of this prosthetic limb should be about 20 years, and with regular maintenance and repairs, the prosthetic limb can work even longer. After hearing about this time and what I learned during my visit this time, I think your project is ready for clinical trials. And the people I brought this time can be safely left with you, and they will cooperate with you. Very good, I didn't come here in vain this time. After saying this, Wang Yuzheng immediately stood up from his seat, and as he stood up, everyone he brought with him all stood up from their seats. Wang Yuzheng left his seat, walked near the door of the conference room, and solemnly saluted the group of people he brought with him. Everyone believes that everyone has enough understanding of the upcoming project, so let's cooperate with academician Li Jianhua to complete this project. And I also wish that everyone can regain the parts of their lost limbs. I don't know much about this, but I can predict her prospects, so as pioneers, you are great and respected. That's it for today, I'll leave first. I will continue to follow you after I go back. After Wang Yuzheng finished speaking to everyone, he turned around and walked out of the conference room without any hesitation. When Li Jianhua saw him walking outside, he immediately followed his footsteps and followed him outside, while still talking to him. When the two came out of the conference room and walked on the internal road of Juzhu Divine Beast Company, Wang Yuzheng was talking to Li Jianhua beside him. Boy, this time I have handed over 20 people into your hands. You have to be more serious. I brought them out. When your project is completed, I will take over all of them. Walk. There are no other instructions. Chief, don't worry, I will do my best to return these people to your hands one by one. In response to his statement, Wang Yuzheng just nodded, and then remembered something and spoke again. Get your airship crew ready, and I'll take your airship back to Peking. After saying that, Wang Yuzheng strode towards the test flight ground, and Li Jianhua followed behind. As he walked, he called his crew and asked them to come back and make an overtime trip to Peking. The more than 20 people who stayed in the conference room watched Wang Yuzheng leave. After the two of them left, they sat down in their seats again and looked at Dr. Fang with burning eyes. At first, they were very reserved in chatting with Dr. Fang, but as they became more and more familiar with him, they didn't care too much and learned about the project from Dr. Fang again. Accompanying Wang Yuzheng on the way to the test flight site, Li Jianhua also called Fatty and asked him to go to the conference room to make accommodation arrangements for the more than 20 people who were left to participate in the experiment. When they arrived at the test flight site, the spacecraft had been pushed out of the hangar by ground maintenance personnel and was undergoing necessary inspections before takeoff. He and Wang Yuzheng were watching from the sidelines, and at this time Wang Yuzheng also started chatting with him about Fei Zhou, talking while circling around Fei Zhou. Boy Hua, have Honda come to see you recently? I heard that they are planning to upgrade the flying boat recently. This flying boat is good, but its shortcomings are also obvious. The range, passenger capacity, and speed are not advantageous, so Hongdu is trying to improve the flying boat and make it bigger. I guess it may be on the engine, and I will come to find you. Then you will also provide some help to Hongdu. After all, you are also old partners. Fias Hu wants a facelift? If it weren't for the information revealed by Wang Yuzheng, he really wouldn't have known about such a thing. Li Jianhua thinks that Hongdu's need for an engine with more power should not be a problem. As long as the plan designed at that time is more squeezed in, it may not be unable to meet the requirements of the Hongdu factory. Li Jianhua agreed to Wang Yuzheng and reassured him. After all, his cooperation with Hongdu factory had always been good, and the propeller engine was not difficult for him. While the two of them were talking about the Fias Hu inspection was also being carried out, and the crew was also greeting Wang Yuzheng to come forward and board the plane. Li Jianhua looked at the darkening sky and watched the flying boat rise into the sky and disappear from his sight. He then returned to the conference room, and with the help of Lu Xiaodong, arranged all these people, and held a small welcome ceremony for them in the cafeteria in the evening. In the evening, these people settled down and waited for the subsequent developments. After Li Jianhua left the company and returned home, he began to think about the gorilla incident alone at home. The gorilla in my company can no longer be regarded as an ordinary animal. It is now an animal with such intelligence. It may not be appropriate to call it by him in the future. It must be called him, and it involves an extremely wide range of things. It would be fine if it were just the current gorilla, but in the distant land of Africa, if there is a group of such commanding gorillas, it would be really big. The meanings represented by one animal and a group are completely different. If a group produces intelligence, then they will become the only race on Earth with command. If they know how to hide and develop in secret, using human society as a model, their evolution will be explosive. Although they are not as technologically advanced as humans, they will learn social structure from humans and understand what is happening. Call it race and stuff like that. Of course, all this can be achieved only if there really is such a gorilla population. If the disabled gorilla in the company is just an extremely unique individual, then there is no need to worry so much. Of course, there are still problems, that is, the upper limit of the gorilla population will be the same as that of humans. After countless years of development and evolution, it may not be possible to develop into a race like humans. Thinking of these things, Li Jianhua tossed and turned in bed and couldn't sleep. He couldn't sleep in bed, but Wang Yuzheng, who had returned to peeping, was sitting in his office and couldn't sleep. He had a creepy feeling when he thought about the performance of the gorilla in the Juzhu Divine Beast Company. It was not the gorilla that scared him, but what he discovered was something remarkable. If new intelligent creatures really evolved on the Earth, then it is certain that in the vast universe, intelligent creatures will nothing unique. Moreover, Wang Yuzheng also saw from the performance of the gorillas that the potential of the gorilla race is unlimited. Since there can be one gorilla that can reach this level of intelligence, it is inevitable that others will also reach this level. Thinking of these things, Wang Yuzheng is not a professional in the humanities, but he can think of so many things. For someone who specializes in these things, more questions will definitely arise. The first thing to confirm about this issue is whether there are other gorillas in the same population as George. Wang Yueshen's mind was in a state of confusion. Unable to figure it out, he simply stopped thinking about it. He began to compile what he saw and heard into a document without adding any emotion to it. The next day, he handed the document over to his superiors. The defense minister, who didn't take it seriously at first, felt a sudden spike in his heart after reading the contents. Is everything written in the information true? The defense minister, realizing the seriousness of it, asked Wang Yuzheng with a serious face. Wang Yuzheng nodded his head heavily. After receiving Wang Yueshen's return, the defense minister immediately gave instructions and then left the office to report to a higher-level leader. A lot of discussions took place during this period, and Beeping subsequently sent animal scientists to the Kyushu mythical beast. When they arrived at the Kyushu mythical beast, they immediately observed all the gorillas' behaviors. At the same time, Kyushu also sent a 100-member scientific expedition team to Gabon, including 30 scientists, and the rest were soldiers responsible for security. The two scientific research teams maintained this contact at all times, and the domestic ones were also sending messages to Gabon at any time. The team in Gabon sent information about George's species. George, who obviously didn't have many twists and turns, was able to get all the information without anyone noticing. Thanks to George's leadership, the Gabonese scientific research team successfully found their big dog, the orangutan population, and then the entire scientific research team was stationed locally. A long-term observation mission was carried out by this team in Gabon. And if you want to truly know whether everyone has the same intelligence level as George, it cannot be studied in a short time. Li Jianhua was thinking about the gorilla that night, and his mind was in a blur without any clue. The final result was that he fell asleep. Early the next morning, he never thought about the gorilla being intelligent again, because he knew that since Wang Yuzheng already knew about it, he would just let his superiors have a headache. He himself continued to study the mechanical prosthetic limb project, and those who came here yesterday to participate in the clinical trial officially joined in. In the days that followed, he built digital human body models for all of these people, and based on the models, he started designing and manufacturing mechanical prostheses. As for Dr. Fang, like Li Jianhua, they are also studying the physical conditions of these people and designing and arranging surgical plans based on each person's different degree of injury. As soon as Li Jianhua's mechanical prosthesis is in place, Dr. Fang and his team can immediately follow up and carry out the first mechanical prosthetic surgery on humans. In addition to making mechanical prostheses, he collected a complete set of sign language learning materials and implemented them in the virtual laboratory. He used the difference in time flow between the laboratory and real life to start learning sign language. This also facilitates his communication with Gorilla George in reality, and in his imagination, he also wants to know from George whether there is language between gorillas. If there is a language, he can also use George to communicate and conduct a cross-species language learning. This can be regarded as learning another language, right? If there is no language between gorillas, then they are able to communicate with each other, which makes Li Jianhua curious. Time passed by inadvertently, and the negotiation between Asinston and Kyushu finally came to an end, and finally ended with Asinston giving in. They completely withdrew from the disputed area near western Xinjiang. This was not Asan's original intention, but the situation was stronger than the people, and there was a precedent of Irmao just happening, and Asan was afraid that Jizhu would take action. With the current gap between the two countries, Asan's side has no chance of winning, not to mention Kyushu's undisclosed strength. If the two sides have to say that Asan has an advantage, it must be in terms of population growth. Anyway, Kyushu is left behind in all aspects. Li Zhenhua made rapid progress in learning sign language. In the virtual laboratory, he read the sign language learning books and waited until daytime to read the news with sign language. After combining the two, his sign language improved within a week. Able to communicate. After being able to communicate in sign language, he immediately went to the gorilla, suppressed his excitement, and communicated with the gorilla. After some communication with George, he finally got the exact information from the gorilla. This gorilla named George did not have any outstanding performance in his group. In other words, other orangutans have IQs, but they are not very intelligent. In fact, Li Zhenhua has now realized that without being tamed by humans, gorillas do not display very high intelligence. Everything requires learning and consistent brain development to reach the level that gorillas are now. This situation. The scientific research team sent to Gabon also came to the same conclusion as Li Zhenhua. However, these scientists wanted to do some experiments. With the cooperation of the Gabonese government, they introduced a total of 10 pairs of orangutans to Kyushu. They planned to conduct this experiment from the birth of life after returning to Kyushu. After the 10 pairs of orangutans came to Kyushu, they cultivated the baby orangutans. After the baby orangutans were born, they were given arrangements to completely simulate the growth of human babies. And as these orangutans grow up, they provide sign language training to the little orangutans, which can be said to completely replicate George's growth trajectory, and want to see if another George will emerge. It can be said that this experiment spans a long time, and as big as the Juzhu family can support it, the Gabonese government in Africa simply cannot afford it. And this experiment was carried out secretly in Kyushu without anyone else knowing. When Li Zhenhua finished chatting with the gorilla, he understood that the one in front of him was just a special case. After understanding this, he felt as if a big stone had been put down in his heart. After he put down his worries in this regard, he also used sign language to collect a lot of feelings from Gorilla George during the use of mechanical prostheses. Of course, these feelings only represent the orangutans and are just a reference for the human body. With the support of these data, many experimental subjects have seen it, and they are full of confidence and hope in this project. Unknowingly, another half-month passed. During this period, he built the robotic arm that Wei Zhang, the first clinical trial subject, would use. As for why Wei Zhang was chosen as the first target, it was because the position where Wei Zhang lost his limbs was very similar to the previous surgery performed on a gorilla. It is for this reason that Wei Zhang was chosen as the first experimental subject, just to be on the safe side. He was already very familiar with the design and manufacture of mechanical prosthetics, and he built them easily without any problems. After he finished manufacturing Wei Jiang's mechanical prosthetic limbs, he originally planned to strike while the iron was hot and pursue the victory, finishing all the prosthetic limbs of other subsequent experimental subjects in one go, but the workshop director of the Central J36D found him instead. He took the person to his office and poured him a cup of tea. Looking at the anxious look on his workshop director's face opposite him, he was also very curious about what was going on. Look at the anxious look on your face. What's going on? What's making you so anxious? Is there something wrong with the manufacturing of the J36D? The workshop director saw the calm look on his boss's face. Somehow, the anxiety in his heart was relieved at this moment. Then he calmed down and said to him, "Boss, the manufacturing of J36D really appeared. There is a problem. Now our production capacity is seriously insufficient. This is why I am worried." Hearing what the workshop director said, he carefully thought about the mechanical configuration in the workshop. According to his past experience in supplying goods to the military should not rush them, and there has never been a shortage of production capacity. At this time, his curiosity was really aroused. "Tell me more details. I just estimated that we have recently provided half a squadron of aircraft to the military. According to common sense, they shouldn't be so anxious. Did something happen in the meantime that I don't know about?" The workshop director had a wry smile on his face. When he heard his boss say this, he knew that his boss must not have paid attention to the news recently, so he had this doubt. If he had paid attention to the domestic news, he might have taken the initiative to go there. "Boss, you must not be paying attention to the major events happening in our country recently. Let me tell you about it first. More than a month ago, our domestic netizens had already speculated on the time when the 5th aircraft carrier would be launched. Not long ago, the launch time of the 5th aircraft carrier was finally determined. When the aircraft carrier is launched for sea trials, everything on the ship will be new. The aircraft used by this carrier have also been determined. The J-35 will serve as a twin-engine medium-sized fighter in the sea position, and our J-36D will also be on the ship, and the J-35 form a high-low combination at sea. Therefore, all the J-36S we have manufactured so far are prepared for the 005 aircraft carrier. It is expected that there will be 24 J-35S, 48 J-36S, and a total of 84 early warning and command helicopters, anti-submarine helicopters, and search and rescue helicopters on the ship. Therefore, we will be under great pressure to manufacture J-36S in the future. We must manufacture all 48 J-36S before the aircraft carrier is launched into the water. 005 is going into the water? These dumplings are going down really fast. I remember that 003 was just launched 4 years ago, 004 was launched last year, and the launch time of 005 is confirmed this year. True to that sentence, launching a ship into the water is really like dropping dumplings. Although he was thinking this way, he also began to think about how to improve the manufacturing of the J-36. No matter what, he had to get all the carrier-based aircraft on the J-36 before the 005 aircraft carrier was launched into the water. When you say that, I understand. So have the fighter planes requested by the Air Force stopped now? Are the 005 aircraft mothers the main ones during this period? The Air Force will not destroy us. Now everything has to give way to 005, so the Air Force will not rush us, but after the end of providing carrier-based aircraft to aircraft carriers, the Air Force will probably come to us, so increasing our production is our top priority. The most important thing to solve. Then another question was asked, and the workshop director returned immediately. Lee Jianhua was silent and did not speak anymore. He just thought about how to solve this problem in his mind. It was not an easy task for him to suddenly come up with a complete countermeasure. After thinking for a while, he had no clue. Unable to figure it out, he suddenly raised his head and realized that the workshop director was still waiting for his answer. You go back and preside over the production first. You suddenly asked me to come up with an idea to solve the problem. I couldn't come up with it for a while, so let me think about it. After saying that, he was immersed in thinking of a solution again. After getting this answer, the workshop director quietly left the office without disturbing him. After the workshop director left, he thought hard and couldn't find a way to get along with him, so he started pacing in the office. After walking for several times, he became more and more irritable as he walked. He accidentally bumped into the Chi-Yu-powered exoskeleton displayed in the office. The collision made him wake up immediately. When he looked at the thing he hit, he punched his head hard. The head patted over. After patting his own forehead, he muttered, "Oh my god, I'm such a loser. How could I forget this thing? This was the reason why I developed a powered exoskeleton. How could I get to the critical moment? Can we just ignore him?" After his collision, he really came up with a method, which is to assemble the powered exoskeleton on every worker in the aircraft manufacturing workshop. I believe that once the powered exoskeleton is assembled in place, time will be saved in aircraft manufacturing in the future. Go more than halfway. You must know that the powered exoskeleton is not only able to carry large items, but its accuracy is also extremely good. Lee Jianhua himself has completely tested it. After putting on the powered exoskeleton, he really transformed into a high-precision machine tool. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a human meat industrial hand. Now that accuracy can be guaranteed, if the powered exoskeleton is assembled to workers, the output of the J-36 will explode. After he had planned the aircraft countermeasures, he immediately went to the aircraft manufacturing workshop, found the workshop director and told him the countermeasures he had thought of. Powered exoskeletons are really of great use this time. Not only can they help in defending the territory of the motherland, but now the manufacturing of national defense equipment is also indispensable for powered exoskeletons. This is really a versatile piece of equipment. In fact, in the current era, if we go back 20 years, it is very likely that powered exoskeletons will no longer be inaccessible, and ordinary people may be able to use them when doing work. He urgently mobilized a batch of Chi-Yu's powered exoskeletons and distributed them to every aircraft manufacturing worker. With the addition of my powered exoskeletons, the manufacturing speed of the J-36 fighter jets has indeed accelerated a lot. After solving the problem of insufficient production capacity of the J-36, he once again devoted his body and mind to the design and manufacture of mechanical prostheses for subsequent experimental subjects. Dr. Fang was not idle during this period. After the experimental subject was determined, he carried out a comprehensive examination of Wei Jiang's body and tried his best to perfect his surgical plan to ensure that the operation was foolproof. To say that he was feeling a little nervous at this time, although he had performed more than 20 such surgeries before, the next one he was about to undergo was indeed of great significance to him. You must know that this surgery will be performed next. After all, the subject of the experiment is changed from animals to humans for the first time. The change of experimental subject makes him feel nervous involuntarily. The mechanical prosthesis was manufactured by Lee Jianhua and then delivered to Dr. Fang. After he received the mechanical prosthesis, he immediately disinfected it in all aspects. After all, it would be implanted into the human body later. Dr. Fang was preparing the surgical plan and felt that the time was ripe. He immediately found Li Jianhua, who was making follow-up mechanical prostheses like a toolman, and explained to him that subsequent surgeries could not be continued at Zhu Divine Beast. The cleanliness level of the operating room they used before was too low to meet the standards for human use. It was acceptable for animals to perform surgeries, but it was a bit low for human use, so their surgical location had to be renovated. Try to find. After listening to what Dr. Fang said, Li Jianhua immediately found the fat man Lu Xiaodong and told him the problem. He and the fat man took Dr. Fang out of the Zhu Divine Beast Company immediately. 2 bulletproof off-road vehicles were escorting a bulletproof car from the front and rear. They drove out of Zhu Divine Beast Company, exited the company and came to the main road, and then drove towards the county seat. When the two came to the county seat, they first went to the seat of the county government, picked up the executive deputy county magistrate in charge of health, education, and other departments, and then went to the county people's hospital. Accompanied by the deputy county magistrate, access to the county people's hospital was smooth, and the director of the hospital also came to accompany Li Jianhua and the others on their visit. Of course, they mainly visited hospitals and ICU wards to see if they could meet Dr. Fang's usage standards. If they could, subsequent clinical trials would be conducted at the county people's hospital. If you can't meet Dr. Fang's requirements, then you will have to go to the nearest county-level city of Kinglan. If you still don't meet the conditions there, then continue to look for a higher-level hospital. Fortunately, following Dr. Fang's visit, the conditions in the operating room of the county hospital are quite good, and the ICU is also extremely qualified. After learning from Dr. Fang that both the operating room and ICU met the requirements, the rest of the matter became simple. Lu Xiaodong assisted Li Jianhua and Dr. Fang, and started discussions with the county hospital and the deputy county magistrate about leasing the hospital's operating room and an ICU. There was no difficulty in the process. They were able to rent the required operating room and ICU. As long as the cost of use was not high, the county donated 5 white tigers to be used as daily official vehicles. After everything was ready, Wei Jiang's body reached its best condition after being nursed back to health by Dr. Fang and the others. The first human implantation of a mechanical prosthesis began in the rented county hospital. Due to confidentiality reasons, this operation was not open to the doctors at the county hospital. It was like the director came and asked but did not agree. Only those who participated in the project were watching the operation. Of course, there are also the experimental subjects who, like Wei Jiang, will undergo implantation surgery later. The operation went very smoothly, because Dr. Fang and others had already implemented the operation plan to the extreme, so there were no mistakes in the process. When Dr. Fang sewed the last stitch on his arm and bandaged it in the operating room, everyone watching the operation stood up and applauded. Although Dr. Fang could not see it in the operating room, Dr. Fang still seemed very excited at this moment. After all, the significance of this operation was quite extraordinary. It represented the first operation on the human body. Humanity has reached the forefront of the world in the field of prosthetics, and there are better options for people with disabilities. Li Jianhua looked at Wei Jiang, who was still lying on the stage, and thought of something else. Li Jianhua was still thinking about other things when he saw that Dr. Fang and the others were already in the operating room, doing post-operative matters. As for the surgeon himself, Wei Jiang has not yet woken up. The medical staff were divided into 2 teams. One team was still finishing the work, while the other team had already transferred Wei Jiang to the movable bed and began to push Wei Jiang to the ICU. When Wei Jiang was pushed out of the operating room, he woke up in his seat and realized that the operation had been completed unknowingly. He shook his head and pushed the things he was thinking out of his mind. At this time, it was only right to care about the things in front of him. As for the things he was thinking about, he could wait until he went back to think about them. And what he was thinking about was simply not something he could handle at this stage. Seeing Wei Jiang being pushed to the ICU, he hurriedly followed him, and Dr. Fang also followed Wei Jiang. The subsequent care and other work still had to be carried out by themselves. After Wei Jiang was sent to the ICU, Dr. Fang gave his final instructions before coming to Li Jianhua again. Academicianly, I think that during the time we stay in the hospital in Wujian, we will temporarily stay at the hospital to keep an eye on it. As for the 9 provinces Divine Beast, we will not go back for the time being. After Wujiang is out of the ICU and can accept a normal environment, we will return to Zhu Divine Beast for the next work. Li Jianhua nodded. After all, this operation was extremely important and related to whether their clinical experiments could continue, so they still had to handle it carefully at this time. Okay, then just keep an eye here. I've worked hard for you during this period. But if you need anything, you can contact me at any time, or you can ask Mr. Lu Xiaodong and let him solve it for you guys. Yes, I understand. Dr. Fang responded simply, and then told him about the surgery just now. The implant surgery just performed on Wei Jiang is very successful so far, and is no different from what we did on animals before. As long as Wei Jiang's physical recovery can keep up, I think the mechanical prosthetic arm you developed will be a success. Although it is a bit early now, I still want to congratulate you. Congratulations to academicianly for solving the problem of incomplete limbs mechanically. Haha, we are happy together. He smiled modestly at Dr. Fang's compliment, and said nothing else after that. After a few final words with Dr. Fang, he left the hospital with more than 20 future experimental subjects who came to see the surgery. When they returned to the company, the more than 20 people continued to stay at the Jushu Divine Beast, waiting for the follow-up number arrangement, and during the waiting period, they were not idle. They are just experimental subjects for the project, and the only contribution they can make to the project is to ensure that their bodies are in optimal condition. They all worked hard to exercise. The company's gym was almost occupied by these people, and this was the only thing they could do. After Li Zhenhua settled them down, he returned to his private laboratory. As Dr. Fang and the others went to the hospital, his workshop once again regained its tranquility, and there were no longer as many people there as before. Back in the office, I took a bottle of Toxin Liang from the refrigerator, went to the sofa and drank a few sips, then closed my eyes and started thinking about myself. Now, even if the mechanical prosthesis is on the right track, Dr. Fang and the others are keeping an eye on the surgery, so he doesn't need to worry too much, and all he has to do is make mechanical prostheses for the experimental subjects. Moreover, it is time to consider the mass production of mechanical prosthetics. Although he is not in a hurry, taking one step and thinking 3 steps is his consistent style of doing things, but he didn't want to start research in this area immediately. He remembered that the director of the aircraft manufacturing workshop came to him before. Although the problem was solved by taking a shortcut, it was not a long-term solution after all. If you want to fundamentally solve this problem, you still have to start with the machine tool. So now, there are too few high-precision machine tools that can be used on aircraft, and for workers, not all workers can reach the level of 8-level fitters, so if you want to produce something on a large scale, high-precision machine tools are indispensable. And there are many other factors that restrict this. For example, if you have a machine tool but don't have a good set of tools, you can't produce qualified products. Thinking of this, he also had an idea in his mind. Since there is a lack of high-precision machine tools, he would just produce this kind of machine tools. Just like the one he used in the company now, the processing accuracy of the machine tool has been improved by several levels. But when I turned around and thought about it, it was unrealistic. After all, there was only one other person, and he didn't have the energy to upgrade the machine tools every day. This is another idea of his, which is to manufacture one or more machine tools with extremely high precision, and then use these machine tools to produce sub-level machine tools. With the precision level of 1 nanometer that he can now produce, even if the machine tool cannot reach 1 nanometer, it will still be at the nanometer level. With the availability of such nano-level machine tools, it is estimated that the accuracy of using it to produce sub-level machine tools can be as low as 10 nanometers. If there really is such a machine tool, whether it is position accuracy or surface roughness, etc., all reaching the nanometer level, then it will be another takeoff for Kyushu. It is not difficult for him to manufacture ultra-high precision machine tools, but the difficulty lies not in his manufacturing machine tools, but in the subsequent mass production of sub-level machine tools. This requires a manufacturer with extremely rich machine tool production experience. Thinking of this, he understood that he had no advantage in mass manufacturing machine tools, so the solution was to cooperate with famous domestic machine tool factories. And this also has an advantage. He does not need to manage this company, so it indirectly reduces his work, just like the company he opened in cooperation with Changzi Automobile. In the manufacturing of machine tools, he has great confidence that he can make it. With the addition of the power exoskeleton, the manufacturing of large machine tools is no longer a problem. So with the existence of this core technology, he believes that he can cooperate with machine tool manufacturers. The intention to cooperate can be achieved. Once the main body of the machine tool is done, then it's a question of the tool. As for the tool, the most important thing is the material. As long as the material is good, the tool produced will certainly not be much worse. The production of cutting tools can also be mass-produced through cooperation as previously thought. Thinking of this, he determined what he wanted to do next, which was to increase Kyushu's processing accuracy on a large scale, use up all the ultra-high precision machine tools produced in the country, and let Kyushu industry fly forward again. After understanding this and having a general plan in mind, all that's left is to execute it. Although it will be difficult to implement, it is better to have a direction than none. He reopened his eyes on the sofa, feeling the warmth in his hands that was so cool that his heart was cold. He raised his head and poured it into his stomach. He let out a long belch, then flattened the can and threw it aside. Garbage can. With a plan, a direction, and a goal, he also had the motivation to move forward again. He has already thought about the rest of his life. During the day, he will devote all his energy to the manufacture of mechanical prostheses, and at night he will start working on ultra-high precision machine tools. Whether it is machine tools such as turning, milling, planing, grinding, drilling, and boring, or their higher-level machining centers, he must design them according to the highest standards. Not only that, he will do it both large and small. With the idea clear, he returned to the workshop again and began to manufacture mechanical prostheses for the remaining experimental subjects. When he was thinking about these things, in the ICU ward of the County People's Hospital, Wei Jiang's eyelids moved slightly, which was obviously a sign that he was about to wake up. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Wei Jiang to wake up. When he woke up, he didn't feel much pain. This was because the anesthesia on his arm had not worn off yet. After regaining consciousness, he looked at the area on his arm and saw that the affected area was bandaged so tightly that he couldn't see what was going on inside. As he woke up, Dr. Fang, who was standing by the side, quickly came over and asked him how he felt. Wei Jiang also told Dr. Fang one by one his feelings. There will be nothing special after that, only dressing changes and training. Only when they are able to be exposed to the external environment will they be transferred back to the 9 provinces divine beast from the hospital. On the second day after Wei Jiang stayed in the ICU, he was able to get out of bed and move around. After all, no organs were moved, and the upper limbs that were moved did not affect his movements at all. On this day, the anesthetic effect on his affected area had also worn off. Dr. Fang gave him an analgesic pump and asked him to use it only when he couldn't bear it. As long as he could bear it, he should try not to use the analgesic pump, because helps wounds heal faster. On the 7th day, after several dressing changes, his wound recovered well. Wei Jiang, who was able to withstand the external environment, left the hospital and returned to Jizhu Divine Beast under the care of Dr. Fang and others. It is said that it takes 100 days to break the muscles and bones, not to mention that Wei Jiang has undergone amputation again. Therefore, his recovery time is longer, much longer than the recovery time of animals. Also, because Wei Jiang was able to communicate with Dr. Fang in a timely manner, they also collected a lot of postoperative experiences of the surgeons after the surgery. As Wei Jiang's arm gradually recovered, all his feelings were collected. His feelings were very good suggestions for improvement in subsequent surgeries. During the period when he returned to Jizhu Divine Beast for training, Li Zhenhua also built all the subsequent 22 mechanical prostheses for the experimental subjects. When the 22 mechanical prostheses with human body structure were placed in front of Dr. Fang at that time, the scene was also extremely spectacular. If it weren't for the fact that these prosthetic limbs are all made of metal, and you can tell at a glance that they are prosthetic limbs, then if they were seen by others, they would definitely be regarded as perverted murderers. Who in the right mind would have nothing to do with these things that look like human limbs? After he transferred all the prosthetics to Dr. Fang, he felt as if he suddenly had nothing to do. He was suddenly free and had no intention of starting work on machine tools immediately. After all, the matter of machine tools is not a small project. There are many things involved in it, and there are many things that need to be solved in all aspects. And it is not just done once it is manufactured, there is also the matter of finding a cooperative manufacturer in the follow-up. This time, he has no clue at all. It is different from the previous cooperation with Changzi Automobile. At that time, Changzi Automobile took the initiative to come over and cooperate with them, but now it is just an idea in his mind, and he wants to find a partner. It's not an easy thing. Therefore, all the energy will inevitably be invested in it, so it is not suitable for crossover with mechanical prostheses. So he has entered a window period now, so he wants to find something for himself to do to pass the time, otherwise he can't keep pushing towards Li Yun. Even if he is willing and Li Yun is willing, they themselves can't bear it. As the saying goes, only exhausted oxen have not plowed the land, so it will definitely be him, not Li Yun, who can't bear it. Bleeding is not guaranteed. After thinking about it, he finally thought of something that he should have done a long time ago. This was his own private matter, so he kept putting it off in his mind. But now that I have time, let's start solving it. Then he started planning on the paper, first writing the title on the paper. 2 or 3 things about Li Li's wedding. Everything from the size of the wedding, who needs to be invited, where it will be held, hotel specifications, etc., is all listed on the paper. Everything he thought of was on the paper, and before he knew it, he filled 3 pages of A4 paper. When he stopped writing and looked at the paper in his hand, he realized that he seemed like a fool. The wedding was a matter between 2 people, not his own, so these things could be discussed with Li Yun. Then I called Li Yun and asked her to get off work early and tell her if I had anything to say when I got home. After that, the 2 of them left the company and rushed home. When they got home, Li Zhenhua didn't say anything. He took Li Yun to the sofa in the living room and sat down, and patted the 3 pieces of paper he had written on in front of Li Yun. Li Yun looked at him with confusion. What is this? It's so formal. Why don't you just tell me no? Seeing Li Yun asking him, he suddenly wanted to be jealous. Then he straightened his face and said to Li Yun, who was opposite to Yu, I'm so tired, let's get a divorce. After hearing what he said, her face immediately changed from confusion to disbelief. At the same time, Li Yun's eyes became red and filled with tears. When Li Zhenhua saw Li Yun's expression, he couldn't hold back immediately. This guy made people cry. This was not the effect of his wantonness. Suddenly I felt that my brain was really not working well. How could I get this skin? He immediately wanted to comfort Li Yun, but before he could make a move, Li Yun on the opposite side rushed towards him and pressed on him. Then I felt a very painful feeling on my arm. "Ah, it hurts, spit it out, it's broken," Li Jianhua shouted loudly while picking up Li Yun who was falling on him. Li Yun listened to the shouting, and finally bit hard before letting go, struggling to get up from him, not looking at the 3 pieces of paper, and widening the distance between the two. Seeing that Li Yun was not even willing to get close to him, he knew that this time the skin had grown bigger, and he was directly hurting himself to the point of no return. He hurriedly sat next to Li Yun, and an interesting scene appeared. As soon as he got close to Li Yun, he would stay away. In the end, Li Yun looked at him with red eyes. "Don't lean into me or touch me. We'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow." Woo-hoo! This time he really got serious. He originally wanted to hold a wedding, but he didn't want to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to renew his certificate. This was a bit of a headache. He had to deal with what he had caused. "Xiaoun, listen to me, I was joking with you just now, really. Why don't you take a look at what's written on this paper? Is it okay to cry again after watching it?" Li Yun ignored him and stood up and walked upstairs. Li Jianhua didn't know what she was going for and hurriedly chased after her. When they arrived upstairs, they followed Li Yun to the cloakroom. They saw this woman pulling over a suitcase, opening it and filling it with clothes. One look at this posture and she knew that she had really hurt someone. He went up and started making trouble. Li Yun saw that she couldn't pack the clothes, so she simply stopped packing. She came to the counter and opened it, took out the piece of candle dragon and rose that was given to her, and placed it on the counter. "Superior. You gave this to me originally. I won't take it away. Leave it here. I won't pack the clothes. I'll leave tonight." Trying his best to control himself not to cry, he walked downstairs with red eyes after speaking. Li Jianhua really has no choice at this moment. He really wants to give himself a slap in the face. Why bother? "Xiaoun, I'm really kidding you. What's written on those 3 pieces of paper is not an agreement, but the wedding process that I calculated. I want to show you the process of our wedding. I just wanted to tease you." He didn't know what to say next. It was a typical example of looking for trouble. Li Yun didn't cry anymore at this moment. When she heard the word wedding, she stopped crying. Seeing the behavior of the dogman opposite me, I understood that what he said was true. He ignored him and walked downstairs. When Li Jianhua saw this, he became anxious. Why did he tell the truth and act like this? As she chased after him, he was really afraid that someone would run away. Li Yun went back downstairs, came to the sofa, picked up the A4 papers from the ground, unfolded them and read them. After reading the content above, her complexion gradually improved, and a smile appeared on her lips. She felt someone sitting down next to her, and then her complexion turned gloomy again. Hey, Xiaoun, look, I'm not lying to you. Really, I just don't know which string is wrong, it's just a little skinny." After hearing what he said, Li Yun still had a bad expression and turned to look at him. "Let me take a look at this paper. In the past few days, you have moved out of my house and slept on the sofa. You can't even sleep in the guest bedroom. This is your punishment." After saying that, he took the paper and walked upstairs. After walking a few steps, he turned back and said again, "Don't follow me." Li Jianhua immediately stopped trying to catch up. It didn't matter if he stopped where he was or if he didn't move. He was really slapping himself. Li Yun went back upstairs, put down the paper in the bedroom, turned to the cloakroom, opened a hidden drawer in the corner, and started taking things out. A pair of Balenciaga stockings with letters, a pair of red Valentino high heels, a sexy Victoria, and a not-so-serious JK uniform. With all these things placed in front of her, Li Yun's face turned red unconsciously. She took off all her clothes and put them all on. After changing clothes, Li Yun walked downstairs on high heels. At this time, Li Jianhua was sitting on the sofa, cursing himself secretly. Hearing the sound of high heels hitting the ground, he immediately turned his head to look. Just this glance made a lot of desires arise in his heart. The feeling was simply out of his control, it just rose up like this. Li Yun wore this outfit and deliberately swayed in front of him, showing off her sex appeal. The clothes also showed off Li Yun's figure to the fullest. She also intentionally left 2 buttons unbuttoned on the top she was wearing, just so that Victoria underneath could be seen looming in front of Li Jianhua's eyes. Her actions made Li Jianhua, who was sitting on the sofa, breathe a little heavier. Looking at his performance, he knew that the heat had reached its climax. If he continued to seduce him like this, he might no longer be under her control. She turned around and walked upstairs, still twisting deliberately on the way back. Li Jianhua, who was watching from the side, was so excited that he followed him unconsciously. "Why are you following me? Go down and sleep on your sofa." After saying that, without looking back, he quickened his pace and ran upstairs. He left the tent where he had already set it up. Damn, she only lights the fire but does not extinguish it. She is so ruthless, the most poisonous and snake-hearted woman. Knowing that he had made a mistake, he did not catch up. It was not a good time to catch up at this time. As for Li Yun, who returned upstairs, she never came downstairs again that night. She didn't even take off her clothes. She just lay on the bed with her clothes on. She looked at the 3A4 papers that Li Jianhua gave her, and wrote her name on the paper. My thoughts were also written down. As she was writing, her face was filled with happiness, and she fell asleep unknowingly in this feeling of happiness. He just endured it that night, thinking wildly until he fell asleep very late. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Li Jianhua was lying on the sofa covered with a quilt. The mobile phone next to him rang. It turned out that the alarm clock had reached the time he had set. Then he went to the bathroom, washed his face and brushed his teeth. After waking up, he tiptoed upstairs. He came to the bedroom door and twisted it. Sure enough, the door was unlocked. Tearing up the world of Paris with her hands, fighting against Valentino on her shoulders, uncovering Victoria's Secret, and walking through the Norwegian forest, all this happened in Li Yun's sleep. When the battle was over and it was still dark, the two of them had no intention of continuing to sleep after the battle just now, so the two of them talked about many matters on the paper. As the two discussed, their wedding plan was almost finalized, and only then did Li Yun show a trace of dissatisfaction. You are just a scoundrel. Didn't I tell you to sleep on the sofa? You actually carried out a sneak attack in the middle of the night while I was sleeping. I can't afford to play with you, you little trash. As he said this, his hands went to Li Jianhua's waist. And then the skill that women all over the country know, the pinching method, is activated. He pinched it so hard that he grinned. After pinching it off, Li Yun also lost her temper. With an honest body, she touched the place where it should be touched. After that night, Li Jianhua rested at home for 2 days before returning to the company. He walked around the company's various workshops and found nothing that needed him. When he came to the place where Wei Zhang lived, he learned about the progress of his recovery and knew everything. After that, he had nothing else to do and he started organizing his wedding. Getting married is quite troublesome, especially since Li Yun's family is still in Haikan, so getting married is a problem. Also, although the Li family didn't ask for a betrothal gift, they still had to have what they should have, and he had prepared all the things. He was busy with his wedding, while the 5 people on the moon carried forward the work of farming. During this period of time, Kyushu launched 3 more supplies to the moon. These supplies were all related to farming and could allow 5 people to build several more soft cabins on the moon. When the 5 of them were busy setting up all the soft cabins, the average size of each person was 1 acre of land. If all of them are planted with wheat, even if the wheat production is reduced, based on the minimum calculation, it is estimated that 1 acre of land can harvest 500 kilograms of wheat, and if a person calculates based on 8 taels of wheat per day, the output of 1 acre of land can feed 1 person. 625 days. Calculating this, it seems that the 5 people on the moon are almost self-sufficient in food. The 5 people did not spend all their time on planting. They still had some other work to do, such as digging holes on the moon. This is what they did at this stage other than planting. Since they arrived on the moon, they have dug up a lot of meteorites, large and small. Among them, meteorites with research value have been kept separately by them. These meteorites will be brought back to the Earth when they return. In addition to harvesting meteorites, they are also working hard to dig deeper into the moon. The best way to dig is to dig wells. They set up a drilling machine on the moon near the base and have been digging underground. And water, an important material, was also dug out by them. A well drilled to a depth of 800 meters was nothing at first, but when they saw the soil drilled up, they could no longer maintain their calm mood. Because the soil that was lifted up was wet, and the soil that was brought up was not completely soaked, some of it was still dry. After analysis, they understood why this happened. When the drilling machine drills down, it rotates, and this rotation will inevitably rub against the material on the moon, and the friction will generate heat. When this heat encounters the solid water inside the moon, it will melt it. The melted water soaks into the soil, making the soil moist. After analyzing this, they knew that the drilling mission had achieved the greatest results. They discovered solid water, also known as ice, inside the moon. With ice, there is water, and with water, planting on the moon will be much simpler, and they can also decompose water into hydrogen and oxygen. Oxygen is available for people to breathe, and hydrogen can also be used as fuel. Water was discovered on the moon, which was an incredible discovery. As for the news that water was found inside the moon, the 5 of them immediately sent it back to the Kyushu Space Agency. When the news came back to Earth, scientists from the Space Agency immediately changed the previously formulated lunar plan. The discovery of water was really important. The news of the discovery of water on the moon was quietly announced by the Kyushu Space Administration on its official website. Although this was obtained by Kyushu after many difficulties, for now, in addition to Kyushu, NASA, and European airlines, there is still the possibility of use by several powerful companies in the Russian Aviation Administration and the Russian Aviation Administration, but other countries cannot even rely on them. And even these powerful companies are still unable to land on the moon. Even NASA, who has successfully landed on the moon before, will not be able to return to the moon in a short while. So there is water on the moon. This is something that even if the whole world knows about it, other people will not be able to help. There is no need to keep it secret. Kyushu is the only one in the world that can plant on the moon at this stage. As soon as this news was released on the official website of the Jushu Space Administration, not many people paid attention. After all, not many ordinary people would pay attention to such an official website all day long. But the old NASA is paying attention to the developments of the Kyushu Space Agency every day. Not only that, they also launched a satellite to the moon these days in order to monitor everything on the moon in Kyushu. Now they are very anxious. Kyushu has already landed on the moon, and their own plan to return to the moon has not yet been implemented. The technology now is very different from when they landed on the moon. The moon landing videos that everyone has seen are actually Hollywood productions. Do they really go up there? Of course I went up, but those videos were not real. The purpose was to bring the Soviet Union closer to the space race, so some dirty methods were inevitably used. Although the methods are dirty, they are effective. Technology is advancing, and Kyushu can do much more on the moon now than they could do on the moon at that time. Just in terms of the fact that Kyushu can now establish a semi-permanent base on the moon, it is better and more thorough than what Lao-mo has done. So now they are jealous to death when they look at what Kyushu is doing on the moon. The future will definitely enter the space age, and whoever can take the lead at this time will be able to gain dominance in the future. There was water on the moon and it was detected by Kyushu. After learning the news, NASA was anxious to death. The whole world knows that Kyushu has two major racial talents. One is the planting talent that is innately engraved in the genes, and the other is the acquired infrastructure, which is known as the infrastructure madman. Jushu has these two talent bonuses, so launching crazy infrastructure on the moon is no longer delusional or whimsical. When infrastructure is rolled out on the moon and farming talent is spread out, it means that Kyushu has begun to transform the moon. If the moon can really be transformed or a closed ecosystem can be established, it will be equivalent to Kyushu expanding its territory several times. By then, it is estimated that the entire moon will be occupied by Kyushu. And the most terrifying thing is the helium-3 present in the lunar soil. This is the cleanest energy. The moment Kyushu is able to utilize helium-3, no country on the blue star can compete with it. For all the actions that Kyushu is currently taking on the moon, not to mention that there is nothing we can do about it, even if all the space agencies in the world are tied together, they may not be able to do anything about it. Of course, these space agencies will not be tied together, so they are still fighting on their own. During this period, NASA has been working hard to restore its past glory, but now Lao-mo's industry does not allow them to resume production of all the equipment for landing on the moon. Because of the development of the times, Lao-mo became the world's hegemon and defeated his opponents to stabilize the hegemony. Then they shifted their focus of development to more profitable fields such as finance, and abandoned heavy industry. The world's share of this part of heavy industry was taken over by Kyushu, which allowed Kyushu to develop tremendously. The dominant player embarked on the path of printing money when he was short of money, and he never returned. So now they want to resume production of lunar landing equipment. The difficulty can be imagined. It is no different from rebuilding heavy industry. Fortunately, they have not completely abandoned heavy industry and have the backup left behind before, so that they can still carry out restoration. If you want to give birth, you won't even be able to touch the door. But even so, it is very difficult for them to resume production. What's difficult for them is good news for Kyushu. Under the current situation, all conspiracies and tricks are redundant. What is being compared at this time is the hard power of each country. If you are not strong enough, then you will not be able to go to the moon and fight for the moon. At this time, Lao-mo certainly did not give up those dirty methods. As long as the methods were effective, it didn't matter whether he was dirty or not. Lao-mo's current approach is to increase investment in aerospace and strive to resume production of the brilliant equipment as soon as possible. When all the equipment is fully produced, they will be able to go to the moon and compete with Kyushu for the ownership of the moon. There is no accurate statement internationally about who the moon belongs to now, but the place that Kyushu now occupies on the moon definitely belongs to Kyushu. In the days to come, I believe that with Kyushu's efforts and the gap between other countries in it, the territory on the moon will become larger and larger, and eventually the entire moon may become Kyushu's territory. Lao-mo is working hard to resume production, and the space agencies of other countries are not idle either. The whole world seems to have suddenly entered the era of space exploration. No one is idle at this time, and our small neighbors who are also socialist countries are no exception at this time. They are also developing the aerospace industry. However, their purpose in developing the aerospace industry is different. They are not to explore the outer world, but to find reasons for researching launch vehicles. However, Soviet Russia, which was closely tied to Kyushu internationally, relied on its relationship with Kyushu and began to take shortcuts. After a series of pie with Kyushu, in the future, the Tiangong space station will accommodate a Soviet-Russian module, and the two companies have also cooperated on the moon landing project. Don't think that bringing along Soviet Russia in the development of the moon will cause much loss to you. In fact, Kyushu has gained more benefits from Soviet Russia. All these things that happened have nothing to do with Lee Jianhua. He is very busy right now, not with work, but with his marriage to Li Yun. This marriage is really too cumbersome, and Li Jianhua still has no family to support him. Fortunately, Lu Xiaodong went home and told his father after knowing what he was busy with. As a neighbor for many years, Dad Lu, who watched Li Jianhua grow up, took special care of him, especially since he was the only one left in the family. Otherwise, he would not have brought Lu Xiaodong with him when Jushu Divine Beast was established. Liu's father knew that Li Jianhua was planning to get married, so he pulled Lu Xiaodong's mother over to help. There is nothing else involved, it is just the friendship between the two families. With the help of two experienced old people, many things about the wedding have a backbone, and the progress is also accelerating. With Father Lu taking charge of the man's affairs, Li Jianhua felt relaxed again. This time, he also took Li Yun and the appropriate betrothal gifts and headed towards Haikan under the protection of Ning Wei and others. When he and Li Yun came to Haikan's Li family again and met Li Yun's parents again, he didn't have the slightest idea that his new son-in-law was coming. He really couldn't get nervous. After all, he and Li Yun had received their marriage certificates. I also changed my name to Mom and Dad. Coming here this time is like going through a formality. Although it is a formality, the formality cannot be omitted. After sending the two of them to the place, Ning Wei took the remaining 5 people to protect them near Li's house. As for Ning Wei himself, he went to find those who followed them. Both parties are here for the mission of protecting Li Jianhua, and the necessary energy must be channeled to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings later. Ning Wei discovered these people when they came out of the 9 provinces Divine Beast. He immediately learned about them through special channels, and then he felt relieved. It was not until Haikan settled Li Jianhua that he came here to meet these people. But it was said that Li Jianhua sat on the sofa in the living room of Li's house, took a cup of tea from Li's father, and then talked about business to Li's father and Li's mother. Mom and Dad, Xiaoun and I are going to have a wedding. After all, it's been so long since we both got the certificates, and we've been putting off the wedding. This time I have time, so I'll take advantage of this opportunity to do it. As he spoke, he took out a bunch of things from the bag he carried with him and handed them to Dadli. This is my bride price for marrying Xiaoun, please keep it. Dadli took it and looked at it one by one. There were a lot of things, and they were all mixed up. There was everything. When he finished reading, he pushed the things towards him again. Just bring the things with you. You can take the rest with you and live a good life with Xiaoun. Your mother and I don't need anything, so we don't want the things. Li Jianhua actually prepared a lot of things, including a house of nearly 200 square meters in Haikan, a self-produced Kirin off-road bulletproof vehicle, 8.88 million in cash, and many other miscellaneous things. But Li's father has no intention of staying. The Li family only has one daughter, Li Yun. As long as Li Yun lives a good and happy life, that is their greatest comfort. Li Yun saw that her father didn't accept the stuff, but pushed it back. She also spoke at the side. Dad, just take these things. This is a betrothal gift. It's not good if you don't accept it. Go away, I'm marrying my daughter, not selling her. Dadli was a little anxious when he saw his daughter also asking him to accept the things. Looking at Li's father who was getting anxious, Li Yun thought for a while and said to him, how about you take an internal withdrawal? You and my mother come with me to Summer Town. Anyway, the little money you earn is not much. After some persuasion from the two of them, Li's father and Li's mother both agreed to the proposal to go to Summer Town. In fact, this was something Li Jianhua had discussed with Li Yun before coming. The main reason is the safety of the two of them. Li Jianhua is no longer the Li Jianhua he was before. Now he is a national treasure level academician. He is worried that someone will take care of his family when they can't take care of him. The two went to Summer Town, which also relieved a lot of security work. At this time, after the Li family decided to move their family, the problem of picking up relatives that they had been worried about before was solved. There was no need to go to Haikan to pick up relatives, and Li Jianhua's safety workload was not as heavy as mine. A week later, 3 bulletproof vehicles were parked downstairs at Li Yun's house. Li Yun's parents also began to transport boxes downstairs and loaded them all into the vehicles. When Li Jianhua came, he brought Li Yun with him, but when he returned, there were 2 more people in the team, Li's father and Li's mother. The two of them also applied for internal retirement. Compared with finding a rich son-in-law, their salary was not enough at all. When they came to settle down in Summer Town, Li's father, Li's mother, and Liu's father arranged Li Jianhua's marriage together. After their discussion, they finally chose the 5th day of the 12th lunar month in the Yellow Emperor calendar year 4723, January 12, 2027, an auspicious day as the date of their wedding. And now there is still more than a month before this date, which means they still have more than a month to prepare for the wedding. With the help of the Lu family, they and the Li family arranged the marriage of the two people. The two people who were originally the protagonists have now become puppets on strings, obeying the old man's arrangements. Apart from the fact that they sent out their wedding invitations, there wasn't much that happened to them, and the two returned to their normal life again. Li Yun didn't send out many invitations, they were her former colleagues with whom she had played well before and classmates from childhood to adulthood. Li Jianhua had a lot of invitations. Although he wanted to keep everything simple, he had really known a lot of people in the past 2 years. These people had helped him on the road to success, so the invitations had to be sent out. The president of the Kyushu Academy of Sciences and many academicians, Wang Yuzheng from the Equipment Development Department, Yan Hang from Hengdu, Kui Tianzi from Quanchang Air Force Base, and several familiar chiefs from the Quanchang military region, etc., may not be able to come, but these invitations must be sent. After he finished sending out the invitations, he was no longer needed for subsequent tasks. When he was free, he returned to the project of mechanical prosthetics. Time flies so fast. Wei Zhang recovered very quickly within a month, and Dr. Fang and the others also used a lot of expensive medicines to help them recover quickly. The valuable medicines here are not Western medicines, but Chinese medicines. Don't say that Chinese medicine doesn't work, Chinese medicine is very effective. I heard a very funny joke before. A Western medicine expert who didn't believe in Chinese medicine at all. After his disease was not treated well by Western medicine, he asked someone to find an old Chinese medicine doctor. It can be said that the disease was cured by the medicine. However, after the Western medicine expert recovered from the disease, he did not mention this at all and continued to promote his theory that traditional Chinese medicine is useless, because to him this is political correctness. With the addition of traditional Chinese medicine, Wei Jian's body recovered very quickly. It has only been a month now and Wei Jiang has fully recovered. After his body recovered, subsequent experiments could continue. Under the gaze of everyone, Wei Jiang stood in the middle of the empty workshop. The mechanical prosthesis that belonged to him was also solemnly packed in a box by Dr. Fang and carried to the experimental site. At this moment, Wei Jiang looked at the box in Dr. Fang's hand and felt excited. No matter how hard he tried to control it, he couldn't control the excitement in his heart. Wei Jiang has lost his arm for many years, and today he will have an arm again. Although it is a mechanical creation, it can still allow him to be like a normal person. Li Jianhua took the box from Dr. Fang and opened it. Wei Jiang next to him became even more excited. The box was opened, and Li Jianhua took the mechanical prosthesis in his hand. He looked at Wei Jiang who was waiting beside him and asked him, "Brother Wei, are you ready for a new life? A life that is no different from a normal person." Wei Jiang faced the problem and couldn't say a word. His lips were trembling slightly. After trying hard for a long time, the word "okay" came out of his mouth. He was so excited that he couldn't even speak. Unable to control heart and body muscles. Holding the mechanical prosthesis in one hand and Wei Jiang's severed arm with the mechanical prosthesis implanted in it in the other, he aligned the two interfaces so that the two parts of the mechanical prosthesis merged into one body on Wei Jiang's body. When the mechanical prosthesis was installed on Wei Jiang's arm, the moment Li Jianhua turned on the switch of the mechanical prosthesis, Wei Jiang seemed to feel that he had an arm again. After being excited for a while, Wei Jiang finally realized that it was time to move his new arm, because everyone at the scene was waiting for his experiment on the mechanical prosthesis. If he doesn't move, all the people at the scene will think that the project has failed. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, with the guarantee provided by Dr. Fang, and the encouragement of Li Jianhua, Wei Jiang's mechanical prosthetic limb moved again, and the prosthetic limb began to move. Following his control, the prosthetic arm was raised. The mechanical bionic hand of the prosthetic leg did not stop moving until it reached the back of the head. On the back of the head that Wei Jiang could not see, the bionic hand scratched the back of the head. The scratching force was moderate, which made Wei Jiang happy and also felt grateful to Li Jianhua. Wei Jiang understood that without Li Jianhua and his project, he would never have an arm again. Feeling the moderate scratch on the back of his head, Wei Jiang felt like he couldn't think of words to describe it. His prosthetic limb was scratching all the time, but there was a smile on his face. This smile feels normal in Wei Jiang, but in the eyes of others, this smile is just a silly smile. In the eyes of others, Wei Jiang's current image is that of a complete fool, a fool who can only laugh. He calmed down and suppressed his smile. Li Jianhua looked at Wei Jiang who had regained his senses, and then took out the things he had prepared long ago. A brand new set of colorful plasticine, a box with not too many pieces but very small Lego bricks, and a Gundam model with unpainted parts. 3 things were placed in front of Wei Jiang. "Brother Wei, come on, please start your performance. It's time for you to show off your real skills." His face was full of question marks, and he waited for a while before he realized that doing manual work at this time was the best way to test his mechanical prosthesis. Playing with plasticine requires the least amount of precision, followed by Lego, and Gundam model assembly is the most delicate. Not to mention being able to play with Gundam among these 3 things. Even if he can finish building Lego with mechanical prosthetics, the mechanical prosthetics will be considered a success. Wei Jiang sat on the table in front of him, took the plasticine over, took it apart, looked at the drawings inside, and then started doing crafts like a kid in kindergarten. The various colored clays changed shapes in his hands. With Wei Jian's efforts, the colored clay gradually turned into what it should be. He looked at the drawings and pinched out small animals of various shapes. When I was a child, there were 5 or 6 small animals made of colored clay placed on the table. Although they were not lifelike, they looked exactly like the ones on the drawings. The moment these small colored clay animals are pinched out, the mechanical prosthetic project that Li Jianhua is working on has already heralded success, because this level of sophistication is enough to cope with anything in life. But now that they have prepared Lego bricks and Gundam models, this test must continue. Brother Wei, stop it. We can move on to the Lego bricks. In fact, you don't need to put in much work on this one. It's just a matter of testing the sophistication of the mechanical arm. The same goes for the Gunpla models behind. Then Wei Jiang stopped kneading the plasticine, stood up, came to the Lego blocks, and assembled the set of blocks using mainly mechanical prosthetics. Under his control, the mechanical prosthetic arm was just like a native human arm, putting together building blocks piece by piece without even a lag in the middle, just as smoothly as ever. When he finished assembling a part, he stopped what he was doing again and turned to the Gundam model. Then there was another burst of operations, and all 3 experiments were completed. At this time, everyone present raised their feet excitedly. The experiment to this point confirmed that the effect of this mechanical prosthetic limb was excellent. The mass production of mechanical prostheses will be a great boon to disabled people across Kyushu. As long as they are equipped with such mechanical prostheses, they will be no different from normal people. The disappearance of these disabled people in Kyushu will allow Kyushu to obtain tens of millions of laborers. Even if they cannot exert the same effect as normal people, the power of more people will be amazing. The only one who doesn't have much expression now is Li Jianhua, thinking that he already knows what the future of mechanical prosthetics will be like. This project will not only make him gain money, but also make a contribution to society. It can be said to be a win-win situation. For him, he can gain both money and fame. For Juzhu, it solves a social problem. The experiment is temporarily over, but the experiment of the entire project has not stopped. As long as Wei Jiang uses mechanical prosthetics for a day, the experiment will never stop. However, subsequent experiments need to be carried out by Wei Jiang in daily life, just like ordinary people using their own arms to use this mechanical prosthesis. Just as they were testing the mechanical prosthetics, the 5 people on the moon were packing their bags. They were ready to return to Earth. Unknowingly, they had been on the moon for more than 90 days. Originally, they were supposed to be exposed to the sun for 180 days like the soy sauce from Haitian, but now they have discovered too much on the moon, which forced them to transport the things they found back to the Earth. It can be seen from here that the difference between manned digging and unmanned exploration is too big. Someone digging can use equipment to dig deep as long as they find a precise point. However, it is difficult for unmanned exploration to find just that point, so they have discovered more on the moon in the past 3 months than they have studied the moon in the previous decades. A large collection of various meteorites, lunar soil, stones from various places on the moon, and a piece of solid water lifted from the well dug out, etc., filled the return capsule. The 5 acres of land they opened on the moon were all replaced with plants with long growth cycles, and wheat met the requirements. They uprooted all the plants growing in the ground, crushed them, artificially fertilized them, and added catalysts to them, speeding up the whole process a lot. The plants that grew in this land were turned into fertilizer and spread on the ground. The carefully selected wheat was also planted in the ground. The growing period of wheat is from 220 to 270 days or about 100 days. This is the difference between winter wheat and spring wheat. They chose spring wheat, after all, the temperature in these soft cabins can be controlled, so the growing cycle of wheat may be shorter. After watching the wheat sprouting, the luggage of the 5 of them was also received in the return capsule. This time the return capsule was full, of course, on the premise of ensuring that they could fly back. After they leave, the moon will be uninhabited again, but what will be the difference from before? That is, Kyushu left a lunar base on the moon, Guangan Palace, and opened 5 acres of land on the moon, with crops growing on the ground. To put it seriously, the farmers of Wumyu said that it is also scientific cultivation and indoor cultivation, and the scientific and technological content is not low at all. The growth of wheat is also very worry-free. There is nothing else to do except watering. With the automatic irrigation system, you don't have to worry about watering. High-tech farming is so easy. The 5 people put on their spacesuits and came to the return capsule filled with lunar specialties. When everything was ready, they embarked on the return journey. The return capsule is located in the core cabin of Guangan Palace, and now the core cabin of Guangan Palace extends 4 long pillars to the sky. When the 5 people are ready, Guangan Palace has already started charging. When Guangan Palace was fully charged, as Mu Yaiwei pressed the button in the return capsule was pulled by 4 pillars and rushed towards the sky. The launch system they are using now uses electromagnetic ejection, which is commonly known as converting electrical energy into kinetic energy. When the return capsule was vertically ejected 3,000 meters to the moon, the power system of the return capsule itself began to start. As the flames rose, the return capsule arrived in the low orbit of the moon. They need to make some attitude adjustments in this orbit and move towards Chang'e. After rendezvousing with Chang'e, they will return directly to the Earth. This return is headed directly towards the Earth and does not stop at the Tiangong space station in the middle. The return time was much slower than the departure time, so it took them a total of 5 days to return. When they arrived in the Earth's orbit, the return capsule detached from Chang'e again. With Chang'e's detachment, Chang'e's mission was considered to be the end of the mission. Completely done. As for the thrown-away Chang'e, it will land on the Earth according to the original plan. After landing, people will recover it. After the return capsule jettisoned Chang'e, it began to enter the return procedure, which was no different from the usual landing of the Shenzhou return capsule, with almost no difference. After all, it descended towards the predetermined place at the predetermined time. As the landing procedure started, many search and rescue forces on the ground were also ready. The 5-person return capsule successfully landed on the grassland on the predetermined grassland. The landing experience this time was not as good as landing on the moon because the return capsule brought too many things. Otherwise, this landing was absolutely comfortable. The moment they landed in the return capsule, all 5 people were trembling at the same time. When the return capsule landed and stopped, unlike before, they did not feel any physical discomfort because they were wearing new spacesuits, so they did not wait for the search and rescue team to arrive, and got out of the return capsule under the leadership of Mu Yaiwei. And when they came outside the return capsule, they still did not take off their spacesuits. Instead, each of them got a QJS-201 light machine gun from the return capsule, scattered around the return capsule, and guarded them with guns in hand. Ordinary astronauts are usually carried out when they leave the cabin. Even if their bodies are fine, they are still carried out. But this time it is different. Not only are they not carried out, but they walk out of the return cabin and return to the cabin, guarding the return capsule with a gun. Their performance made the people who came for search and rescue feel unprecedentedly incredible. I have never seen an astronaut who has just returned from space move so quickly. After the 5 people confirmed the information from the search and rescue team, the return capsule was heavily protected, and the 5 of them were quickly moved to the rear. The return capsule was also moved to Jiuquan by the search and rescue team. The newly established Lunar Data Research Laboratory here was filled directly with the things brought back by the return capsule. This research laboratory is composed of many subprojects, including those that study meteorites, lunar soil, lunar water, and a team of botanists and biologists who study various species grown on the moon. Planting. Anyway, everything brought back from the moon has a special department for research. When the 5 astronauts arrived at Jiuquan, they were taken for examination. After a series of examinations, the 5 of them were in good health. Just simply readjust to the Earth's environment. The spacesuit research team also asked them about the experience of using the equipment to see if there are any inconveniences so that they can make changes in subsequent models. When the news of the astronauts returning from the moon once again became the news of the day, Jiusu News even extended the time for 10 minutes that night, as if they had a column in Jiusu News, all about them being on the moon. That night, Li Zhenhua was like a primary school student, sitting quietly in front of the TV, watching the news about the astronauts landing. At around 10 o'clock this morning, the 5 astronauts of Chang'e 8 successfully landed on the Menzi grassland. This manned spaceflight was a success. During the 98-day journey, the astronauts were stationed at Tiangong and conducted their first exit from the Tiangong space station. Then the first moon landing in Kyushu began. After landing on the moon, the 5 astronauts transformed into Wugang and carried out a series of actions on the moon to plant and beautify the moon. Spinach, lettuce, and other plants have been successfully grown on the moon using lunar soil, and the lunar land transformation plan is also progressing smoothly. Our reporter learned from the Kyushu Space Administration that our country has conducted lunar drilling on the moon and has now reached a solid water layer underground on the moon. There is no doubt that there is water on the moon. Watching the news broadcast on the news, he also felt a sense of pride. As a person who had participated in it to some extent and had contributed a lot to Jiusu Aerospace, he felt that he should do something more. But as soon as he had this idea, he gave it up because he remembered the large machine tool project he would carry out in the future. As for what he would do for the aerospace industry, in fact, as long as the machine tools are advanced, it will also promote the aerospace industry. At this moment, he was extremely determined in his plan for a large machine tool that no one else knew about. This was the foundation of everything. Only when the foundation was improved, would the things built on the foundation be strong. While he was thinking about this in his heart, the news had finished broadcasting, but he had no intention of paying attention to it. Now he only wanted to finish the current prosthetic limb project and take time to hold a wedding. After all the trivial matters are finished, he will devote all his energy to the project of large machine tools. Fortunately, the prosthetic limb project has entered the formal stage. The first clinical experimenter also underwent surgery and had the mechanical prosthetic limb installed on his body in the past few days. All that's left is to collect experience and physical reactions. At that time, small-scale fine-tuning will be carried out based on the collected data. These are irrelevant. For him, the mechanical prosthesis is coming to an end, and there is nothing too important to pay attention to, but his invention will cause a sensation in the world again. Especially for the special group of people with disabilities, it will have an immeasurable impact. Wang Yuzheng has always been paying attention to his prosthetic limb project. Although he is the leader of the Equipment Development Department, mechanical prosthetics, as civilian products, should have nothing to do with him. But who says there are no soldiers missing arms or legs in the army? Some excellent soldiers may become disabled during missions. What if these soldiers are equipped with mechanical prostheses? These soldiers will become veterans, and veterans play a huge role in the army. So after Wang Yuzheng returned to Peeping, he would ask about the progress of the mechanical prosthetic limb project every day. When he learned about Wei Jiang's performance after installing the mechanical prosthetic limb, he was really excited. Such a prosthetic limb can allow many soldiers who have been physically disabled due to injuries during missions to become soldiers again without having to retire. If his idea is put into practice, I believe the foreign media will have something to say again. It may be spread internationally that Kyushu has a cyborg army with extremely powerful combat effectiveness. This is a manifestation of Kyushu's disregard for human rights. Anyway, there will be a lot of comments like this. Sometimes these comments are extremely intellectual, but there are still mold fans who choose to believe it, because this is what their mold dad said, and to them it is an imperial edict. After Wang Yuzheng saw the progress of the experiment, he immediately installed it, and then took the information to the leader to discuss the matter. Li Zhenhua didn't know Wang Yueshen's idea at all. Even if he knew, he wouldn't take it seriously. Maybe that would promote the popularity of mechanical prostheses. After all, every soldier will retire at some point. Not to mention soldiers, even officers, will still retire. As these soldiers retire, their mechanical prostheses will also be taken to other places. This can be regarded as an alternative promotion of mechanical prosthetics. For Li Zhenhua, the project of prosthetic limbs has come to an end. He has also transferred some people from the company to fill in the remaining things in the project, and handed over his previous data from development to the present. These people will be responsible for the follow-up work. And he himself was getting out of the project, and he also wanted to be good. Before his wedding was completed, he turned into an idle fish and stayed at home. Time passed day by day, and finally it came to the day before his wedding to Li Yun. Now he was the only one left in his own house. As for Li Yun, she had already returned to her parents' home in the morning. Of course, it was not the Heiken they returned to, but the kind of well-decorated house that Li Yun's parents bought here after they came to settle here, where they could move in with just a bag. By settling here, they have solved the problem of picking up his bride at the wedding. Even if they are in the same county, how far away can they be? Although someone is helping him with the wedding and he doesn't have to worry about the chores, there are still many things that require his intervention. He was lying on the sofa in the living room of the renovated house, finally having some time to rest. He fell asleep on the sofa unknowingly, and when he woke up again, it was already 4 in the morning. Looking at the current time, he felt like a beeping dog. What he wanted to do was simply squint. After a while, this squint actually came to this time, and he had no intention of going to sleep anymore. After all, it was almost time to get married. He planned to leave at 6 o'clock and would arrive in 2 hours. Sure enough, just after he washed his face, Lu Xiaodong's family and Guo Shigi arrived. This wedding was not very grand. Compared with the weddings of the century promoted by celebrities, it was simply shabby, but this was in line with his expectations. It was unnecessary. It's too grand. With the arrival of Father Lu, he himself became a puppet on strings, doing whatever he was asked to do. The cars used for the wedding were all from his own company. The first car was his own Huanglong bulletproof car, followed by the all-black White Tiger 200, a total of 12 cars. The other 2 Kirin bulletproof vehicles were still driven by Ning Wei and others to provide him with security on the road. Moreover, according to Lu Xiaodong's suggestion, a fleet of motorcycles was used to clear the way. In short, there were no cars from other companies in this fleet. The renovation convoy drove onto the road, and the number of people turning around was overwhelming. The appearance of this convoy also let the whole county know that today was the wedding day of the chairman of Juzhu Divine Beast Company. The marriage went smoothly, and no one dared to make trouble in his marriage. There was a custom of messing with the groom here in Dongshan, but no one dared to mess with him. After the wedding, nothing happened at this stage. As for the wedding, it was scheduled to be held in a hotel. The 2 people who met again after the wedding seemed to have 1,000 things to say, but they just couldn't say it. After resting until 10 o'clock, the 2 of them rushed to the hotel, and then the wedding took place. Their wedding was just like ordinary people's weddings. It was very ordinary. All the people they invited were familiar relatives and friends. The only thing that was special was that Li Zhenhua had a lot of assets now. When the wedding of the 2 came to an end and they were about to toast, a group of people walked in at the door. The arrival of these people obviously brought the wedding to another climax. because there were 4 or 5 soldiers with golden backgrounds and wheat ears and stars walking in one after another. Although the others were wearing suits, one could tell by their aura that they were still extraordinary. Except for such a small episode, there were no other surprises at the wedding. Lee Jianhua was actually surprised that Wang Yuzheng and others could come. After all, their work was really busy. The complicated wedding, or rather the messy day, passed like this. When he and Liyun returned to their new house behind the blacksmith shop, their moods were different from when they lived here before. On the wedding night, the newlyweds are generally tired after a long day and have little inclination to be intimate. The most they can do is hug each other and sleep. But Lee Jianhua was extremely excited. Just when the two met frankly and were about to watch the battle, Liyun ran out of the bed. She ran out of the bed without even putting on any clothes and just lay on the bed. He retched on the toilet. Li Yun's performance frightened Lee Jianhua. He was still thinking, did he dislike himself after the wedding? Can it make him sick and vomit? But he had never eaten pork, but he had seen pigs running away. This situation immediately made him think of a possibility. Could it be that Li Yun was pregnant? He followed Li Yun into the bathroom, patted Li Yun on the back, and went out to pour her a glass of water. After Li Yun rinsed her mouth and felt better, she returned to bed. At this moment, the two of them no longer had the desire to play poker. Early the next morning, the two of them packed up their things and went straight to the hospital. After a checkup, it turned out that Li Yun was pregnant. According to the doctor's calculations, she was conceived a month ago. After knowing the time, the two of them thought about the battle that night. Balenciaga was torn to pieces, Valentino was thrown on the penetrating cabinet, Victoria's Secret was wet, and the worst thing was JK. Li Yun was pregnant. For Lee Jianhua, the feeling was very wonderful. Knowing that the bride was pregnant on the night of the wedding was really a double happiness. After they told Li Yun's parents the news, the couple abandoned their new home and moved directly into Lee Jianhua's house. Li Yun was taken care of by his parents, and he felt relieved. As for Li Yun's work, he directly stopped him, and the most outrageous thing was himself. After learning that Li Yun was pregnant, he couldn't be more careful. He didn't go to the company for 2 months in a row and stayed at home to guard Li Yun, and Li Yun's belly swelled little by little under his eyes. The belly of a 3-month pregnant woman was also slightly swollen, and some people might not even show their pregnancy. But what kind of eyes are Lee Jianhua's eyes? It was an eye with an accuracy of 1 nanometer, so in his opinion, Li Yun's belly was swelling every day. After all, he was talking about data. Since the two got married, they had been holding it in at home for 2 months. Li Yun's belly started to show that she was pregnant. It may be that Li Yun started to be a little irritable during the pregnancy, which made her always find fault with Lee Jianhua. The mother-in-law and father-in-law, who had already moved in, couldn't stand it. Li Yun's temper was really weird. Li Yun lost his temper for no reason. When he looked back and thought about it, he felt extremely regretful. Li Yun touched her belly with one hand, leaned on Lee Jianhua's shoulder, and raised her head to look at him. "Husband, you can join the company from tomorrow. Stop guarding me. My temper is up and down, so there is no need to be angry anymore if we separate. Don't refuse in a hurry. It's said that distance creates beauty. You still have your parents at home with you. It's okay. You can go and do your own work. Also, my position in the company is reserved for me. Don't let others take it for me. I will return to the company after I have shipped the goods." Then Li Yun's father also joined in the persuasion. As the girl's parent, he was also afraid that his daughter and son-in-law would continue to quarrel for a long time and weaken their relationship, so it was probably useful to let them spend less time together. In fact, Li Yun's reaction is a kind of psychological reaction after pregnancy. After Li Yun gets used to it, it will be nothing. However, in the early stage, the psychology of pregnant women is still quite fragile. Just like that, Lee Jianhua was driven to the company by Li Yun during the day, and he went back to his job as an escort at night. Since his wedding, he has not been to the company for 2 months. Returning to his own laboratory after 2 months, it feels really friendly. After cleaning the office a little, he left the office and walked towards Dr. Fang's office. He wanted to go over and take a look. More than 2 months had passed, and he didn't know how the prosthetic limb projects were going. When he was walking towards Dr. Fang, he met Wei Zhang, who was covered in mud on the way. Looking at the dust all over him, he couldn't help but wonder what he was doing. Lee Jianhua hurriedly took a few steps forward, came to Wei Zhang, and greeted him. "Brother Wei, long time no see, what's going on? Why are you covered in mud like this?" When Wei Zhang was walking, he was thinking about other things, so he didn't notice anyone following him. When Lee Jianhua talked to him, he realized that there was someone else beside him. After seeing the person clearly and thinking about the question he just asked, he started to answer. "Academician Lee, long time no see. He, I just came back from your training ground with this muddy body. I was covered in stinky sweat and made a lot of mud. Oh, what I went to train with was the result of Dr. Fang's comprehensive evaluation. Don't think I'm messing around." Looking at Wei Zhang, who was smiling, Li Zhenhua felt that he had become cheerful after not seeing the first experimental subject for 2 months, and what was very different from when he came was that his sand sculpture attributes seemed to be more prominent. But then he turned his attention back to what Wei Zhang said. At the training ground, Dr. Fang was doing the evaluation, covered in stinky sweat. The combination of these words made him think a lot. It turned out that he had not come to the company for 2 months, and Wei Zhang was now able to use mechanical prostheses proficiently. And not only can he use it skillfully, judging from the opponent's appearance, this mechanical prosthesis can be said to be an inseparable part of his body, just like Wan Wan is an inseparable part of Kyushu. Brother Wei, I didn't tell you that you were fooling around. Is it okay to use mechanical prosthetics during this period? Are you dissatisfied with mechanical prostheses in your daily life? If you have any comments or suggestions for use, you can come to me at any time. Wei Zhang turned to look at his mechanical prosthesis and laughed again. Hee, this prosthesis is really easy to use. I don't have any suggestions for it for the time being. Anyway, it's very useful. Now I'm like an ordinary person. I can do the tactical moves I was able to do before I was injured. Made. The mechanical prosthesis is very good and powerful, and its dexterity is high enough. The only thing is that it has no sense of touch. This caused some trouble for me to load the gun while blindfolded. The two of them were chatting while walking towards Dr. Fang's position. Li Zhenhua also learned from Wei Zhang about his experience in using it during this period. Overall, it's very good, but the tactile issue raised by Wei Zhang is really not easy for him to solve. This touch is one of the 5 human senses and requires feedback from the nervous system. However, current mechanical prostheses are made of metal. It is extremely difficult to create such a neurofeedback system. There was no problem with the mechanical prosthetic limb's tactility, and he really couldn't find a solution for a while. Brother Wei, we will go back and find a solution for this tactile problem. With the advancement of technology, I think we will definitely find a way to restore the tactility. Now Li Zhenhua can only say this. In fact, he doesn't have much control over me when facing this problem. Even if he has a virtual laboratory, the effect will be the same. Maybe if this problem really needs to be solved, then it may be that we need to enter the era of organ-directed cloning culture to solve it perfectly. As for using mechanical methods to solve this problem, he really has no confidence. The two of them separated midway. Wei Zhang went back to the dormitory to take a shower, while he continued to move towards Dr. Fang's position. When he came here, he was a little shocked. Because when Dr. Fang saw all the 22 people sent by Wang Yuzheng, 9 of them had their arms obviously bandaged. It was estimated that these bandaged people had undergone implant surgery. There were 3 others on the side whose bandages had been removed. Where they should have been bandaged, there was a drainage tube protruding from the wound, and it was as if there was an extra piece of metal on the wound for no reason. The exposed metal surface is like a universal joint on the model. Among them, the one that shocked Li Zhenhua the most was a very strong man. Both of his arms had undergone implant surgeries, and both his left and right arms had 2 universal joints exposed. Most of the people in this room now have trouble passing the security check because their bodies are all filled with metal. From now on, no matter what is inside their body, even their exposed arms will still be made of metal. He met Dr. Fang, and Fang Jinkei told him about his recent plan, and the person next to him wearing Jizhu Divine Beast overalls also handed him some information at the right time. Listening to Dr. Fang's report, and with the information provided by his own employees, he had a thorough understanding of the accuracy of the mechanical prosthetic project. Now this mechanical prosthesis can actually be declared successful. However, there are still a few subjects in clinical trials, so it cannot be made public yet. However, everyone involved knows that this project has been successful. In peeping, Wang Yuzheng was discussing with several people about further clinical trials of mechanical prostheses. In the end, they all agreed that the military should continue at this time. The effect of this project was so good that it could save the military from losing many good soldiers. Friendly book recommendation: Black Technology obtained super solar energy technology at the beginning. We are all in the starting line. After a discussion, we came to the conclusion that we should continue to increase investment in prosthetics. Such a project is a good project for disabled people in society that benefits the country and the people, and we cannot retreat in this harvest season. Unbeknownst to Li Zhenhua, his prosthetic limb project had continued to receive attention from the military. It can be said that he doesn't have to worry about it from now on. The only thing that needs him is manufacturing. At this time, he found Lu Xiaodong and Guo Shigi, and together they discussed the subsequent mass production of prosthetic limbs. For the production of prosthetics, the 3 of them decided to establish a new company under the Juzhu Divine Beast Group, called Juzhu Divine Beast Human Medical Auxiliary Equipment Production Company. As for the specific company structure issues, Lu Xiaodong and Guo Shigi were in charge, so he didn't have to intervene. The area where he needs to change his hands is in the production model. This is the main problem that needs to be solved. Prosthetics actually need to be customized. After all, everyone has different body shapes and different missing parts. So although there are fixed templates for manufacturing, there are always differences. Now that we are going to carry out large-scale production, the customized model will definitely face the problem of high prices for prostheses. If such prices remain high, it will not be conducive to promotion at all, and it will also prevent the majority of disabled people from benefiting. The advantage of making it a high-end product is that Kyushu Divine Beast can make a lot of money, but they, Kyushu Divine Beast, are not short of money now, and after discussion, the three of them unanimously decided on this prosthetic limb project. Their company guarantees not to lose money. Try to set the price as low as possible. Therefore, what needs to be solved urgently now is the problem of prosthetic limb production, and how to do it so that it can be suitable for mass production. As for this problem, neither Lu Xiaodong nor Guo Shigi could help, so he had to deal with it himself. He returned to the workshop, threw himself on the sofa, and then started using his brain that he had not used for more than 2 months. The solution that finally came to his mind was to determine the standard size, just like clothing size, divide the mechanical prosthesis into many parts, and then make these parts into different sizes. For example, if a person loses his arm, and then chooses the size of the prosthetic arm based on the person's data, although it cannot completely match the missing part, it will be about the same size, which solves the problem of large-scale production. The problem. With a solution, everything would be easier to handle. Then he summoned all the people who were previously responsible for the production of prosthetic limbs and announced his ideas. The work of determining the size was left to these people. Although the company has decided to take the path of large-scale production, it still has not blocked the road of customization, and still provides customized prosthetic services to disabled people who are not short of money. That is to say, if you want to install a prosthetic limb, but you are dissatisfied with large-scale production of products, you can choose high-end customization, which is completely customized according to the customer's human body data, so that the customer can get a more matching prosthetic limb. After the plan was finalized, he handed over the next work to the person in charge of the project. After that, Li Zhenhua finally separated the bottom of the car from the prosthetic limb. After finishing this project last night, he was completely idle, but he had been idle for 2 months before, but he didn't want to stay idle like this, and the large machine tool project that he didn't have enough time to do before was taken over by him. It's on the agenda. When planning a large machine tool, the first thing to solve is the design of the new machine tool. Good design also determines the accuracy and efficiency of the machine tool, and this plan is extremely huge. This time it is not just about designing one machine tool, but many models, including lathes, drilling machines, milling machines, planers, grinders, and boring machines. This is a series of machine tool designs. After laying these foundations, we need to design CNC machine tools on top of them, and finally create a high-precision machining center. This is the ultimate goal. But now he does not plan to start from the basic airport, but to follow the top-down research and development process from high-end to low-end, directly working on the high-precision machining center in one step. Everything in today's society is moving toward intelligence, and this is also true in the field of machine tools. Although machine tools are built with human hands, machines do have an advantage over humans in terms of stability at certain times. According to past experience, when Li Zhenhua makes something, he usually has to dismantle it into pieces first. Only after he has a sufficient understanding of the thing, he will start to do it. The same goes for the machine tools this time. They were dismantled first and then designed and manufactured, which is particularly in line with his consistent style. At this moment, in the virtual laboratory, there is a square array of machining centers in front of him, with a total number of 25. These CNC machining centers, which he has arranged like a military parade, are what he is about to carry out next. Disassembled. He came into contact with these machine tools when he visited the aerospace industry group. It is the highest precision and largest vertical machining center that he has come across so far. It can process workpieces with a diameter of 8 meters. It can be said that this is an important tool of the country. It is not easy to manufacture such a large machining center, not to mention ensuring its ultra-high precision. This kind of machining center also has a name, called 5-axis linkage high-speed gantry machining center. The workpieces that this machining center can process are all oversized workpieces with high precision, so he set his sights on this product category as soon as he started. As long as this large-scale research is thorough, subsequent scale-down research can be carried out on a basic basis to form a series of high-precision machining centers. He materialized an aircraft in the virtual laboratory. This was the tool he used to assist in the disassembly, and he himself also put on a set of powered exoskeletons. Even though he was in a virtual laboratory, the powered exoskeletons were also the speed of disassembly is greatly increased. This 5-axis linkage high-speed gantry machining center with huge size, complex structure, and extremely high machining accuracy was dismantled in his hands. As he dismantled it, he also learned about this machining center. Enough understanding. And it's not just limited to understanding, the parameters of each component have also been collected by the analytical eye he developed, and formed into drawings. Even the metal of each component is no exception, all are marked on the drawings. Now he only needs to find the processing tools and enough materials with these drawings, and he can hand draw it out in reality. Moreover, the machining center he made out by hand is estimated to be even more accurate than the original prototype. This is only the first machine tool of this kind that he has dismantled in the virtual laboratory. With the second and third machines, he has disassembled more and more, and his understanding of this kind of machine tool has become deeper, and also learned from the disassembly what the shortcomings of this machine tool are. When he dismantled the 10th machine, he had already made a draft in his mind, which shortcomings needed to be corrected, which points needed to be enlarged, and whether the total power of the machine tool was appropriate. He had done all these. Know it well. After he dismantled all the 5*5 machine tool squares, the ideal large-scale 5-axis linkage gantry machining center in his mind was also formed. With an idea in mind, he started drawing the drawings and already included various details in it. What kind of metal should be used for the parts is all within the scope of his design. All the drawings clearly mark each part of the machine tool in every detail. As long as you hold such drawings outside, any large machine tool factory can produce them. Of course, since there is no humanoid machine tool like Manhwa, then precision can be touching. After drawing all the drawings of the machine tool, he started with the materials and optimized them according to the existing machine tool materials to make them more in line with the conditions of the machine tool he designed. When he creates a material, one advantage is often optimized, but the disadvantages are increased a lot. In many cases, he can only start the experiment again. Fortunately, it is conducted in a virtual laboratory, which allows him to have plenty of time and materials to experiment with. Otherwise, according to his research and development model, if he does this in reality, even with the size of the Kyushu mythical beast, it is estimated that it will not last long. It can be seen that the research and development of this material is a top priority subject in a country. It is often the most basic thing and costs the most money and time. With the virtual laboratory as the backing to support him, many of his ideas on materials have the possibility to be implemented. Even if he fails, it doesn't matter. Because he was in the virtual laboratory and was not even afraid of a furnace explosion. He was killed once, and it was not like he had never been killed before. When he first learned to fly a plane, he had experienced many ways to die. After a lot of time and experimentation, he finally figured out all the materials to be used on the machine tool. Not only the materials for the machine tool, but also the cutting tool materials to be used on the machine tool, he also made them with his own hands. The materials he has developed now will cause a big uproar in the outside world. In fact, the basic materials he has developed now have very good performance, many types, and are relatively simple to manufacture. The availability of these materials will also be a great benefit to various industries in Kyushu. It allows industries where many materials are not up to standard to make products even better. Closer to home, after getting all the materials, he began to develop this ultra-large 5-axis linkage gantry machining center. Starting from the simplest machine tool base, and then moving on to various other parts of the machine tool, they are all manufactured with the highest precision he has today. As for the power of the machine tool, he chose electricity. As for the electric motor, he also had technical reserves. When he was studying electric vehicles before, he had studied electric motors intensively. It can be said that he should not be too familiar with electric motors. In his opinion, the power of this machine tool can meet the power needs of the machine tool as long as he makes some modifications to the electric motor he used in the car before. And his idea of power is to work hard to achieve miracles, regardless of whether there is excess power, as long as the power meets the standards. As for excess power, he does not consider it at all. Therefore, he specially equipped this large machining center with a main power box composed of 6 specially manufactured 480 kilowatts, 652 horsepower electric motors, with a total power of 2,880 kilowatts, 3,912 horsepower. Even so, he also designed room for improvement in power. The manufacturer can upgrade the main power box according to actual needs. As long as the number of electric motors the manufacturer wants to purchase is completely decided by the manufacturer. Because of such strong power, he not only reinforced the main shaft, but also reinforced all the components involved in the power. The machine tool he designed looks so strong in appearance. But it is only strong, but not bloated, because it has also optimized its appearance and designed lightweight design in some areas that do not require so much strength. Just like this, in the virtual laboratory, he manufactured the components required for the machining center bit by bit. After all the parts were manufactured, he assembled all the parts together with the help of the gantry crane and the powered exoskeleton. The machining center he has designed and manufactured now is only the first version. It has not yet undergone a lot of experiments. The manufacturing of this machine tool has only completed the first step. In the following time, he used a lot of time in the virtual laboratory to conduct actual production experiments on it. It can be said that even if the machining center is a little unreasonable, he will conduct special research on it. In short, he wants to optimize all the weaknesses found. According to his design concept, it is estimated that this machining center will be the most powerful machining center the moment the design is completed. With his unremitting efforts, he produced one version of the machining center after another. When optimizing, he also put the new machining center to practical use, using the previous version of the machining center to manufacture the next version. Component. Such optimization of one version manufacturing also saved him a lot of trouble in the manufacturing process. It was almost as if he found weaknesses during use. Before the next version was finished, some of the weaknesses of the previous version were exposed, and then he optimized it again. This is only an action on the hardware, and the control software also operates like the hardware. The control software he created at the beginning was very bloated, the files were extremely large, it ran slowly, and the procedures were very complex and cumbersome. After his optimization, the control program is slowly slimming down. The final control program can be said to be the ultimate optimization that he can currently perform. In addition to being written in the English language, this software program can be said to have complete copyright. He himself was in the virtual laboratory for the research and development of this machining center. He didn't know how long it took to develop it. He couldn't even remember it, but in reality it took him a total of 1.5 months. Not only did he get into the virtual laboratory at night, but even during the day, he spent most of his time in the workshop. Through his unremitting efforts and the possibility of cheating, the design of this machining center was finally brought to its most perfect state at this stage. When the brand new 5-axis linkage gantry machining center reaches its optimal state in his hands, he has a design plan in his hands, and when he goes to discuss cooperation with other machine tool manufacturers, he has confidence in his heart and has something to say. As for the specific drawings of each component of the new machining center, he could not finish them in a short time. Those drawings would require him to draw them slowly over a long period of time. After he completed the design of the processing center, he rested at home for more than a day. While he was designing the processing center, Li Yun's temper returned to normal, but her food intake increased significantly. The two of them would order takeout before midnight, and Li's father and Li's mother strictly restricted what she could eat. There are barbecue, malatang, and various carbonated drinks, but I order a lot every time, but Li Yun only tastes a little. Although Li Zhenhua was used to it and let her eat, both of them knew that at this time it was best not to eat without eating. The two of them were quite jealous, so they decided that Li Yun would eat a little and Li Zhenhua would eat the rest. Circle pattern. During this period of time, while being used as a trash can, his weight has skyrocketed. He consumes a large amount of various high-calorie foods every day. It is strange that he does not gain weight. He estimated that this pattern might continue until Li Yun gave birth to her child. Anyway, he couldn't keep his weight. After completing the design work at the machining center, he stayed at home with Li Yun for 2 days. When Li Yun urged him to go to work again, he came to the company from home. When he came to the company, he didn't go anywhere. He walked directly to Lu Xiaodong's office. He had some things to discuss with him, and they hadn't sat down and chatted for a long time. They usually talked about work when they met. He thought about going there now and spending the whole morning finishing all the work matters. At noon, he would call Guo Shigi too, and the three of them would not go to work in the afternoon. He just asked Ning Wei to go to the market to buy meat. What he told Ning Wei was 1 sheep, half a cow, a full set of cattle treasures, and a cow head. He also asked them to find a place to buy some seafood. When he arrived at Lu Xiaodong's office, he didn't knock on the door. He opened the door and walked in. When he opened the door, he saw the fat man lying on the boss's chair, still snoring. After this fat man got on the right track in the company, his work became free. Every day, he was only used for those tasks that required him to handle. The rest of the time, the various departments of the company just took care of things and couldn't get there at all. Here he is. Even when he was here, he himself had an assistant to the general manager. Sometimes the assistant he found would solve the problem, unless it was something particularly important that he needed to worry about. He is quite successful in his career and his family is very harmonious. Apart from being a little afraid of Wang Mei, he lives a very nourishing life. His childhood is not to mention very comfortable, and in this comfortable life, he has also improved his body shape again. Come up. When he was working hard in the company, the weight he lost gained again. Walking to the fat man, he first patted the fat man's belly with his hand, but this did not work. His huge body turned over on the boss's chair, and then he felt uncomfortable and turned back. I took pictures of myself without even knowing it. Damn it, this fat guy slept so hard. What did he do last night? Did he go out for sex? Seeing that the photo couldn't wake him up and he was still sleeping so deeply, he couldn't help but think a little. The last time they went to Jiangbei Water City to buy a lot of trams was still vivid in his mind. Thinking of this, he changed the method of calling him this time to kicking him directly towards the boss's chair. With this kick, the boss chair that the fat man was sitting on took the fat man, who was still sleeping sweetly, towards the huge space behind him. Finally, the boss chair reached the wall, and the force at this time was just right, and it hit the wall hard. Not heavy. Who the hell brought him here? The fat man was lying on the boss's chair. He woke up after bumping into the wall. He was obviously a little angry when he got up. Before he even opened his eyes, he started shouting. After he saw the person clearly, he stopped shouting and lay back on the boss's chair again. "Damn it, big boss, you can't do this. I just fell asleep and I was sleeping soundly. You woke me up now. I really owed you in my previous life. I made money for you and you didn't let me sleep. You have changed and become a capitalist." After saying this, Lu Xiaodong planned to close his eyes and fall asleep again. But how could Li Zhenhua let him sleep like this? He immediately said to him, "Get up, fat man, I have something to do with you, something serious." Lu Xiaodong, who was lying on the boss's chair, reluctantly moved the backrest of the boss chair back and looked sleepily at Li Zhenhua opposite. "My big boss, tell me what happened." "I'll tell you. I didn't sleep all night last night. I just came back from Quancheng this morning. I'm in pain now." Looking at the fat man's appearance, Li Zhenhua felt that he had chosen the wrong time today, but he had already come, so he might as well make it clear. After he finished speaking, he let the fat man go to sleep, and he was going to have a dinner with the three of them, so the worst thing he could do was not let the fat man do anything. "You fat man, what did you do after you didn't sleep all night? Did you go to Quan City to look for outsiders? Otherwise, why would you look like you were hollowed out?" Lu Xiaodong stood up from the boss's chair, walked to the desk, picked up the mineral water bottle on the table and threw it over. "Fuck you, don't hurt me. Last night, Lao Guo and I accompanied the deputy mayor to fish all night. The big guy in the middle kept talking, that is, Lao Guo and I were together go, otherwise you really won't be able to bear it. Talking to the boss is too much trouble, and you might not know what pit has been dug for you if you're not careful." He nimbly dodged the bottle thrown at him. He also realized at this moment that the fat man had gone to do some serious business last night, but he shouldn't have woken anyone up just now. Okay, I was wrong. I shouldn't have come to you this morning. I apologize to you. I just asked Brother Ning to buy meat. Let's find a place this afternoon and let the three of us have barbecue. I'll reward you too. Brother Ning, did you buy meat? What kind of meat did you buy? Let me tell you, there is not enough meat for us to eat. When Lu Xiaodong heard that there was meat to eat, he immediately became energetic. He really lived his whole life just for that mouth. "You will definitely need meat. At least there will be a sheep and our local authentic Luxai cattle. I will definitely have enough meat by then." When he heard about a sheep, he unconsciously drooled in his mouth. Looking at Li Zhenhua, who was still looking at him across the way, he immediately asked him to stop drooling and asked seriously, "Tell me, what's the matter? You, a big capitalist, are actually asked to come in person. Don't you usually give orders over the phone?" Lu Xiaodong took out 2 bottles of Arctic Ocean from the refrigerator and handed them to him. There was no politeness between the two of them. One threw himself directly into the sofa, and the other half-leaned on the sofa. The posture was even better than GEU's standard. "Ah, this drink is refreshing. Remember to bring 2 boxes of refrigerated drinks in the afternoon. Let's get down to business. Didn't I have nothing to do some time ago? In addition, our aircraft manufacturing plant has insufficient production capacity, which makes me think a lot. I have a preliminary plan now. Please listen to it first. This is how I plan to build a large-scale gantry machining center, and it will be the kind of high-precision machining center that Waigwaran has imposed an embargo on me. And after my unremitting efforts, I finally finished it not long ago. Now all the design drafts are in my mind. And now we are facing a problem. As you know, the size of our Juzhu divine beast, and we do not plan to go public. If we expand our business, we feel that our group will become bloated. So on the issue of machine tools, my idea is to find a strong partner. We will provide the technology, they will provide the money, and both parties will jointly form a new company. After that, we will only collect money and the management will be on the right track. It's the same model as before with the eldest son car. How do you feel?" Lu Xiaodong was really not sleepy anymore at this time, and immediately sat up from the sofa. After all, he was considered to be a semi-industrial person, and he still had a certain understanding of machine tools. The large-scale gantry machining center that Li Zhenhua is talking about now is a machine tool with extremely high technical content. It can process the keel of an aircraft carrier. It is definitely on the embargo list. And what did the person slumped opposite him say? The plan has been designed. According to Li Zhenhua's past understanding, he is sure that as long as the plan is designed, any manufacturer can produce it with the drawings. Doesn't this kind of thing mean that if we build another aircraft carrier in the future, we won't have to be choked by something? Let's not talk about the model first. Tell me how accurate this thing you made is? How does it compare to other countries in the world? Of course it is the best in the world. The most powerful gantry machining center in the world is the one in my plan. When I personally build the first one with an accuracy of 1 nanometer, you will know how powerful this thing is. To Lu Xiaodong's ears, his words were like taking a stimulant, which made people so happy. After his excitement passed, he seriously considered the model Li Jianhua mentioned. After thinking about it carefully, he looked like a miser and asked Li Jianhua, "Can't we do this ourselves? What if Lao Guo and I are a little tired? I advise you, put this idea away. You just let me know that you are excited and understand the meaning of this thing. Our company will continue to do it. Although it is not saying that it can't be done, it is that we must consider the opinions from above. Think about it, what are the products of our company? Suzaku 3, Suzaku 8, J36, and the two-person helicopter that we handed over, and the human body equipment that can transform everyone into a Superman, Shiyu power armor. We are the sole proprietor of the country's most important weapon. Even if the superiors believe in us, we cannot do this. Therefore, it is only reasonable to find a machine tool factory that is large-scale, has strong technical strength, and is a state-owned enterprise." After this explanation, Lu Xiaodong also understood. Although they themselves were guessing the leaders, what if there was a contingency? It seems that Li Jianhua is taking the right path. When you said this, I understood that this thing is an important weapon of the country, and it must have the participation of the state, otherwise the higher UPS will be worried. Okay, I think it will work. Just follow the cooperation method with Changzi Automobile. It is a very appropriate method. Lu Xiaodong understood everything and immediately agreed to the plan proposed by Li Jianhua. But who should we cooperate with? This is a major issue. If we can't find a partner, I think we will definitely not be able to bear it. But Li Jianhua was still slumped on the sofa, without even looking at Lu Xiaodong, and said casually, "This question is why I came to you. Fatty, your value will be reflected at this moment. Your job next is to find various machine tool factory, and initially reached an intention. So the matter of finding a partner will be left to you. When the time comes, you can bring Lao Guo with you, we are brothers." Li Jianhua made a push of 6, 2, and 5, and the fat man immediately laughed bitterly when he heard it. Looking for a partner? He took the initiative to send him to the door, but those old foxes across the street didn't sell him out. Then he heard that Guo Shigi could be called, and his heart immediately relaxed. It is better for two people to do this than for one person to do this. It is better to cooperate with state-owned enterprises with many old fox leaders. As for Lu Xiaodong's refusal, he never thought that this was serious work and not other trivial matters. Fat people can still separate work in life. I know that even if I don't agree, Lao Guo and I will handle the final matter, so I will agree to your unreasonable request on Lao Guo's behalf. Okay, now that we've finished talking about work, when are we going to have a barbecue? Li Jianhua felt that the fat man opposite him couldn't talk without eating. He was really a pure foodie, but he also thought of the scene of tender mutton and beef on the grill, sizzling and oily, and he couldn't help but feel something in his mouth. Saliva. Damn, you are really anxious. Come on, don't sleep. Let's go and find Brother Ning to see what he has bought. I have to call Lao Guo in a while. The two of them walked outside while talking, and while walking, Li Jianhua took out his cell phone and started calling Guo Shigi. The fat man who was watching Li Jianhua press a familiar number snatched the phone away, locked the phone and put it back into his trouser pocket. Don't waste the phone bill. Guo Shigi and I came back from Quanchang together in the morning, so Guo, like me, is catching up on sleep in the office now. We just go directly to Lao Guo's office and drag him up. Now I think about Lao Guo's confused look when he was dragged up by the two of us, and I feel excited. Come on, let's go. Lu Xiaodong had a wicked smile on his face, which was simply vulgar, and Li Jianhua next to him was not much better. What is a bad friend? This is a bad friend, and what two bad friends do together is much more interesting than what they do alone. The two bad friends walked towards Guo Shigi's office secretly, like thieves. But when the two of them came to the door of the office and wanted to push the door open, they were dumbfounded. After pushing, it didn't push away. After pushing harder, it still didn't push away. The two of them stood at the door and started to stare at each other. Damn it, when did this thief become such a thief? He locked the door while sleeping. When you were looking for me just now, was Lao Guo seeing you? I always felt something was wrong with him. Do you think he locked the door and rushed it by hand? As expected, the fat man was wretched, and he immediately caught the key points, with a wretched smile on his face. Then knock on the door and smell it with your pig's nose. Don't they say pigs have a stronger sense of smell than dogs? Okay, just check it out after you smell it. Damn it, you're digging a hole for me. Are you the pig? The two stood at the door and exchanged insults for a while. Then they found the director of the office and asked him to come over with the spare key. After getting the key, he asked the director to leave. When there were only two people left, Li Jianhua was responsible for opening the door, and Lu Xiaodong took the initiative to take over the charge. As soon as the door opened, the fat man next to him rushed in, as if he was trying to catch an adulterer. When the two entered the room, they found Guo Shigi sitting on the sofa, staring at the two of them with his eyes open. The scene made the three of them look at each other, and then the three of them laughed heartily at the same time. I knew it would be bad if the big boss came to see you. Sure enough, I guessed it right. Oh, you guys are here, but you've made me sleepy. If you don't come in, I won't dare to sleep. It's really torture. As for you chicken thief, I don't think you should be called Guoshigi, just chicken thief. You are sleepy and so am I, but the big boss just told Brother Ning to buy meat. Do you want to eat lamb or ox? Forget it, you should go to sleep, you are so sleepy after all. With that said, Lu Xiaodong pulled Li Zhenhua and walked outside. When Guo Shigi heard the meat, his eyes immediately lit up. That was the light emitted by a cheetah that had been hungry for 3 days when it saw food. Not only did Guo Shigi's eyes light up, but his mouth was also drooling. Looking at the 2 people who were about to leave the room, he immediately got up from the sofa and followed their footsteps. 2 were wearing pleated formal suits, and 1 was wearing casual clothes. The 3 of them wandered out of the company like streetwalkers and headed towards their old base. Before 11 o'clock in the morning, all 3 of them gathered in the backyard of the blacksmith shop and moved out all the tools they used to barbecue. As a former blacksmith shop, there is no shortage of various carbons in it. Whether it is pebbles or charcoal, they were both necessary for the previous blacksmith shop. Lu Xiaodong went to the tool room to move barbecue utensils, Guo Shigi was cleaning a large iron pot with a spatula, and Li Zhenhua took a dustpan to find usable smokeless charcoal. At about 11 o'clock, Ning Wei and 2 people drove back and finally bought the meat. They bought a total of 2 sheep, one was a locally raised goat, the other was Ning's tan sheep, and a local Luxai cattle, including all the parts of the cattle. There was also an American geese that Ning Wei saw at the market. The stall owner said that they were farmed and not wild animals. The 2 people who had accompanied the leader to fish all night were really not sleepy at this moment. They just felt hungry now, so hungry that it would be an exaggeration to call them starving ghosts. Big boss, how can we eat? To put it bluntly, I'm really hungry. Guo Shigi is actually hungrier than Lu Xiaodong. At least when Lu Xiaodong fell asleep, he was in low power mode, and Lu Xiaodong also slept for a while, so in terms of consumption, Guo Shigi's consumption is even greater. That's why he felt hungrier than Lu Xiaodong now, which made him eager to ask Li Zhenhua. Just when he asked the question, the door of the blacksmith shop facing the street rang. Several people looked towards the door, and Li Zhenhua reacted the fastest. He was as fast as a rabbit. The rabbit has a machine gun. Called. It turned out that it was Li Yun who pushed open the door and walked in. He had a big belly and was followed by a female bodyguard who was carrying many things in his hands. This female bodyguard was introduced by Ning Wei's army and has been protecting Li Yun for a long time. Xiaoun, why are you here? You'd better not go anywhere at home. Li Yun rolled her eyes at him angrily, ignored him, and said to Ning Wei who was standing aside, Brother Ning, I asked someone to buy some beer, and it was left in the car outside. You guys go and move it in. And those vegetables that sister he is carrying, you will be cooking and eating them later. Lao Lu, Lao Guo, you 2 eat more. After speaking, he came to Li Zhenhua's side, squeezed his waist, and then left the backyard of the blacksmith shop and returned to his home separated by a wall. After Li Yun left, the 3 of them got busy again. Let me tell you about the recipes this time. First of all, the big dishes. Tan sheep is roasted as a whole lamb, the goat is made into kebabs, and the lamb chops are also grilled. I just saw that there are tomatoes in the vegetables that Xiaoan brought, so we will stew a pot of tomato beef brisket, and we will stew American geese in an iron pot. Then we will put a few pancakes in the pot, and the vegetables and rice will be ready. Everyone, stop being stunned, get moving. The 3 of them, plus Ning Wei and 6 of them, got busy together, including whole Kotan sheep, goat kebabs, a large pot of beef stew with tomatoes, and American geese stewed in an iron pot. The fragrance is absolutely strong. Some people like to exaggerate the fragrance even if it spreads for 10 miles, but it can definitely be smelled within a 2-mile radius. Especially the beef head stewed with tomatoes, not a drop of water was added to the pot, it was all large pieces of beef stewed in tomato soup. Except for adding some necessary spices, it has the original flavor. When they finished doing this, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon when dinner started. As soon as everything was ready, Li Zhenhua took some and sent them to his family. Barbecued mutton cannot be eaten, but beef stewed with tomatoes and chestnuts can still be eaten. While he was going home to show his courtesy, Lu Xiaodong also took advantage of this opportunity to tell Guo Shigi what they had discussed in the morning. When Lu Xiaodong finished speaking, Guo Shigi made a gesture to get up from the bench. His action was pulled back by Lu Xiaodong, who finally got Guo Shigi to agree to resolve this matter with him. Guo Shigi just wanted to leave, not because he said the matter didn't come to him, but because he didn't want to take it easy and add more work to himself. When Li Zhenhua came back, the 2 of them had already settled the matter, but Guo Shigi was still a little unkind when he looked at Li Zhenhua. Capitalist, you are a big capitalist, commanding and exploiting our working people. I will defeat you today, Guo Shigi said, and he listened with a smile. As soon as he said the words, he forgot about it, and Li Zhenhua sat on the table. In other words, it is a stove, the kind of stove that is used for stew in northeastern iron pots, but theirs is simple. In the middle pot is the pot of stewed American geese, and there are many barbecue skewers on the side, as well as various parts of the roasted meat removed from the roasted whole lamb. Ningwei then moved a box of Daokang beer to each of them from one side and drank from it. The day was full of food and drink, and the three of them didn't go home. They just slept in the guest room on the second floor of the blacksmith shop. This meal helped the three people, who had not sat together for a long time to brag, eliminate the alienation between them again. Early the next morning, when the three of them woke up, they saw you pressing my legs and me pressing your stomach. Not to mention that scene, it was just comparable to what happened at the scene of the shooting. This means that Li Yun and Wang Mei knew the relationship between the three of them, otherwise they would definitely come to the scene to catch them. After the meal, Lu Xiaodong and Guo Shigi turned into wage earners and drove to Quanchang to measure the land of Kilu. The machine tool factories they want to cooperate with are distributed throughout Kilu. After he came to set off, Li Zhenhua himself once again got into the virtual laboratory and started research. He built the 5-axis linkage gantry machining center, but it can't just be super large machine tools. There are also large, medium, small, etc. that need him to design. Just like a fan blade on an airplane, with the same precision, large and medium-sized machine tools can produce it. However, in terms of energy consumption, medium-sized machine tools are more suitable for the comprehensive processing needs of fan blades. Although there are advantages to being big, the machine tool should be selected based on the size of the workpiece to be manufactured. Bigger is not always better. Just like Jiang Fei's embroidery, it doesn't match. So it's not that he's done with the super large machining center. There are still many extended models that he needs to handle. Fortunately, the largest model, the most technically difficult model, has been conquered by him, and all that remains is to carry out a miniaturized design based on the largest model. In the virtual laboratory, I am already familiar with the largest processing machine tool I have designed, so now I can reduce the design and just use what I have in my brain for the structure. Some parts are suitable for direct reduction in size without changing the design, while some parts are not suitable for direct reduction because after the part is reduced, the two parts can be combined together. So the things in the middle are still quite cumbersome, and for Li Zhenhua, they are just cumbersome. As parts were redesigned one by one, problems would inevitably arise, so he once again began an endless cycle of manufacturing, assembling, experimenting, discovering problems, redesigning, and remanufacturing. In fact, his method is still used in reality. This is often done in mechanical design work. Although it is not used much now, it is still used. It's like a machine tool. When it is imported into computer simulation software, it runs very well, but as soon as you return to reality, problems will appear as soon as you start it up. This is why current computing software is still insufficient, and everything is still based on reality. It can be said that the method Li Zhenhua is using now is the safest method. He was working on various parts of the machine tool day and night. Lu Xiaodong and Guo Shigi were either riding in the car or visiting. All the machine tool factories were very enthusiastic about the arrival of the two of them. They thought that the two of them had not revealed their intentions to the machine tool factory at all. All the machine tool factories thought that Juzhu Divine Beast had some new projects to launch and needed to purchase a batch of machine tools. After all, these were two machines. The major shareholders came out at the same time, which makes people not think too much. After their inspection this time, they found many machine tool factories that met the requirements. Quancheng Machine Tool Factory No. 1, Quanchen Machine Tool Factory No. 2, and Daokang Machine Tool Factory were all relatively strong. Even Daokang Sifang, which makes motorcycles, didn't know where they heard the information. They invited the two people to visit, saying that they could also provide machine tools. In an instant, the news that the two of them were circulating among the major machine tool factories in Dongshan somehow reached the ears of all the machine tool factories in Juzhu, especially the private machine tool factories. They all went crazy and targeted them, placed an order for a new batch of machine tools to be purchased by Juzhu Divine Beast. But no one expected that this time they came out not to buy machine tools, but to break into the machine tool industry. I don't know if the people in the machine tool factory will be so regretful that their intestines will turn green after everyone knows their purpose. After the two people visited all the state-owned machine tool factories in Dongshan, they also formed written materials of the machine tool factories they visited. They also made a graphical comparison of their respective advantages and disadvantages in the materials. It can be said that they have gained a lot from this trip. And just as the three of them were working hard on the idea of a large machine tool, a big event happened again in Kyushu. This time Juzhu plans to shoot 3 large sky monkeys into the sky within 2 days, 2 sky monkeys that can carry people, and 1 sky monkey that can carry cargo. The 2-man monkeys each carry 5 astronauts, a total of 10 astronauts, and their spacesuits are still Wugang-powered spacesuits. This spacesuit was extremely effective in the last moon landing plan, and it also proved that the Wugang spacesuit independently developed by Juzhu is the most advanced spacesuit in the world. Of the 10 astronauts this time, 3 will be permanently stationed in Tiangong. Their time in orbit will be 180 days. As for the remaining 7 astronauts, they will undergo a series of rest and recuperation in Tiangong. then we will embark on a journey to chase the moon. In other words, 3 astronauts are permanently stationed at the Tiangong space station, and 7 astronauts are stationed at the Juzhou Lunar Research Office. Moreover, the Kyushu Space Administration has also made adjustments to the rotation rules this time. The rules clearly state that when the lunar base rotates back to Earth, 2 astronauts will remain at the lunar base. When they arrive at the moon for the second time, there will not be as many as 7. We will still maintain the scale of 5 people in a boat, 5 people come and 5 people go, leaving 2 people to look after the base to ensure that there are people on the moon all year round. The cargo-carrying monkey brought a lot of good things to the moon this time, including the modified electric motorcycle of the Kyushu mythical beast, which was used as a supplementary means of transportation for the last launch of the lunar rover. Generally speaking, it is a thing created by Lee Jianhua, and one more thing has reached the moon. Although the middle is modified, it is actually a roof designed on top of the electric motorcycle, and the roof is made up of solar power panels. If Lee Jianhua's previous goal was to do something for Kyushu, he had actually achieved it long ago. He is still working hard to research machine tools for the sake of Juzhou's prosperity, so that Juzhou can no longer be choked by others on the machine tools. It seems that since Kyushu landed on the moon, the entire Kyushu Space Agency has begun to exert its efforts. In this period of 3 or 4 months, it has continued to throw sky monkeys into the sky. These flying monkeys launch frequently. Some of the big flying monkeys are not even covered with green paint tightly, so they are just pulled to the launch site. Many foreign media saw the pictures on the scene and speculated whether such frequent launches were. The big flying monkey in Juzhou's house is about to expire. However, what some countries saw was not about aerospace, but that Kyushu's long-range delivery capabilities seemed to have increased invisibly, which made some countries nervous for a while. Lee Jianhua didn't pay too much attention. He was really too busy. Every day he was either designing new machine tools in the virtual laboratory or lying in front of the computer in reality, transferring what he had in mind to the computer to form design drawings. Sometimes he is thinking that he must find a time to develop brain-computer transmission technology. If brain-computer transmission technology can really be developed, then his job will be simple. It is the process of transmission from the brain to the computer. As for the speed, it depends on the advancement of brain-computer transmission technology. Although the technology in his heart was not mature, he also put this idea on his schedule at this time, and he must come up with this thing when he has time in the future. And if it can be developed, then reverse transmission is probably not a very difficult technology. Then you can use this technology to play virtual games. It seems that this technology is also a great technology once it is developed. He was thinking a little too much, but he didn't think too much about it. He didn't know where these thoughts were, so he just kept looking at them. The duo who traveled to survey the land of Kilu, after more than a month of inspection, finally visited all the large state-owned machine tool factories in Dongshan. After returning, they directly handed the information into Lee Jianhua's hands without looking back. Left the company. It is estimated that the 2 of them will not go back to work in the company for a week. Lee Jianhua did not say anything, and then began to read the thick book of information collected by the 2. After he read all the information, he selected the manufacturers that met his conditions, not only based on their technical strength, but also on some hardware considerations. The first is that they must have a large enough factory area, preferably located on an extremely stable rocky mountain, and there will not be much interference around it. Excessive vibrations are not allowed within 10 kilometers. This is a place he designed for a large gantry machining center to minimize the impact of the surrounding environment on the machine tool. Moreover, 3 to 5 anti-seismic trenches will be excavated within a week of placing the machine tools. Such requirements have spurred some machine tool factories. Moreover, the manufacturer chosen must have experience in manufacturing large-scale machine tools. Otherwise, it will be a problem if no one will use it if it designs such a behemoth. Fortunately, it is directly equipped with CNC, otherwise it will be even more difficult. After looking at all the conditions he requested one by one, in the end he only had 3 manufacturers left. The decibels are Quancheng No. 1 Machine Tool Factory, Quancheng No. 2 Machine Tool Factory, and Daokang Sifang Locomotive Factory. Although Sifang Factory specializes in high-speed rail, their site is large, and there are mountains there, so the terrain is suitable for their construction. According to the factory's request, Sifang Factory was not wiped out. Once there are these 3 large-scale machine tool factories controlled by the state, there is no need to look at the others. Isn't it said that Kyushu is one of the countries in the world that has all industrial categories, and Dongshin has all the industrial categories in Kyushu? Provinces in industrial categories. Known as the Kyushu War Readiness Province, the TV station is a war readiness station, 7/10 of the province's highways are war readiness highways, and the province's 101.69 million population is a war readiness population, light spray. Since a suitable manufacturer can be found in Dongshan, other provinces will not be considered and will be digested internally. Now that the manufacturers have been selected, the next step is to discuss cooperation with these 3 companies, but suddenly an idea pops up in his mind. Since the 3 companies are so strong, why not unite the three companies together? Juzhu Divine Beast can definitely unite three companies and form a joint stock company together. The factory can be located in Daokeng. The first machine factory and the second machine factory can hire people, and the Dangran Sifang factory can also hire people. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Then he wanted to pick up his mobile phone and call the Lu and Guo duo to call them back to discuss it, but then he put the phone down. It's better to give these two people a few days to rest, and don't let me cause trouble. Then a week passed. In this short period of time, he did not find two people to discuss work matters. He was still drawing pictures from his mind to the computer, never stopping. In this week, he also completed the design of a series of 5-axis linkage processing machine tools in his mind, and all that was left was to draw out the drawings. After completing his design work, he couldn't bear to call them back for a week. Finally, he couldn't hold it in any longer and called Lu Xiaodong and Guo Shigi back. When he saw the two of them, they were quite different, because their image was really bad. They looked worse than when he let them go, and he didn't know what they had been doing during this time. He couldn't help but feel curious when he saw the two of them, and asked immediately, "I said you two are on vacation, aren't you? Why do I see you are more tired during the week of vacation than if you were not on vacation? Why are you here?" After hearing Li Zhenhua's question, the two people on the other side looked at each other, as if encouraging the other person to speak first. Then Lu Xiaodong thought he was thick-skinned and didn't hide anything, so he said it, "I handed in my homework, and you will figure out the rest by yourself." The two of them looked at the red-faced Lu Xiaodong and mourned for him at the same time. While their colleagues were enjoying themselves, they had to endure the oppression of a black belt in Taekwondo. How miserable! After he finished speaking for a long time, Lu Xiaodong raised his head and then looked at Guo Shigi beside him. "Don't laugh at me. You keep telling me, what are you doing?" Guo Shigi did laugh lewdly at this moment, and his expression was as lewd as it could be. He, I went to Sanya to bring warmth to the girls. Let me tell you, it's really a man's paradise over there. There are all kinds of girls. The best thing is that the night before I came back, I was chatting with one in a nightclub and it was still unopened. It was really memorable. Li Zhenhua was really speechless at this moment. It seemed that the reason why the two of them were so haggard was found. One was done by his wife, and the other was done by himself. They were both caused by using him as a stallion. After enough casual chatting, Li Zhenhua began to formally enter the topic, telling the two of them his thoughts in detail and asking them to express their opinions. After listening to his plan, the two were not so optimistic, because 4 companies were cooperating, so whose advice did the new company listen to? This is directly a problem. If coordination is not good, it will be a disaster. Hearing the two people's different opinions, Li Zhenhua really wondered if he was taking it for granted, but he didn't want to give up just like that, thinking that if he could bring these 3 companies together, then their newly established company will be the largest and best machine tool factory in Kyushu. It will be a manufacturer that can produce machine tools used by aircraft carriers and a manufacturer that can break the country's blockade. The 3 of them discussed together. The two talked about the disadvantages they had discovered, and Li Zhenhua himself was like instilling the advantages into the two of them. After such a discussion, no one was convinced in the end. The point where the two disagree now is in terms of management. How should these 3 companies be managed? This has also put Li Zhenhua himself in distress. In the end, Li Zhenhua came up with a solution, that is, since the 3 companies have management problems, then just go to the department in charge of them to say no? Although his method is not a good one, it is still a method. The 2 people who were persuaded by his insistence did not try to persuade them anymore, because they said that the 2 plans were to be carried out at the same time. As long as Li Zhenhua's plan did not work, they would all switch to the direction of the 2 of them. With the 2 plans of Poulin A and Poulin B, the 3 of them were relieved. After the discussion, the 3 people went back to their offices. Li Zhenhua looked at the 2 people walking towards the office. He knew that they must be replenishing their physical deficits at this time. When Li Zhenhua returned to his office, he called the dean of the Juzhu Academy of Sciences and told him his plan. After listening to the dean, he felt that the waves behind the Yangtze River were pushing the waves ahead. After listening to Li Zhenhua's story, the dean laughed and told him that he, as an old man, should take care of this problem and leave him alone. The dean would definitely get the matter done. Originally he just wanted to ask for advice and countermeasures, but now the old man on the other end of the phone took the initiative to talk about the matter and took it upon himself, leaving him a little confused as to what to say. It seemed that he could do it again, but the heavy drawing task was still there, which made him not relax at all, and then he continued to pour out the drawings. After the president of Kyushu Academy of Sciences hung up the phone, he asked the driver to prepare the car, and he ran to the Ministry of Industry. Since he had promised the other party that he would handle this matter, he had to do it. Yes. When he came to the Ministry of Works, the dean didn't go anywhere. He went directly to where the minister was. In fact, before coming, he also talked to the leaders of the Ministry of Works. Otherwise, he would have come here so rashly. Even if his identity was there, he would still be there anyway. It's not good. The dean went to the minister to discuss the matter with him. The minister also thought it was a very good thing and would be very beneficial to the country anyway. Then the minister called a group of departments that specialized in managing these state-owned enterprises to discuss the matter. Just when the three companies involved didn't know what was going on, they were called to a meeting by their superiors to decide on a project. Peeping has been working on a project for 4 companies to jointly establish a company, but the 3 companies located in Dongshan have no idea at all, and their fate has been arranged for them in such a confusing way. Li Jianhua had been typing on the keyboard at home for several days. The keyboard in his hand was almost smoking because of the typing, but he still could not finish the drawings. The workload was really too much. Peeping held a few days of meetings about his matter, and finally decided the matter. When the plan was drawn up, the leaders of the Ministry of Industry notified the 3 machine tool companies in Dongshan. This is a sure thing. Even if the 3 companies are reluctant, there is nothing they can do. As for who will manage the newly established company, the Ministry of Industry will assign a person to oversee all affairs for the newly established company. This person's job is to coordinate the 3 companies and coordinate the various actions of the Kyushu Divine Beast. When the 3 companies received the documents passed down from above, they were all dumbfounded, and their bosses also remembered that the 2 major shareholders of Jushu Divine Beast traveled at the same time to visit various machine tool factories. Of the 3, the one who regrets the most is Dao Kang Sifang. You think they are building high-speed rail, why are they getting involved in this mess? But now that the documents have been sent down, it is an unavoidable thing, so let's go ahead. Then the bosses of the 3 companies met through a video conference and discussed that they should go to Jushu Divine Beast to confirm many matters for this cooperation. They also reported their itinerary. The Ministry of Industry also hurriedly sent people there. Dongshan. Even so, Li Jianhua still hasn't received any news. What he thinks is that since the matter has been taken care of by the dean, he can just trust the dean completely. This is the dean of Kyushu Academy of Sciences. There is still some use in talking. Without his knowledge, the CEOs of the 3 companies and the personnel from the Ministry of Works met in Quancheng. It was also at this time that the bosses of the 3 companies finally learned from the people sent by the Ministry of Works what kind of project was being carried out. After knowing what the project was, the 3 companies no longer had any reluctance. Now they are willing to participate. If anyone says they have objections, they will fight with him. Because some of the projects to be carried out by this newly established company are too high-end, the 3 companies also have private messages. Among them, the number 1 machinery factory and the number 2 machinery factory are the most important. Their main job is to develop machine tools. If the machine tool can be built in the new company, not only that they can build machine tools of the same scale, but also that they can be authorized to manufacture sub-level machine tools, it will be great. They are originally one of the best machine tool factories in Jushu. After receiving the authorization from the new company, they can compete for the second position, because the position of the boss will always belong to the new company. Moreover, this thing manufactured by the new company is an important weapon of the country and is an indispensable equipment that can be used in many directions. Thinking about it this way, what the hell are they complaining about? Just let this thing eat shit. They have never complained. Then the bosses of the 3 companies, together with people from the Ministry of Industry who gathered together, headed towards the hometown of calligraphy and painting. But Li Jianhua didn't know anything about the person who was about to arrive. No one informed him at all. It happened so suddenly. Friendly recommendation, historical article, if you like it, go watch it. The joint team of machine tools arrived in front of the Jushu Divine Beast Company. When they were registering at the gate, Li Jianhua, who heard the news, still didn't know what was going on. But since they had revealed their identities as people from 3 machine tool factories and the Ministry of Industry, he hurried to the company door to pick them up. As I was walking on the road, I was thinking that this must have been done by the dean of the Kyushu Academy of Sciences. He was so powerful that he directly asked manufacturers who needed cooperation to come to them for cooperation. It seemed that the dean was very powerful. When he was thinking this, he had already arrived at the door of the company. Looking at several cars at the door of the company, he waved to the gate and asked someone to open the door. At this time, Lu Xiaodong and Guo Shigi also came to the door of the company. Forward. Seeing that Li Jianhua was already there, he quickly asked him, "What's going on? Why is it that the company we want to cooperate with comes to us? I heard there are people from the Ministry of Industry. What's going on?" Lu Xiaodong stood next to Li Jianhua and asked him in a low voice, but to his disappointment, he did not get the answer from Li Jianhua. "I don't know. Maybe the person I asked has taken care of the matter. I'll call you later to confirm. It's only right for us to receive visitors now." After muttering in a low voice, the convoy listening outside the door also drove into the Jushu Divine Beast factory. Several cars stopped in front of Li Jianhua. The people in the cars got out of the car and walked towards the 3 of them. Then the 2 parties met for the first time. One party knew that the other party was taking the lead this time, but the other party knew nothing and was still in a state of confusion. The two parties met for the first time without knowing each other's situation. Li Jianhua was walking at the back of the team at this time. As for the dozen or so people in front, it was left to Lu Xiaodong and Guo Shigi to take charge. Now his invited task is to first find out what is going on, otherwise he will not know anything. Even if he wants to talk to the three families, he will not know where to start. Walking at the end of the team, he used his mobile phone to call the dean of the Kyushu Academy of Sciences. As soon as the call was connected, he couldn't wait to explain the current situation to the dean clearly. The dean didn't interrupt, and just listened to him quietly. After he finished speaking, the dean started talking to him. I know all what you said. After listening to your thoughts, I immediately went to the Ministry of Industry and told the leaders of the Ministry of Industry about the matter. They took it very seriously. Then a special meeting was held, and after some discussion, the final result was that the three companies will cooperate with you. As for management matters, the Ministry of Industry will dispatch special managers to coordinate the three companies. Also, this cooperation is led by your company, which means that you will have the final say on the company you establish. Of course, they also have the right to supervise and manage. After listening to the dean's words, Li Jianhua only had one thought in his mind, that is, his dean was so powerful that he actually brought the matter to such an extent and made him so worry-free in subsequent matters. Then he exchanged greetings with the dean again, expressed his full gratitude, and of course promised the dean that after finishing his recent work, he would go to the Kyushu Academy of Sciences to stay for a while and convene people in his area of expertise. Several old academicians worked on a project together. After hanging up the phone, he had a map in his mind and knew the causes and consequences. He was also full of confidence in what would happen next. The current situation had almost been decided, and all that was left was to discuss specific matters. At this time, he also felt the trust and support given to him by his superiors, as if they were sparing no effort to help him complete the big machine tool project. Arriving at the conference room, Lu Xiaodong was ordering people to make tea for the guests. Guo Shigi came to the big conference screen and turned it on. Everything was being prepared for the meeting. He approached the conference room and came to the round conference table. The moment he sat on the conference table, the meeting between them officially began. As the host, he first spoke to everyone and explained his plan from beginning to end, as well as the plans that have been formed now, and showed them some less important design drawings. Everyone present was listening carefully, for fear of missing something important in the middle, which would cause them to have doubts about the project as a whole. After his explanation, the three company bosses who had become very willing to start completely became hopeful about the newly established companies in the future. This cooperation is an opportunity for the three of them to take off, and through their efforts, they can completely fill in the original weaknesses of Juzhu and machine tools, both for themselves and the entire country. It's all a huge opportunity. This was a consensus reached by everyone present after listening to his story, and the people from the Ministry of Industry who were listening on the side were completely relieved at this moment. Before, they only coordinated this matter out of trust in the president of the Kyushu Academy of Sciences and the chairman of the Kyushu Divine Beast. But now that they have received a definite answer, they finally did not take the risk in vain. After he finished speaking, the follow-up matters were nothing more than specific cooperation matters. These things can only be finalized after a lot of time and careful discussions between the four parties. At this time, the bosses of the three companies and the team leaders from the Ministry of Industry had completed their work, and all that was left was for their subordinates to contact them. They talked all morning, and soon it was lunchtime. They led everyone straight to the dining place that had been prepared long ago. It was still the same donkey banquet they used to entertain guests locally. After 3 days of discussions, the four companies and the competent authorities finally came up with a plan to form a new company. The first thing to determine is the shareholding of the four companies. As the initiating company of the project, Juzhu Divine Beast occupies a dominant position, owning 40% of the shares of the new company, and the other three companies occupy the remaining 60%. As for the managers of the Ministry of Works, 2% of the profits from each of the four companies will be handed over to the Ministry of Works as the cost of management of the Ministry of Works. The new company will also be responsible for the salaries of managers assigned by the Ministry of Industry. After the shares were negotiated, the rest of the matter was settled, and the final location of the factory was decided in Daokang, a place that Lu Xiaodong and Guo Shigi had inspected long ago. As for the workers the company needs, they are jointly provided by the three companies, and each company dispatches them to the new company according to the needs of the new company. After that, there are still many piecemeal things that cannot be solved at this time. In short, under the management of the Ministry of Industry, whatever problems arise will be solved. After discussing the cooperation, the three companies withdrew from Juzhu Divine Beast. However, the people from the Ministry of Industry did not leave together. Instead, after visiting Juzhu Divine Beast, they returned to Peeping to rest and recuperate. Then their main work location will be Daokang. After sending everyone away, Li Jianhua continued to push the drawings out of his head. Now it is a time-intensive and heavy-duty job for him. He has to complete all the drawings of the first 5-axis linkage large-scale machining center before the new company's factory is built. Fortunately, the construction requirements of the new factory were relatively high, which gave him enough time to complete all the drawings. Although he had enough time, he was still working overtime. After all, the machining center he designed was CNC. When it comes to the field of CNC, Juzhu has a weakness in this aspect. He has to solve the problems such as chips that will be used on the machine tool before the official start of construction. Otherwise, the machine tool only has mechanical hardware and no electronic hardware. The same you can't get the machine tool out. So he started to draw the drawings like crazy, wishing that his time could be doubled every day, so that he could finish the drawings as soon as possible. After such a period of time, he was exhausted physically and mentally and had no energy at all. Fortunately, Li Yun was the first to notice something was wrong with him. Although he didn't go home as before, she could clearly feel that he was still very anxious and nervous after returning home. After Li Yun found out, she pinned him on the bed and forced him not to go to the company for 2 days. Li Yun stayed by his side, and his daily schedule was followed by Li Yun's schedule. 2 days later, it seems that his spirit has recovered, and Li Yun no longer controls him at home, so that he can go out to work to earn money for milk powder. When he heard what Li Yun said, asking him to go out and make money for milk powder, he was actually complaining in his heart. With the speed at which he made money for milk powder, she wanted him to buy a milk powder factory specifically. But when he came up with this idea, he suddenly felt that this idea was really feasible, and it was not like he had no money. What was wrong with creating a good environment for his unborn child? Then I made up my mind, and then I went to the major milk powder factories in the country to see their production conditions. If it really doesn't work, I would make it myself. If the quality of the major milk powder factories is good, then I would buy one myself. In the pasture, the source of milk is strictly controlled. From these milk sources, you can find large milk powder factories to customize high-end milk powder for your children according to the system. Everything is so simple and unpretentious. On the way to the company, he kept thinking about this. When he had the idea, he arrived at the company, returned to his office, and continued to draw the drawings. With his continuous efforts these days, the drawings of the first machine tool have been almost completed, leaving only the last insignificant drawing left. The remaining pictures have no impact on the initial progress. From the drawings he drew, he gathered all the electronic design drawings into one piece. Next, he would take these drawings to a domestic chip company to customize chips. Otherwise, at the end, the mechanical part of the machining center is ready, but it is stuck by electronic things, which would be bad. So he is going to go out in person now. It is estimated that after this trip, he will be able to solve the electronic problems. He had already discussed his travel plan with Ning Wei and others, and asked them to make complete preparations for security. First of all, the original team of 6 people became 18, so there were only 2 Kirin bulletproof vehicles. Not enough, so the original 2 became 4. Moreover, among the 18-person team, they separately applied for 6 long guns, fully automatic rifles that can move with bulletproof vehicles. There are also telephone numbers for the troops stationed in various places. If there is a problem, you can call for support at any time. As the protagonist of this trip, Li Zhenhua was packing his things at home. Li Yun was also helping him pack his things while explaining to him what he should pay attention to when going out. Once everything was packed, it was time to set off the next day. That night, the 2 of them had slept in separate rooms. Li Yun sneaked back in the middle of the night. She emptied Li Zhenhua's grain store with a big belly before wiping her mouth and leaving. The next morning, he got into his car looking listless, and then chose to start with the farthest company first. As one of the 3 most developed markets of Juzhu microelectronics, Pengcheng was the first stop of their trip. 5 bulletproof and bulletproof new energy vehicles headed towards Pengcheng. And in Pengcheng, there are 3 companies located here, so running here should still be rewarding. 5 cars got on the highway one after another, and after Li Zhenhua got into the car, he directly leveled the seat and entered sleep mode. This time their travel mode was a bit cumbersome. They used a total of 5 cars, and they were all driven, so the time span was very long. By the time he parked the car, it was already dark. As he was catching up on his sleep in the car, he turned on the navigation and took a look. It had been more than 10 hours before he was halfway there. He felt that traveling by car and traveling far away was really not a good choice. Suddenly he felt that he should have a large private jet to meet his needs. In the evening, we stopped in Luan, Hui Province, got off the highway and went straight to the local People's Armed Forces Department. 5 cars stayed overnight at the People's Armed Forces Department, and waited until the next morning to set off again. It's not that they don't want to stay in a public hotel, but on the one hand it's for safety, and on the other hand it's because they have 6 fully automatic rifles in their car, as well as a QSC-193 pistol for each of the 18 people. They were really afraid that something else would happen if they stayed in a public hotel. Although nothing would happen, they could handle it, and it was legal, but it was still troublesome, so they chose to stay in the dormitory of the Ministry of Human Resources and Armed Forces. Anyway, the tone set for their trip was to stay in the Ministry of Human Resources dormitory wherever they went. After a long journey, there were no accidents on the way. After arriving in Pengcheng, we stayed overnight with the Ministry of Human Resources and Armed Forces. We went to the first company here, Huawei Technology, early the next morning. This is a company that specializes in camera chips. This chip is still very important for machine tools that require ultra-high precision lenses. If Li Jianhua makes an inspection here and finds that the other party's manufacturing accuracy can meet their requirements, then his self-designed image processing chip will be OEMed by Huawei. The people from Huawei Technology paid great attention to his arrival. Accompanied by the other party's big boss, they began to inspect the company. Recommend the book, Professor Hogwarts. The contract status will change tomorrow. If you have investment opportunities, invest quickly, it's time to make a profit. Li Jianhua just walked around the production workshop of OmniVision Technology, as well as the not-so-core laboratory and design department. What others don't know is that he has a golden finger, and he can manifest these devices in his own private laboratory, and based on these devices and other conditions, he can comprehensively analyze the company he visited. To evaluate. Although it is a casual tour, the factory area and various workshops of how technology are quite large, and the procedures for entering these workshops are also extremely cumbersome. The cleanliness of their workshops is worse than that of the highest level operating rooms. Be clean. Therefore, the visit process was extremely slow. He had a meal in the canteen of OmniVision Technology at noon, and then visited the various workshops of OmniVision Technology again. After all, the boss of Huawei Technology has been by his side, not because he could get any orders from Li Jianhua, but simply because of Li Jianhua's current social status. After all, he is the chief engineer of the J-36, the backbone of the country's air force. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the father of the J-36. Another thing is that he is now an academician of the Kyushu Academy of Sciences, an academician who is not yet 30 years old. Such a person can already make him pay enough attention to him, but the boss of Huawei Technology and their company still don't know the purpose of Li Jianhua coming to their company. After finishing the visit to Huawei Technology, he was lying on the bunk bed in the dormitory of the People's Armed Forces Department in Pengcheng at night, and he got into the virtual laboratory. In the virtual laboratory, according to what he saw during the day, the virtual embodiment showed a Huawei Technology. Although it was not a complete copy, there were some core areas that he did not enter because those areas were closed. But even so, he could still study the true strength of Huawei Technology. As for what the other boss said during the day, he didn't choose to believe it. Showing the equipment obtained by OmniVision Technology, he also took out the design drawings of his image processing chip. He used these equipment from OmniVision Technology to make his image processing chip from the first step. After making it step by step, an image processing chip he designed was packaged with OmniVision Technology equipment and connected to the most common 18 to 135 zoom lens available on the market. Together, the effect achieved subsequently is amazing. The pixel size can reach 0.05 microns, which is an accuracy of 50 nanometers. If the lens can be replaced with some suitable ones, the accuracy will be even higher. In the end, I chose a fixed focus macro lens. After replacing this lens with the image processing chip, the final accuracy reached 10 nanometers. The total number of pixels reaches 200 million. This high-precision image processing technology is very important for the machining center he wants to make, and it has met the demand in terms of accuracy. One night passed, and no one knew what Li Jianhua was doing in the dormitory of the Ministry of Human Armed Forces. He made the assessment of Huawei Technology alone. Early the next morning, Ning Wei was the first to get up. After he finished washing, all the security team members were ready to go to the next place. When Ning Wei saw Li Jianhua, he came to him and asked him about their next trip. He thought they would go to the next chip company for inspection, but Li Jianhua's words made him stunned for a moment, and then he go get ready. Why Ning Wei was stunned for a moment was because Li Jianhua was talking about how technology, the company where they spent the whole day yesterday. When he got in the car, the motorcade rushed towards Huawei Technology. In the car, he found the phone number he had just saved yesterday and dialed it. Hello, Mr. Chen, we just met yesterday. To me, this is Li Jianhua. I'm making this call to you today because I have a project that I want to work with you on. I don't know if you are in the company now. If so, I'll see you later. I'm on my way to your place now. Okay, please ask Mr. Chen to wait for me for a while, then we can meet and chat. After talking on the phone, he hung up the phone. He sat in the car and closed his eyes to rest. Not long after, they arrived in front of the company building of How Technology again. When he got off the car, he saw Mr. Chen, who had just spoken to him, waiting at the door. He hurriedly walked forward. After a while of polite greetings, he also led the other party to a meeting room. The two sides sat down. Mr. Chen was still talking about the situation, but Li Jianhua didn't want to waste time on this, so he spoke to him rudely. Mr. Chen, let's not say any polite words for now. My mission this time is actually quite difficult, so I will get straight to the point. Yesterday, my visit to your company gave me a detailed understanding of your company, and I also evaluated your comprehensive strength. The result of the evaluation is that we have opportunities for cooperation on some projects, so now that I am here, why not Mr. Chen take a look at this material first? After that, he placed the lens and image processing chip design requirements for the giant gantry machining center on the table that he had already prepared. After he put down the information, he sat down on the chair, and his back was firmly against the backrest. It looked very relaxed, and there was no atmosphere at all of the two parties talking about cooperation. But unlike him, it was Mr. Chen who took the information he put on the table. Looking at it carefully, some of the above requirements were excessive. It was not that they couldn't fulfill it, but that it was meaningless to do so. In their opinion, there is no application market for the chip produced in this way, and such a demand also makes Mr. Chen very confused. He really doesn't understand what Li Zhenhua needs such an image processing chip plus a large lens. Use? It was obvious that this was not for mobile phones, but if he had to guess what it was for, he really couldn't guess. But something that is in such demand is technically very high. I don't know what your request is for. If it's easy to answer, I hope you can help me clarify it. Oh, this request is troublesome, but we can do it. Mr. Chen was about to ask his question, but Li Zhenhua did not answer his question. Instead, he asked Mr. Chen in return. Before Mr. Chen answers your question, can I ask you a few questions first? Although Mr. Chen was confused, he nodded at him in agreement. Mr. Chen, can you tell me whether your nationality is Kyushu and whether you have any plans to immigrate? When he asked this question, Mr. Chen became even more confused, but he still nodded. Of course I am a native of Kyushu, and I have no plans to immigrate in this life. Okay, then is the current equity of Huawei technology in the hands of Zhuzhu, or is the current Huawei technology a complete Zhuzhu enterprise? This issue is still a bit complicated. How technology was originally founded by Lao Mo. It was founded by several Chinese people. Then in the subsequent operations, it was successively purchased by Jinyan Capital, which is affiliated with the commercial bank, and purchased a majority of the shares. The remaining equity was also bought by CCB Capital of China Construction Bank. The last part of the equity, about 30%, is in my hands. So now Huawei technology is 100% a Zhuzhu enterprise. Although its background is complicated, its composition is not complicated now. After listening to Mr. Chen's words, he knew that there was no discrepancy with what he had investigated, so he felt comfortable talking to him. Mr. Chen is like this. The project I came to talk to you about this time is to be used on a 5-axis linkage giant gantry machining center for positioning, so the requirements are very high. Maybe you don't know what it represents when you hear this name. I will only tell you one thing, that is, the project we are currently studying can produce aircraft carriers. So you should understand that this is an important weapon for a country. So there are some things that you have to be cautious about. After such an explanation, Mr. Chen, who was less than 40 years old, immediately became excited. Knowing that this was the time when he could contribute to the production of aircraft mothers, he only had one idea now, that is, this thing must be taken down. This is a reflection of being a typical Kyushu native who cares about the country and its people, and who dares not forget about his country even though he is in a humble position. It also shows that he is proud to be able to do something for Kyushu. It seems that academically has received a big job again. We will definitely handle the needs you wrote down for you. Don't worry, as for the other two shareholders, as far as their composition is concerned, I don't need to say anything about them. He gave Mr. Chen a thumbs up. He was pretty good at reading people. Haha, then I wish us a happy cooperation. Then he took out a solid-state drive from his trouser pocket and pushed it towards Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, we already have a mature design plan for our needs, and it has been packaged and tested. Therefore, please kindly ask Mr. Chen to complete the image processing chip and lens according to the design plan. Mr. Chen seemed a little surprised when he heard this. Previous customers usually sent in their requirements, and then their company's designers would design according to the requirements, but it was really rare to have a complete plan. Although Mr. Chen thought so, he didn't hesitate at all and agreed wholeheartedly. He understood that at this time, it was better not to ask too many questions, which would save trouble in the future. Then the initial cooperation intention was settled, and Li Zhenhua did not talk much with Mr. Chen. Then he left How Technology. The moment he left, he knew that he would be asked to solve the electronic system again. A big problem arises. After the problem of positioning the lens and image processing chip is solved, the next step is to go to other companies also located in Pengcheng. After coming out of Huawei, Li Zhenhua did not choose to go to ZTE immediately because he had not gone yet and had not greeted the other party. It would be a very impolite behavior to go there rashly. They returned to the dormitory of the People's Armed Forces Department in Pengcheng again. When they came back, it was just in time for lunch. The canteen of the People's Armed Forces Department also opened for dinner. Today's canteen of the People's Armed Forces Department obviously did not take into account the 19 people in their group, so the food was a little undercooked. Therefore, the joining of their group left the officers and soldiers of the People's Armed Forces without enough food. Li Jianhua had already talked about this situation, and he had the foresight to make an appointment with the Zhou Tuan. During the lunch period, with their participation and the support from outside, the host family finally did not go hungry. After dinner, Li Jianhua returned to the dormitory. As for the remaining 18 people, 6 people were left on duty. The remaining 12 people had already gone to the training ground to compete with the brothers from the local military department. Field. The result is obvious. The officers and soldiers of the People's Armed Forces Department are not as powerful as Ningwei and others. At this time, the people of the People's Armed Forces Department also began to be convinced by you and your party. Especially when they took out a new pistol that everyone had, all the officers and soldiers of the armed forces looked at them with envy. Then in the afternoon, the two parties started a PK. Until night, the people from the People's Armed Forces Department had not won a few times. One day, Li Jianhua started his trip to Pengcheng again. Since he sent a letter to ZTE yesterday, their contact with ZTE went smoothly. Li Jianhua's routine on this day was just the same as before with Huai technology. Why do they say that urban routines are so deep? Still the same formula, still the same taste. He once again spent 2 days to solve the problems of ZTE company, which allowed their giant processing center to solve the problems in communication transmission, switches, and other aspects. For Li Jianhua, the following things are somewhat technical, so he still needs to shop around and consider carefully. He also started the last stop of his trip in Pengcheng, the journey of Hisai chip. As one of the leading semiconductor companies in Kyushu, their technical level is still very high, but he still needs to understand it. The initial routine was the same as the previous operation, but he did not enter the second step. Li Jianhua skipped the step of discussing cooperation. He only made an evaluation of high silicon and ate and drank enough to nourish his energy the next day. He drove towards the Hujiang River with all his might. Hujiang is a city where SMIC has a presence, although generally speaking, he is not willing to return to the city where he has lived for 3 or 4 years and spent his college years. But today, when there was business to do, he still came and set off at 8 o'clock in the morning. By the time they arrived at the Hujiang Military Division, it was already 12 o'clock in the night, and they quickly fell asleep under the arrangements here. The next day is their highlight. SMIC is very strong and can provide chip foundry and technical services from 0.35 micron to 40 nanometers. They also have their own wafer fab. Anyway, it is a one-stop solution for chips. It can be said that this is the best chip manufacturer in Kyushu. But Li Jianhua didn't have much favorable impression of him. If it weren't for his strength, he wouldn't have considered it. Everything had to be visited and inspected before he could finally make a decision. As for why he has such an attitude towards this company, it is because it is a company established in the Cayman Islands, and its ownership is still open to question in his mind, so he is somewhat disgusted with it. However, we still need to inspect and visit when we should, and this does not conflict with the antipathy. When they arrived at SMIC the next day, they were waiting at the door for someone from the other party to pick them up. Li Jianhua and the others arrived at 8:50 in the morning, but no one came to take them in until 9:30. Li Jianhua was sitting in the car waiting at their door. He didn't have a good impression of SMIC originally, and now even more so. I told Ning Wei in front of me and asked him to inform SMIC that they were leaving, and their trip to Hujiang was over here, without any progress. He didn't even enter the other party's door, and just stayed at the other person's door for nearly an hour. Returning to the Hujiang Military Division, they packed up all their belongings, met with the person in charge of the military division here, and then they set off on their way north. Their next stop is in a province adjacent to Dongshan, specifically Jiangjian. Changdian Technology is an integrated circuit manufacturing company, which is actually a chip manufacturer. Their technical level can realize the manufacturing of 14 nanometers chips. But this time, when Changdian Technology knew that they were coming to Jiangjian, someone came to pick them up in the evening. When they got off the highway, they saw the people from Changdian Technology. That night, we had a meal with people from the other company. The other party enthusiastically said that they had arranged a place to stay for them. However, in the end, they did not go to the hotel arranged by the other party. They chose to go to the Jiangjian People's Armed Forces Department. Again stayed here for one night. Early the next morning, after they had eaten, the motorcade drove out of the People's Armed Forces Department. As soon as they left the People's Armed Forces Department, they saw the reception staff of Changdian Technology waiting for them in front of the door. This kind of treatment is not at the same level as the treatment I received in Hujian before. Not to mention the technology of Changdian Technology, their way of dealing with people makes people very comfortable. It felt good to be taken seriously by others. He was in a good mood and allowed him to happily shuttle through the various factories of Changdian Technology that he could visit. Even the workshops that were inaccessible, he looked at them through transparent glass or surveillance cameras. The scale of Changdian technology is not too big, only half the size of HiSilicon, so I spent a whole morning shopping around. I didn't stay with them for too long at noon, and then started to move on to the next stop. The last two places were Zhonghuan Semiconductor in Tianjin, the Ziguan Group's own company. This is also the last place he will visit on this trip. After visiting them all, he will make some evaluations and compare all the companies together to see which company is suitable for taking their order. In fact, in his heart, the former Changdian technology already has a place. Who can let him know how to be a good person? Even though the strength is not as good as other companies, he feels that cooperation with Changdian technology will make them very comfortable. Another week passed, and I visited Ziguan Group in Peeping. It was indeed very strong and worthy of being a veteran chip company. As for Zhonghuan Semiconductor, I also visited it. Generally speaking, the situation is comparable to that of Changdian technology. This trip was completely completed. It can be said that he visited half of Kyushu. Of course, the harvest was not small, and he was able to secure the cooperation between two companies, namely ZTE and Huawei. Regarding the design of the main chips, the candidate manufacturers first excluded SMIC. Changdian Technology, Zhonghuan Semiconductor, Ziguan, and HiSilicon were all able to meet his production conditions. Generally speaking, the strongest among these four companies is Ziguan. HiSilicon is not much different from him, but it still can't keep up with Ziguan. As for the remaining two, they can also produce the chips he designed in terms of technology and equipment, but the scale is the same. Being small is their criticism. But then Li Zhenhua thought that the small scale really didn't have much impact on them. After all, their chips were used in machine tools, not in large quantities like mobile phones. In his heart, his balance was already moving towards Zhonghuan and Changdian. Transfer. On his way back to Dongshan by car, he figured it out and made up his mind. The chip manufacturers chose Changdian and Zhonghuan. Isn't it just a small scale? I believe that with the experience of being an OEM for Jushu Divine Beast, as well as the unique design and processing technology of the chip, these two companies will definitely be able to learn something, and they can also be secretly helping Jushu chip companies. Then, before he arrived in Dongshan, he called the two companies on the high-speed car. Tell the two companies to go to Jushu Divine Beast to sign a chip processing contract. After half a month, Li Zhenhua walked into Jushu Divine Beast again. He put down all his things, and then rushed home as soon as possible. He has been away from home for half a month. Although he and Li Yun often talk to each other on video, it is always a bit boring when he can't see people. Moreover, he misses the little guy who lives in Li Yun's belly whom he hasn't seen for half a month. When he got home, he saw Li Yun wandering around the yard, and her belly was obviously much bigger than when he left. Then there was a lot of boredom. After half a month of business trip, he took a good rest at home for 2 days. He did not return to the company until the two companies, Changdian Technology and Zhonghuan Semiconductor, arrived. The meeting with the two companies went very smoothly. In the middle, they explained clearly what Jushu Divine Beast was going to do. After listening to the two companies, they both felt that they had found a treasure this time, and they were also very interested in the design of Jushu Divine Beast Company. I was amazed by the chip solution. Both companies also understand the significance of this plan to them. As long as they can fully understand this chip, they can make great progress in chip design. In fact, Li Zhenhua has not made much innovation on the chip, and the processing accuracy is not that high. To put it bluntly, it is the application method of chip stacking technology, which can make the chips produced by the 28 nanometers photolithography machine achieve the effects of 14 nanometers. However, it is the same chip, but it will be thicker. As for the heat dissipation problem, it is not a problem. With the addition of graphene material, the heat can still be dissipated in time. This kind of technology can be said to be a revolution for the chip industry, giving Jushu an important technology that can compete with foreign chip companies. As long as he can pass on this technology, there will be no such thing as Huawei mobile phones in the future. The mobile phones are obviously very good, but because of the lack of chips, the market is facing a shortage. After the two companies signed a cooperation agreement worth tens of millions, they immediately returned to their company and began to experiment with the chip stacking technology they had just obtained. Moreover, the technology obtained by the two companies can not only be used on the chips of Jushu Divine Beast Company, but can also be used on other chips. That is to say, they obtained the authorization from Kyushu Divine Beast for this technology. The two companies left with satisfaction, but Li Zhenhua's work had just begun. He had only solved most of the electronic things, and there were still many complicated tasks waiting for him to deal with. In Daokang, a piece of land near Lishan Mountain is covered with soil, but there is only a thin layer of soil, so only weeds can grow on this express delivery, and crops cannot be grown at all. But now this land is under construction. First, many green construction machines came over and dug out the rocks under the soil. Then they started digging the foundation of the factory according to the drawings, not only the foundation of the factory, but also the surrounding areas of the factory. Earthquake trenches are also being excavated intensively. The construction party hired a highly disciplined military construction team, and the work they performed was reassuring. Time passes slowly day by day. After 3 months of construction and 1 month of cleaning work in the Daeokang factory, even the air in the garage has been purified several times. The specifications are simply high. Extreme. As for Lee Jianhua, he was lying on Li Yun's belly at the moment, listening to the movements of the little guy in his belly, his face pressed against his belly, and his smile looked like that of a fool. Unconsciously, 4 months passed, winter turned to summer, and the spring in between was not noticeable at all in Dongshan. Xiaowen, do you think the little guy in your belly is a little boy or a precious princess? Let me tell you, compared to others, I still like little cotton padded jackets. If there is a little cotton padded jacket to wear, I will definitely praise him to the sky. Li Jianhua smiled happily and said to Li Yun while smiling, but Li Yun pushed him away from his stomach with her hands and cursed with a smile. Okay, you, stop being poor and give me a little cotton padded jacket. I am also my dad's little cotton padded jacket. But after I met you, my little cotton padded jacket became leaky. If you ask me, it's better to be my son. Li Yun now feels that he is so happy to have a man who loves and pampers him so much, and they will soon have a new life. You, hurry up and leave. Didn't you say that Changdian Technology and Zhonghuan are coming to deliver samples today? What's the matter with you being tired of being around me like this? Go away quickly. When you come back, you can talk to Xiao Gai's play. At Li Yun's urging, he walked out of his house and came to Juzhu Divine Beast's own external office. After just waiting in the office for a while, the office called him, saying that the 2 companies he had made an appointment with had arrived at the gate of Juzhu Divine Beast. Li Jianhua immediately walked out of his office. When passing Lu Xiaodong's office, he pulled him towards the door. Having Lu Xiaodong, a well-rounded person, to receive the other party's visitors made him worry a lot. When Li Jianhua saw the 2 companies and took over the trial-produced chips from them, his analytical eyes were activated immediately. After eye analysis, the chips produced by the 2 companies fully met the acceptance standards, which means that this chip can be officially used in future machine tools. Although he believed in his eyes, others would not know that his eyes had such a function, so some necessary chip testing was still needed. Later, instead of accompanying the people from the 2 companies, he asked Lu Xiaodong to be in charge of reception and take them to eat, drink and go shopping here. He himself went into a private laboratory and started testing the chips he had just received from the 2 companies. In fact, for him, it was still the same even without testing. His eyes had already given the answer. But he couldn't do it because it couldn't be justified in reality, so he did this complicated test for 3 days. After 3 days of testing, Li Jianhua also felt a little tired. The test was not difficult to do, but a little cumbersome. He then issued a test report for each of the chips produced by the 2 companies, and signed a contract with the other party for the first batch of 100,000 chips. Each of the 2 companies could share 50,000. After finally getting rid of the people from Zhonghuan and Changdian, ZTE and Haoyai also came with the chips that had just been trial produced. These electronic hardware suppliers seemed to have agreed upon it. Front and rear feet. But since they are already here, they have to entertain them, so the male publicist Lu Xiaodong is online again. As for Guoshigi, he knows that the company will be extremely busy next, so he leaves by plane alone, saying that he is going to inspect these companies in Kyushu. Went to the self-operated store. Lu Xiaodong, who stayed behind, was miserable. He spent all day eating and drinking with others. As soon as the last wave of people left, this wave of people joined him again, giving him a life of both happiness and distress. During this period of time, Lu Xiaodong did gain weight because he was spending time with others, and it was clearly visible on his body. After all these customized chips finally passed his test, his own large machine tool plan was off to a good start. At this time, a batch of materials customized by Li Jianhua in Jiagang also arrived. These materials were not that high in confidentiality. As for the higher level materials, they would arrive one after another. He had also asked him to hand over the materials to Wang Yuzheng before. Let him deal with high-end materials, anyway, just make sure he has some to use. The moment the materials were in place, he knew the time had come to build a 5-axis linkage giant gantry machining center. This batch of materials was transported to an open space that had been cleared by the company a long time ago, and then with the joint efforts of 4 large cranes, the materials landed on the Juzhu Divine Beast. The open space that was originally intended to be used as a parking lot was now surrounded by a camouflage net that was almost the same color as the ground, and his work was about to begin outside. For such a huge material in front of him, there is no way to process it by himself. But this was not a problem for him. In this warm weather, Li Jianhua wore the same clothes as an astronaut, and it was also the first time that Li Jianhua upgraded this powered exoskeleton. I saw that on the back of this fully enclosed power armor, there was a pipe wrapped in insulation material. It was unknown what the pipe was used for, but Li Jianhua knew that the tube was actually used to cool him down. On such a hot day, wearing a suit of equipment and covering himself tightly was unbearable, so he thought of a way to cool him down. The armor's air circulation system is equipped with the output pipe of an air conditioner. In this way, he is equivalent to starting to build machine tools in an air-conditioned room. Then he put on a powered exoskeleton armor, held a specially made knife in his hand, and began rough processing of the huge material in front of him. Under the huge sun screen in the open space, there is a huge metal block, and a human figure is busy on the metal block. Before he moved on the piece of metal, he first asked him to surround the metal piece with a big hammer and hit it at specific points. The internal stress of the metal piece that originally took many years to be released was smashed together by him. Next, all were released. The release of internal stress prevents these metal blocks from deforming again when they are made into machine tool parts, thereby affecting the accuracy of the machine tool. Wearing Chi-Yu's power armor, he was busy beside the giant metal block. The soldier held the gun when he was wearing Chi-Yu's power armor, but he was holding a bench tool scraper when he was wearing it. The scraper made of special metal played a huge role in his hands. He scraped off strips of iron filings from the metal block. The shape of the iron filings was so regular. Don't think that he is holding a scraper in his hand and is only processing the workpiece finely. In fact, it is not the case. Now he is making a rough blank, and he is using the scraper in a bold and aggressive manner. It feels like he is chopping wood with a big axe. As for why he would do it himself from beginning to end instead of using machine tools and other tools to make rough blanks first, it was not only because there was no suitable machine tool, but also because he had to monitor it from the beginning to the end, and try his best to his greatest ability guarantees its precision quality. That's why he was so willing to take the trouble to make it from a raw blank to a rough blank, all for the sake of precision. A machine tool uses many parts, so it also has many parts to manufacture. He scraped the metal blocks from cubes of various sizes into rough workpieces of various shapes. The work he completed here was only the rough workpiece, but he could not make the rough workpiece into a complete workpiece. Those tasks would have to wait until it will not be carried out until final assembly. The final assembly location is not at Kyushu Divine Beast, but at the factory area of the new company in Daokeng, which is where the machine tools will be located in the future. While the machine tools are being assembled, the rough blanks are finally processed into high-precision workpieces. The manufacturing of the entire machine tool is extremely troublesome. There are also various wires and shielded signal wires interspersed in the middle, and electronic system hardware installed by yourself in various parts. Fortunately, such work will be difficult at the beginning. After the first ultra-high precision machine tool is born in his hands, subsequent machine tool manufacturing will be much easier. Because by then, he would no longer need to manually process the parts, and the newly manufactured machine tools would be put to use. The reason for using the machine tools at this time was because he had confidence in his own machine tools. Moreover, when the workpiece comes off the machine tool, he still leaves some margin. This margin is when his humanoid machine tool comes into play. This is also to ensure the accuracy of the machine tool. When the new company's factory is filled with such giant machine tools, he will no longer participate in machine tool manufacturing, and the subsequent work will be completed by the workers of the new company. By then, this new type of machining center being manufactured will enter the market as a commodity for manufacturers who need this kind of equipment to purchase and use. Of course, not all manufacturers will need this kind of machine tool, but now in Kyushu, there is an urgent need for such a giant ultra-high precision machining center. In fact, this kind of machine tools are urgently needed in many military factories, such as underwater propellers for submarines, many parts of Fat Girl's engines, high-strength fuselages for fighter jets, keels for aircraft carriers, rocket manufacturing, aerospace, etc. All available. Therefore, the demand for this kind of machining center is still quite large in Kyushu. If there are needs in these aspects, the new company will definitely not worry about running out of work when it starts. And the significance of this machining center is not just that. After this sub-level machining center meets a small number of departments that are in urgent need of it, the rest will be arranged to 3 cooperative machine tool factories. Based on the next level machining centers, these 3 machine tool factories have carried out extensive upgrades in the accuracy of domestic machine tools, thereby overall improving the machining accuracy level in Kyushu. The later ones have the widest impact on society. The first ones cannot be said to have little impact, but this information will not be disclosed to the outside world on a large scale, and the general public may not know it at all. After the level of machining is improved, especially after this giant machining center comes into being, Kyushu will once again break the blockade imposed on us by foreigners. The meaning of this cannot be explained clearly in one sentence or two, and it may affect the formulation of some national policies and foreign policies in the future. At least in this regard, Kyushu does not have to make too many compromises internationally, and Kyushu's backbone can be straighter. The metal block that was transported here, with his continuous efforts day and night, was finally made into a rough blank in his hands, but more than 2 months had passed. When he finished processing the last rough work piece, a group of workers were dispatched from the aircraft manufacturing workshop, and with the help of these people, they began to package the workpieces. Of course, these workers also wear powered exoskeletons. Without the help of equipment, it would be difficult for them to carry out their packing work. When the work pieces were carefully packaged one by one, Li Jianhua found an antique transportation company and asked them to transport them by land. There are a total of 60 container-type semi-trailers, and these work pieces have been loaded from morning to evening. Each truck only contains a base and is not stacked on top at all. Some of them are so careful. When the work has reached this stage, the preparation work is almost complete. Next, we have to enter the new company and carry out substantive assembly and other work. While he has pushed the hardware to this point, he has not fallen far behind in running the software. It should be said that the progress of the software is faster than that of the hardware. After he finished all the drawings, he began to work on the software manually from the inside out of his mind. Every day when he was in the office, he sat in front of the computer and started typing on the keyboard. He had already typed on the top mechanical keyboard in his hands. A broken one. It can be seen how much work he has done in software. The software he has prepared now is still based on the software compiled under the English system. Who has allowed the English system to mature after so many years of development? At this time, he still chose to use a relatively stable English system. When he was compiling the operating software for the machining center, he also conducted some research on the Kyushu language. Moreover, this research really allowed him to study something. The Kyushu language system will produce many different interpretations in terms of language logic. If it is put into machine language, it will be imprecise. But it was this lack of rigor that made him discover some particularly interesting phenomena. He used the software programming language he developed based on the Kyushu language system to program a voice assistant, imitating the voice assistants on the market. But this very mentally retarded language assistant often gives some answers based on Kyushu language logic, but often these answers are not the answers that a voice assistant should give. This small discovery made him immediately curious. Driven by this curiosity, he conducted deeper research. Finally, he came to the conclusion that Kyushu language has unparalleled advantages in artificial intelligence in the future. It is precisely because of the logic of Jushu language that this unique phenomenon was created. When simulating in the virtual laboratory, he also added an automatic learning function to the intelligent assistant. Then under Li Jianhua's attention, the intelligent assistant itself the program is that the learning function is becoming more and more complex. His discovery was not told to anyone, and the intelligent assistant he programmed was not transferred from his mind to reality, because he was in awe of the unknown and was afraid that if it came to reality, some uncontrollable situation would occur. So he is very cautious in this regard. Maybe in the future when he really understands the artificial intelligence assistant he created, he will bring it into reality. After the antique transportation company completed loading, Li Jianhua also took these workers transferred from the aircraft workshop and set off for the new company in Daokang. Of course, his travel mode was still protected by numerous bodyguards. His car took the lead, and behind him was a convoy of 60 container semi-trailers. Under his leadership, the convoy drove onto the highway and headed straight towards the island city. As for the convoy on the highway, no matter how fast Li Jianhua's car opened the way, the trucks behind were always moving at a constant speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Even if they slowed down, they were all moving together. In fact, Li Jianhua didn't have to worry about any problems with the transportation fleet later. They were very experienced in transporting antiques, and the workpieces transported this time were carried out in the same way as antiques. A white Tiger truck followed at the back of the transport convoy. The huge space inside was converted into a dispatch room, where the operation of the entire convoy could be seen. Moreover, there are 4 drones flying above the convoy, monitoring the movement of the convoy at any time. Especially after Kyushu Divine Beast developed high-density graphene batteries, this extremely high-energy density battery in Kyushu has affected many aspects. The Kyushu Divine Beast White Tiger car they are driving now, as well as the Warren flying in the sky. Humans and machines all use graphene batteries. This allowed them to implement some transportation plans that were previously impossible or difficult to implement. The transportation convoy was dispatched without any accidents along the way, and was transported to the island city in the safest and fastest way. During their transportation process along the way, their return rate was extremely high. Whether it was a private car or a transport truck, they were all shocked by the transportation team composed of 60 vehicles. Everything was so orderly. Some private cars feel nothing when overtaking, but then they are unable to overtake the convoy. The convoy is so long that some private cars even miss the exit. After entering Daokang, the people from Daokang New Company were waiting at the highway entrance. After seeing Li Jianhua and the others arriving, the work of guiding the way was handed over to the people here. Li Jianhua's convoy also broke away from the transport convoy and drove towards the new factory location on its own. This is his first time coming to the new factory area in Daokang. The processing and assembly will be carried out next. He wants to conduct an on-site inspection to see if the newly built factory buildings and other facilities here are in line with the factory design plan he gave before. If there are areas where the construction is not working well, it is better to mention it now and have it rectified. If you wait until the machining center is assembled and then rectify it, it will be too late. In order to prevent earthquakes in the new factory, he designed several anti-seismic trenches for the factory, just to prevent vibrations from affecting the machining accuracy of the machining center. Renovating the factory building will inevitably produce vibrations and affect the accuracy, so if there is really something wrong the right place, now is the most suitable time for rectification. 5 vehicles arrived at the new factory area, and employees from the 3 companies who had known that he was coming, as well as managers from the engineering department, all came out to welcome him in. Then, accompanied by these people, they began to inspect the entire factory area. Although he seemed to be wandering around the factory area, the real situation was that he had already measured the dimensions of the pair he wanted, and the measurements were clearly related to the design in his mind. Comparing the pictures one by one, he really found a lot of minor flaws. But these small problems would not have any impact, so he did not mention them. They would cause some minor troubles to the users during subsequent use, but they were harmless. If he pointed out these minor flaws, it would undoubtedly make those partners think that he was looking for trouble and nitpicking, so Lee Jianhua knew about it but did not point it out. While he was making a circle around the factory, the transport convoys also came here under the leadership of the guides, but there was not enough space here for all the transport convoys to stop. Fortunately, the location of the factory is very remote, and there are not many vehicles on the road leading to the factory. The fleet parked on the side of the road and then waited for the unloading time. The driving of trucks actually produces a lot of vibrations. Fortunately, there is no machining center and other equipment at this time. After the machining center is officially put into use, such large transport vehicles will strictly follow the factory entry process. Take shock-absorbing roads specially designed for transport trucks so that they have no impact on the machining center. These things were all summed up by Lee Jianhua in the virtual laboratory after a long period of time and a lot of experiments. During this period, he made countless revisions to the factory design drawings. It can be said that it is extremely strict, and all these things are done to prepare for the subsequent machining center, or to prepare for the machining accuracy of large workpieces. This kind of rigorous preparation is not useless, picky, or just looking for faults. These are all reasonable. After seeing the design plan, the 3 partners all put away their contempt. I also admire the Kyushu mythical beasts more and more. The Marine Corps at the Daeokang base sent a total of 120 people on 6 experimental double-blade helicopters, flying quickly towards Lee Jianhua's location. They couldn't be more satisfied with the type of aircraft they flew during this period of training and application. It has a large load capacity, high modification potential, a large space inside, and the most important thing is the aircraft's maneuverability. It is really excellent in every aspect. When conducting an ultra-low altitude assault and simulating the avoidance of various dangers, the maneuvers were extremely flexible. Not to mention that the combat members did not adapt at the beginning, even the pilots who drove the aircraft did not adapt. The aircraft is really too flexible. The huge lift provided by the 2 sets of blades overhead can make it 30% more efficient than other aircraft. And when this aircraft was being tested here, the more I used it, the easier it became to use. In particular, its power system is composed of batteries and electric motors, which also allows the power to intervene faster than ordinary aero engines. Generally, when there is a movement on the hand, the aircraft will immediately follow it, and the delay will not be felt at all. Their experimental data have been sent to Changi a long time ago, and their superiors are now planning to deploy this new aircraft on the 1-005 aircraft mother, as well as the main model on the 075 small aircraft mother. This new aircraft will also be the main focus. As the designer of the aircraft, Lee Jianhua had no idea about this information. He was holding a scraper and working hard on the workpiece like an old scalper. Helicopters passed over the city of Daeokang from the seaport base, and the fighter planes flying over the city at low altitude no longer cared about confidentiality. The order they received was to rush to Lee Jianhua's location as quickly as possible and in the most appropriate way, and protect it. So that day, over the most developed city in Dongshan, 6 helicopters with strange shapes passed through the sky and flew towards the west of the city. There is no shortage of military fans in Kyushu today, and in this modern era of advanced communications, any slightest movement in reality will be transmitted to the internet. There are more channels for people to receive information, and it is faster. The military fans in the island city immediately uploaded the videos of the 6 aircraft flying over the sky to the internet, and then the internet exploded. Some military fan accounts, military self-media and other accounts immediately began to forward it like crazy, speculating that this was a kind of what type of aircraft? The shape of the plane is really too unique. There are only a few planes of this shape in the world, but now there are actually 6 of them in the sky over the island city, and they are passing in formation at low altitude and fast. Moreover, the painting of the fuselage also has the word August 1st on it. These factors combined led to the beginning of research on the model on the internet. Holy shit, this plane came out of Red Alert 3. It sounds like this, but in reality there are actually such models. For example, K-Max has this kind of layout. What you said above is right, but this kind of aircraft was not developed as a military helicopter, but was used as a rescue helicopter. But when you look at the 6 helicopters in the video, do you see the bay eye above? This is a military plane. Various discussions fill various platforms. Under each such video, there will be a bunch of netizens frantically at military official accounts, hoping that these military official accounts can come out to explain. But no matter how it was posted on the internet, the official account did not come out to speak out, and everything was left to the internet to make such a fuss. The plane passed through the island city and finally arrived at the sky above Lee Jianhua's new factory. The 6 helicopters immediately dispersed, and one dropped down at an average distance from every other end of the factory. The Marines on board also got off the plane and began to carry out the operations with guns and ammunition. The factory area was surrounded. Lee Jianhua was holding a scraper and slowly scraping off a piece of metal wire that was thinner than a hair from the workpiece. With full concentration, he blocked out some unnecessary information from the outside world. Therefore, he did not hear the wind noise caused by the helicopter flying above at all. Although he did not hear it, others did not. Everyone working here heard the sound caused by the rotation of the propeller. Some employees working outdoors watched the helicopter fly over, then hover above their heads, then disperse from above their heads, and finally disperse and land around the factory area. At this time, everyone, no matter how slow their reaction was, could now they know that these 6 planes are coming towards them. Sure enough, as they watched, some soldiers filed out of 6 planes, and these soldiers quickly formed a circle around the outside of their factory. When they were all surrounded, some bold workers out of curiosity passed the fence of the factory and asked the soldiers standing outside, but he found nothing because the soldiers ignored him at all. After Lee Jianhua repaired the last small flaw on the workpiece, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief, put the scraper aside, and retreated from his concentration. Only then did he discover the 4 items he had left behind in the factory. The assistant was discussing airplanes and other things very curiously. And whether it was in their factory, the workers who were watching and learning skills were all discussing the aircraft. Lee Jianhua had no idea what was going on. How could these people be discussing airplanes in just one workpiece? This made him particularly puzzled and confused. With these confusions, he immediately looked at his assistant beside him. "Xiao-sun, what's going on? What kind of plane are you talking about? If you have the time, you might as well read the information I sent you." A man who was originally an aircraft manufacturing worker and now became his assistant hurriedly walked over, still gesticulating with his hands as he walked, and he kept talking without stopping to explain. "No, Brother Hua, it's the aircraft you designed before that has successfully made it out of the industry again. I heard that there is news about this aircraft on the internet now. There is also an airplane very close to us. After leaving the workshop, you can see this airplane just by looking for a place around the factory." After listening to his assistant's words, his doubts deepened. In his impression, the only aircraft related to the Kyushu mythical beast were the J-36, Suzaku 3, and Suzaku 8, but those things couldn't land here. The landing conditions don't allow it at all. Now he has simply forgotten about the double-edged helicopter he once designed. The reason is because the entire aircraft has been handed over, and subconsciously there is no room for this helicopter. That's why he didn't immediately think that what was coming over here would be the double-edged helicopter he designed. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand it? Boss, I think if you go out and take a look at the situation outside, you should be able to understand. Also, you still need to find out what the military is doing. Lee Jianhua immediately walked out of the workshop. After passing through a long series of clean passages, he finally walked out of the workshop. Shiyu walked out without even taking off his armor. He quickly walked outside the workshop and looked towards the wall, but the scene in front of him made him very surprised. Why were they surrounded? They didn't do anything illegal, but they were surrounded by the military. Inside, he really didn't expect that this situation was actually related to the phone call he made before. Although he was surrounded by the military, there was no panic at all, and it was impossible. His relationship with the military was really too strong, and the last time the award was given out, the leader personally gave it to him. After receiving the reward, the watch on the boss's hand was given by him. This situation can only arise because there is something that he doesn't know about, or someone hasn't had time to inform him yet. Although he didn't know what was going on, he was not panicked at all. However, the mentality of the other 3 companies was a little different. Although they were all state-owned enterprises, they were all technically one family. But after all, the products they are making are for civilian use and have little contact with the military. No wonder they are a little nervous. The staff sent by the Ministry of Industry have another feeling. Whether it is the military or they are all cotters of the country. With the same status, they are just waiting quietly for an explanation. Lee Jianhua walked around the fence in the factory, and sure enough, the entire factory was surrounded. Every other distance outside the fence, there was a people's soldier performing a security mission. After going around in a circle, he already had a rough guess as to what these people were doing. Whether it was correct or not would depend on his subsequent phone call for confirmation. Returning to the center of the factory area, he was surrounded by senior managers from 3 companies, all looking at him anxiously, waiting for his final explanation. Academicianly, what's going on outside? Why are we surrounded? Wait, let me make a call. After I finish the call, I think everything will be clear. After talking to these people, he took out his cell phone and called Wang Yuzheng, because he guessed that the reason for everything was because of the phone call he had with the other party before. Hey chief, I am surrounded by a group of soldiers now. Did you do this? The employees in the company are a little panicked when they see so many soldiers and planes. Don't give me a hard time, kid. What's going on here is not a siege, but a defense. A group of soldiers are protecting you. What kind of siege? You are not enemies. You are using words blindly. After hearing Wang Yueshen's angry voice from the microphone, his own mental arithmetic was like a big stone falling to the ground, and he had a rough idea. It is estimated that this should be caused by the giant gantry processing center he has on hand, but this is not right. Why did the military take action after making that phone call? The reason was that the military didn't know anything about it, and they found out after making a phone call. As expected, the conversation with Wang Yuzheng made him understand why the current situation occurred. Chief, what's happening? Why did such a large group of soldiers suddenly come to protect us? Is this what happened? When Wang Yuzheng heard his question, he held his cell phone and shook his head. You kid, you are so bold. Do you understand the significance of this project you are undertaking now? Do you know what it represents? The thing you have built can bring about earth-shaking changes in the entire machine tool field in Jizhu. You still have the nerve to ask, but if something really happens, the loss will be immeasurable and it will cost Kyushu a major opportunity. What about you? But it was just started quietly, with no safety awareness at all, and the plan was submitted to the Ministry of Industry with great fanfare, as well as the final results that the plan could achieve. If, and I mean if, you are really noticed by the enemy, your safety will definitely become an issue. Fortunately, no one noticed it, and they haven't reacted yet. Now that there are no accidents, just burn some incense. After Li Zhenhua listened to Wang Yueshen's explanation, he was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. It was not that he had never thought about this, but he thought that this project was for civilian use and there was no need to tell the military. There was also Kyushu. It was so safe that he lost his vigilance. Is it that serious? Well, sir, I admit that I was a little negligent in terms of safety. I really should have said hello to you before. This is my fault for not thinking carefully. What should we do now? What are your arrangements? He wanted to say something harsh, but when he thought about the tone of Wang Yueshen's words just now, he lost confidence. He had indeed failed to do a good job in terms of safety. You kid, I don't even know what to say to you. Everything can continue as usual over there. You should do whatever you are supposed to do. Don't let this little episode slow down the progress of this project. The military has already been in contact with the Kyushu Security Bureau, and we have also taken corresponding actions, so just leave it alone. As for the employees in your factory who are a little panicked, just explain to them truthfully. I am also preparing here. When my site is ready, I will go over with a few leaders to take a look. Just wait, we will patch the security for you later. Wang Yueshen's words made him feel relieved. Although the military's reaction was a bit big, everything was prepared. After hanging up the phone with him, his partners and people from the Ministry of Industry who had been standing next to him, waiting for him to finish the call, all looked directly at him and listened to his explanation. Then he began to explain to these people the reasons and consequences of this incident. After everyone listened to his explanation, they were all covered in cold sweat. They didn't think about safety, they all focused on the project itself. Fortunately, there was no irreversible situation, which was really lucky. At this moment in peeping, after Wang Yuzheng hung up the phone on Li Zhenhua, he received a call, and then he rushed towards Nanyuan Airport. Several leaders set off with him at the same time, including a deputy administrative director. A total of 4 old men met together at Nanyuan Airport, and then AC-919 took off at the airport and flew towards Dongshan Island City. P.S. I have opened this book twice. It currently has 33,000 words. I shamelessly push it here. Interested book friends can add it to their favorites and start reading it. It's up to you if your children can push it. Thank you, Orts. I have just opened this book. It currently has 33,000 words. I shamelessly push it here. Interested book friends can add it to their favorites and start reading it. It's up to you whether your children can push it. Thank you, Orts. After all the management listened to the explanation, they gradually understood how stupid what they had done before was, and they were all thankful that nothing irreversible happened. They understand now, but the workers who are surrounded in the factory have not yet received an explanation. Being surrounded by soldiers and having freedom of control and disguise will still make many workers panic. Li Zhenhua knew that the first thing to do now was to stabilize the workers, and not to panic them because of the current situation. Everyone now needs you to gather your workers together and stabilize their emotions first. As for the reason of the matter, it is best not to say it. Finally, someone is already on the way to solve the problem. I will explain everything clearly to everyone so that everyone should not panic. Eventually, I will make it clear to everyone. After talking to a few people, they immediately started taking action, gathering their own workers together, and then stabilized them with very vague language. As for Li Jianhua, he plans to return to the workshop and continue to assemble the first machining center, because at this time, the calmer he, the biggest boss, behaves, then all the workers will see that the boss has no influence, and they will also treat the upper management be confident. He was now like a calming needle, calming down the originally turbulent environment. Then the workers gradually lost their curiosity about the soldiers outside the factory, and then they returned to their respective jobs. Returning to the workshop, he held the scraper in his hands again, and a rough workpiece slowly transformed into a finished workpiece in his hands. The factory seemed to be back to its usual busyness, but everyone had one thing on their mind, so when they had lunch, they no longer felt the same aroma as before. At around 1 o'clock at noon, on a runway of Jiaodong Airport, a C-919 was landing towards the ground runway. However, after the plane landed, the airport ground staff did not exclude ground vehicles. After the plane stopped, the tail of the plane opened directly, and a Kingya bus drove off the plane. The bus drove directly out of the airport according to the guidance of the airport tower. After the bus left, the plane also retracted its tail, and then ground staff came to guide the plane to the parking space to wait. On the airport bus leaving at this moment, 4 old men were sitting in the center of the bus. In addition to the driver, there were 8 soldiers on the bus to provide security. This time their itinerary was decided on a temporary basis, so they did not notify the leadership team of Dao Kang in advance. Originally, their coming here had little to do with Dao Kang, but since they came to the other party's jurisdiction, it was obviously unreasonable not to notify them. After getting permission, the secretary of the vice president of administrative affairs gave the island city leaders some advice. Then after leaving the airport, he immediately rushed towards the east where Li Jianhua was. However, the Dao Kang team who received the news of the leader's resignation were all in a panic. The 2 squad leaders, plus and minus, contacted each other quickly and then hurried to greet him. When the Kingya bus approached Dao Kang, the leaders of Dao Kang finally followed the bus. As Kingya bus gradually approached the factory where Li Jianhua was located, the Dao Kang leaders following behind became a little puzzled, because they really don't know why the people from above drove in this direction. In their minds, nothing happened here, except that Sifang Factory cooperated with several other state-owned enterprises to build a company a few months ago, but it was for civilian use. The company is not large in scale. Apart from this company, they really couldn't think of a reason for the leaders to come. With apprehension all the way, we slowly followed the bus to the vicinity of Li Jianhua's new company. The leaders of Dao Kang looked even more confused, but after approaching the factory, they knew that things were not that simple. Because the factory area in front of them was surrounded by soldiers with live ammunition, it looked like they were actually providing protection for the factory area. No matter how much they searched in their minds, they could not find why this factory was so valued. The Kingya bus came to a stop in front of the new company. As for the soldiers guarding the bus, they did not move very much. However, the military boss accompanying the bus was the first to get out of the bus. Wang Yuzheng, who was dressed in military uniform, got off the car and came to the people standing guard. He briefly said a few words to the team leader here, and then the door was let out, and Wang Yuzheng returned to the car. At this time, the leaders of Dao Kang who followed were even more confused, because they did not expect to see the first person who got off the bus who was from the military. Moreover, there were soldiers standing guard in the factory area. Obviously, this place was hidden. What a big secret! Just as they were wondering, the gate in front opened, the bus restarted and headed toward the gate, and they also started the vehicle and followed. The workers at the new company are quite familiar with the arriving bus, because this type of bus has been featured in Kyushu news very frequently since last year. These people also know that this type of bus is the daily bus used by the big guys in Kyushu. These workers now also know why their leader said that someone would come to explain to them later. It turns out that what they have been waiting for is the leader of the entire Kyushu. Li Jianhua, who was still busy in the workshop at this moment, also received a notification from someone next to him, saying that a special car for leaders had arrived in the factory. However, after hearing this, Li Jianhua just nodded. He ignored the news he heard and continued what he was doing without even raising his head. The door of the Kingya bus parked in the factory area finally opened. The leaders of the 3 companies were waiting in front of the door, as were the 2 leaders of Dao Kang, who were waiting below. The first people to get off the bus were a few people in suits, and then 4 old men. With the current lineup, when the leaders of the island city saw it, their hearts tightened. It seemed that the person coming from above must have happened to them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have worked so hard and came with such a look. 3 bureau bosses, and a deputy dean of government affairs. The 4 old men got out of the car, and the leaders of Dao Kang quickly came over. They wanted to know what happened. But after seeing the 2 of them, the vice dean simply nodded to them, then ignored them and asked about everyone present. Who is in charge here? Come and lead the way for us four old men. The heads of the three companies and the staff from the Ministry of Works looked at each other, and finally turned their attention to the people from the Ministry of Works. Dean, I am from the Work Department of the Government Affairs Council. I have been instructed by my superiors to come here to coordinate management. I am here to lead the way for you. Okay, then take us to find Comrade Li Jianhua. Where is he now? Upon hearing this, the man was actually asking Li Jianhua, but he had just sent someone to notify him, but no one came yet. He was extremely anxious, but he had no idea what to do. Academician Li Jianhua should be assembling machine tools in the workshop right now. His paused tone of voice made the leader think that someone should have gone looking for Li Jianhua, and they went there very early, but no one came yet. Wang Yuzheng, who came with him at this time, had an unusual understanding of Li Jianhua, and also knew that if he was immersed in research, he would not pay attention to anything else. Leader, that kid is probably doing research. I know him. He only needs to get involved once he gets involved, but he doesn't pay any attention to what's going on outside. So let's ask someone to take us directly to him. Then, with various moods, these people, led by people from the Ministry of Industry, came to an unusually huge factory. When they entered the factory, they felt the height of the factory and the vast space. Everyone was fascinated by the factory, curious about what is left. After they entered the factory, they didn't make much progress before they were blocked by the cleanliness regulations in the factory. The leaders also knew not to just go in, as it would be extremely troublesome to enter. Fortunately, they can stand in the corridor of the factory and see the scene inside the factory through the thick glass. The leaders of Dao Kang who followed over could no longer bear their curiosity and looked inside the factory through the glass. However, this sight made them dumbfounded because the factory behind the glass was so huge. Not only is it huge, but also because there is only a small area in the factory occupied by things, and the rest of the area is empty. In the space occupied by things, there were only 5 figures, but those 5 figures looked so tall in their eyes. It's all because the costumes of the 5 people inside are really sci-fi style. First of all, the busiest person is wearing the same power armor they saw at the parade before. There are also powered exoskeletons worn by the other 4 people, which are also eye-catching. As government officials, they had not had much contact with this kind of paramilitary equipment, so being able to have such close contact satisfied their curiosity. The 4 old men from peeping saw the scene inside through the glass. The boy they wanted to see was really busy inside, as Wang Yuzheng said. The scene suddenly seemed to quiet down. The 4 old men looked at the busy figures inside attentively, and they seemed to be frozen for a moment. As for the 2 leaders of Dao Kang, although they didn't know what was going on inside, they saw that the deputy dean didn't say anything about calling the people inside to come out quickly, so they understood that the big guy being created inside must be a good thing. But they really didn't get any news about such a good thing before. They just learned from Sifang Factory that they were establishing a new company in joint venture with several companies to produce machine tools. But looking at the current scene, it is obvious that the machine tools being manufactured inside are not simple. With this understanding, they stayed back and watched quietly, while the person in charge of government affairs was still making fun of the director of Sifang Factory. But he didn't get any response. It was really inappropriate for the current occasion, and the matter was a bit big. They really didn't dare to reveal anything to the public without permission. Beside the machining center, Li Jianhua was still working hard on the workpiece, and the 4 people standing next to him were really nervous and anxious at this moment. Because they had just seen the figures standing outside the glass through the transparent glass, and they also saw a very familiar face in the figures, which was a person who often appeared in Kyushu news. Being watched by big bosses who often appear in the news in Kyushu, but they themselves are standing in a huge factory building to help their bosses, and there is not much work to do. Under this situation, they are inevitably a little overwhelmed. Just when they were nervous, their boss finally put down the scraper in his hand. They were relieved of their nervousness. It was really a torture for them to leave the boss alone. Boss, look at the glass window. There is a boss looking at us. Let's get out quickly. Hearing the reminder from his own people, he looked toward the glass and glanced at the people who were staring at them. Not only did he see several big guys inside, but he also saw Wang Yuzheng smiling and waving to him. It's okay, don't be nervous, we're going out now. After speaking, Li Jianhua walked towards the exit and passed the clean checkpoints. He finally walked out of the factory. When he came out, his old acquaintance Wang Yuzheng said to him, "You are so calm, hurry up, we are here from peeping just to wipe your ass. You are so reckless. You have to carry out such an important project without paying attention to safety. You are so careless." Wang Yuzheng was the first to speak, scolding him, but in a sense, this scolding was also protecting him. First, he characterized what happened this time, and just said he was reckless. Li Jianhua clearly understood the meaning of Wang Yueshen's words, smiled at everyone, and walked towards their location. I came to a few big guys and said hello to them one by one, and then started talking about business. Chief, I didn't expect it to be so serious. I was negligent. I still need you to protect me, hee. He quickly admitted his fault. The big guys looked at him and smiled. They had no intention of going into details. The purpose of their trip was not to pursue anything, but to learn about the entire project from him, to get the real news from him, whether they can finally achieve the effect of the plan like the plan submitted to the Ministry of Works. This is what they are most concerned about. The vice dean, who had been laughing and saying nothing, finally asked him, "Okay, old Wang, as a young man, it is understandable that you are not rigorous in doing things. Comrade Li Jianhua, can you give us some old guys and highlight the project you are currently working on? Specifically, is it possible to achieve the effects mentioned in the plan?" When Li Jianhua heard what the vice dean said, he let go of the worry he had in his heart, and then began to explain it to many big shots. "Chief, then let me talk about the current project on the spot. First, let me tell you the name of the project. The full name is the 5-Axis Linkage Giant Gantry Machining Center. This is an ultra-high-precision machining center that I designed by myself. If it is successfully manufactured, it can greatly improve the highest level of machining in Kyushu. And after having this kind of machining center, we also have a large machining center with this kind of machining accuracy, which is equivalent to a mother. On this basis, we can manufacture the next level machining center, which is what we often call an industrial mother machine. In fact, strictly speaking, industrial machine tools do not specifically refer to what kind of machine tools, but what we often talk about now is a CNC machining center that can process fully automatically. Li Jianhua smiled confidently and explained beside the boss. While explaining, he was still pointing his finger at the semi-finished product processing center in the empty factory building inside the glass window. His brief introduction allowed the boss to know in the shortest time what the equipment in the factory was like and what it meant. "Comrade Jianhua, I now understand the information about this machine tool, but I still want to know something. Can you answer me?" Li Jianhua nodded when he heard the boss ask this. The boss had asked this question, and there was nothing he couldn't say. "Certainly. I just want to know now, after this machining center is manufactured and we have found out that it can be used in the field of machine tool manufacturing, what else can it be used for? To be more specific, I want to know what he can do." After listening to the big brother's words, he was silent for a few seconds. He thought carefully in his heart and organized his words before answering the big brother's question. First of all, in the civilian field, this machining center can manufacture various machine tools at the next level, greatly improving the upper limit of accuracy in our machining field. The next level machine tool can also produce the next level machine tool. If this processing cycle continues, the lower limit of our machining accuracy in Kyushu will also rise significantly. Then there are things that are not used in the civilian field. Based on my current understanding, there are many items on the expected list that are currently being processed, such as the keels of aircraft carriers, heating chambers, and blades of large jet engines, various components of large gas turbines, and aerospace engine parts, big black fish propellers, and other extremely difficult parts are all in his catalog. Of course, whether it can be processed depends on the specific processing effect after we actually produce it, but now I am very confident that it can be achieved. Because this project is the most serious one I have taken on precision machining so far, and it is also the embodiment of my highest technical level. After such a long string of words, he had no way to drink water just now because he was in the factory, and now he talked so much that his throat felt extremely dry, almost smoking. And when he finished speaking, the big guys fell into deep thought one by one. It was one thing to see it in the information, but it was another thing to hear it said by the designer at the scene. Even if the accuracy is slightly different, it will not be too different. This is an important weapon of the country, and listening to what Li Jianhua just said, it seems that he does not want to build just one, but many. At this time, the big guys also understood why the factory was so huge. They guessed that he wanted to fill the factory with machining centers. If that were the case, the meaning would be different. Owning one such machine tool is a blessing for Kyushu, and having multiple machines will have a greater influence on Kyushu. High-precision machine tools can be popularized more quickly. When used on aircraft carriers, they can manufacture aircraft carrier parts more quickly and launch aircraft carriers into the water quickly. This machine tool can be used in many things and fields. The boss also thought of another thing in his mind, that is, the project that the military had planned to invite Li Jianhua to join was still working on a strictly confidential project and still needed this kind of ultra-high-precision giant gantry machining center. If the effect can really be achieved, then for some very important projects in Juzhou, it will be a powerful shot in the arm, which can inject new impetus into major projects. If you think about it this way, it seems like there are countless benefits, but the actual situation is numerous. Okay, that's great. Comrade Jianhua, what you did is really great. Work hard and try to complete the project as soon as possible. As for the rest, we old guys will give it to you. Protect and protect. You just need to focus on the project itself. Leave security matters to these old guys. There are also administrative matters. If you have any requirements, just tell me. I will solve the administrative problems for you and ensure that your project is guaranteed progress. After hearing this, the boss promised Lee Jianhua and took over all other chores. Lee Jianhua was very encouraged by the boss's statement, but the two leaders of Daokeng, who had been listening on the side, fell into confusion again. Although they did not fully understand the results of the project, they did understand the guarantees made by the boss just now. They did not know that such a major project had been started in the territory under their jurisdiction for half a year. In such a long time no one came to report. They were kept in the dark, like two big fools, but then they thought, fortunately they didn't know about this project. As for the security measures of the previous project, in case the specific situation of the project was revealed from their hands, if the news gets out, they will definitely take responsibility. Now they don't know how they feel. They say they missed it, but it doesn't count, and they say they're glad but feel a little regretful, so they feel conflicted. After chatting with the boss called the staff from the Ministry of Industry over and asked them to call all the workers in the factory together. Then he explained to everyone in person, not only to explain, but also to encourage them. The car that used to look like it was coasting in neutral is now equipped with brakes, ABS and other auxiliary equipment, allowing the car to move forward with more confidence. At this time, after understanding everything about the project, the purpose of the boss's trip was completed. After the vice president of the Government Affairs Council learned about it, he explained it to Wang Yuzhong and other military personnel, and then hurried to the airport by car. His rest of the trip was still full of photos. As for the remaining three old men, they are all big bosses in the military, and since they came to Dongshan once, they still had to inspect the garrisons in various places in Dongshan, so they did not follow the dean back to Peeping. After the boss left, the factory seemed to have returned to normal. It was already getting late, so all the workers returned to the factory dormitories. But where they didn't know, the Jushu Security Bureau had already intervened. Without anyone knowing, they quietly started investigations, or political reviews, of everyone in the factory. Although the boss had explained it clearly to them before, the number of troops around the factory area was secretly increasing. As for the Marines who openly surrounded the factory area, they also handed over to the armed police special guards on the island city. It can be said that they have been relaxed on the surface, but secretly the security of the factory has been enhanced. As for the two leaders of Daokeng, they also left after the boss left. After they returned, they never mentioned what happened here, but secretly paid special attention to this place. As long as they could provide help will be provided immediately. Wang Yuzhong and two other non-military bosses came to his office here with Li Jianhua and started chatting. First, Wang Yuzhong, the most familiar person, spoke first. "You kid, you have to be careful when doing things in the future. You must not do it without thinking carefully. If even a little bit of news leaks out this time, I guess your safety will definitely be a problem. Not only will your safety not be guaranteed, have you thought about this interrupted project? What will happen to your wife? Li Yun is pregnant. You have to think about the fact that you have an unborn child." After Wang Yuzhong was not beaten, he immediately transformed into a nagging old man, as if he was exhorting his descendants. And he understood that what Wang Yuzhong said was for his own good, and he listened quietly. There were many people who helped him along the way, and the one who helped him the most was Wang Yuzhong. The two old men next to them sat there and watched without speaking, as if they were looking at the family's troubles. Finally, after Wang Yuzhong finished scolding him, one of the big guys said to him, "Okay, what Lao Wang just said, I hope Comrade Li Jianhua will not do it again. One of us came here today because of your project. Secondly, this is a matter of our military's own project." After the big man finished speaking, he paused, took a sip of water from the side, and then continued to speak to him. "We in the Government Affairs Council have paid attention to these problems that have arisen in your project, and I believe they will be solved later. So let's focus now. We want to invite you to this project of our military. Comrade Li Jianhua, you are an aircraft engineer. Although you are not a professional aircraft engineer, the J-36 was made by you after all. I think you must be familiar with the Luanyao and Nantianmen plans. Although you may not be able to understand much, you should have a general concept, and the project we are inviting you to join now is actually such a project, to put it bluntly. You refused to join before. Now, on behalf of the military, I am inviting you again to ask if you want to join this project." Originally, Li Jianhua had no intention of thinking about the rejected project at all, but now the big boss told him the research direction and part of the content of the project. Moreover, the project they were talking about was very tempting, just like a fish bait, luring him to take the bait. He really regretted listening to this big man at this moment. He hadn't even figured out his own machine tool project yet. Now he was ready to rush back to Li Yun to guard him at any time, but now after listening to him, it felt more like a cat's claws scratching him. Same, that itch in my heart. Is he tempted by such an avant-garde project? It's definitely tempting, especially tempting, but can he go now? The answer is no, so don't mention how uncomfortable he is now. Although he felt extremely reluctant to give up, he still looked firmly at the boss who asked the question. "Chief, don't seduce me with that bait. I really don't have any free time recently. Li Yun, my wife, is currently pregnant with a baby. I, who is about to become a father, will stay by their side to welcome him. She was born and stayed with Li Yun. For this matter, I have been preparing to run away at any time recently. Your project will definitely be more strict. In terms of confidentiality, I estimate that I will not be able to come out for a while after I enter, so I definitely cannot accept your invitation. Li Jianhua tried his best to answer in a tactful tone, but after hearing what he said, the boss opposite smiled even more. We are not asking you to go now, but we are asking you to finish the machine tool project in your hand. I believe that by then, your wife will have given birth. You can join our project then. I think you won't want to miss such a project. In terms of family visits, we must consider the issue of communication between scientific researchers and their families. We will regularly give scientific researchers holidays to reunite with their families. We try to make it as humane as possible. So under these conditions, do you want to accept the invitation from our three old men? After listening to the explanations of the three big guys, Li Jianhua's mind immediately tilted in the direction of joining. After some ideological struggle, he did not want to miss this project. He suddenly raised his head, looked at the three military bosses, and answered seriously. Since the chief has said so, I don't want to miss such an important project, so I decided to accept your invitation. After I finish handling the matter, I will include it in the project you mentioned as soon as possible. After hearing his answer, the three old men showed genuine expressions and laughed at the right time. After talking about the serious matters, several people talked about some situations of the J-36 serving in the army. Generally speaking, there were no problems. Even if there were, they were collected on weekdays and reported in a timely manner. At this time, Li Jianhua also remembered the helicopters he had seen around the factory area before. He had not paid attention to the double-blade helicopter recently, and this time he took this opportunity to ask Wang Yuzheng, "Chief, I just seem to have seen which helicopter I developed. Have they been put into service now?" After moving to Changhe, the progress has been very fast. Wang Yuzheng was not surprised at all that he would ask this question. After all, he was the chief designer of this helicopter, and Changhe just took over a complete project. Wang Yuzheng didn't hide anything and chatted with him about helicopters. The helicopter is currently undergoing small batch testing and has not officially entered service. Once the experiments in various special forces are completed and the helicopter is qualified, the time to enter service should not be far away. Li Jianhua became excited after hearing this. This was once again an excellent general-purpose multi-purpose helicopter platform for Zhu. Thinking about this, I counted it carefully in my mind. It seemed that since I developed the J-36, I have gone further and further down the road of military industry. To break it down, I have mainly developed 3 unmanned fighter jets, a helicopter, and 2 powered exoskeletons. Others have participated in the research of spacesuits. None of these projects is in close cooperation with the military. Almost all of the equipment that I provide to the army is relatively high-end and has high technological content. It can be said that the equipment of the Mythical Beast series is the representative of high technology. It's great. I am full of confidence in the aircraft I designed, and I feel that this aircraft will also play a huge role in plateau areas. After all, it is an all-electric helicopter. Compared with the fuel engine, it has no requirements on the amount of air intake, and I feel that it must perform better than the fuel engine in terms of power. Li Jianhua was extremely happy when he faced Wang Yuzheng and the others. After all, this was another masterpiece he had produced that was about to significantly enhance Kyushu's military power. If the things you develop yourself can contribute to Zhu, you will unconsciously feel proud in your heart. Okay, you kid, don't get carried away with your pride. It's only in the experimental stage now, and it's not certain what will happen next. But in my opinion, your aircraft is really good, and I have confidence in you. Although Wang Yuzheng was admonishing him, the second half of his speech was obviously showing off. Obviously he was also very optimistic about Li Jianhua. Yes, he saw him instead of the helicopter. Wang Yuzheng and the 3 of them chatted with him until late at night and had dinner together. When the 4 of them finished dinner together and Li Jianhua was about to arrange their accommodation, the 3 of them proposed to leave. He did not hold back the 3 of them when they left. The 3 of them were able to have dinner with him tonight only because they had made time. The next day all 4 bosses left. Their arrival gave everyone a reassurance and made the workers more motivated. Everyone was thinking about doing something big in the future. In the history of Kyushu machining, they left a mark of great significance. Later, his work resumed its previous rhythm, but what was different from before was that there was a team of security personnel sent from above in the factory. As for the scene of them surrounding them inside the factory, there was no such thing occur. But this does not mean that the level of protection has been reduced. On the contrary, the level of protection has increased, but it has just moved from being overt to doing it covertly. The Kyushu Security Bureau has also sent out elite soldiers to conduct background checks on everyone in the factory, which is more stringent than the formal review for joining the army. During the investigation by the Jushu Security Bureau, several unsuitable personnel were found among the personnel. They were also notified to their original units and their work was transferred. In fact, the matter is not too serious, it is just a small mistake made, but in a project of this nature, the small mistake is still intolerable for now. The worst among them was a manager sent by Kwancheng No. 1 Machinery Factory. Since he had a small problem with accepting benefits, an in-depth investigation started from this point. It turned out that the financial problems were not small, and Kwancheng No. 1 Machinery Factory was also asked to give fell back. After this person returns, what awaits him will be an internal investigation by the No. 1 Machinery Factory. After all, the No. 1 Machinery Factory is still a state-owned enterprise. These issues are obviously beyond the control of the Jushu Security Bureau, but it is necessary to notify the No. 1 Machinery Factory. With the transfer of these people, everyone who works in this new company has a realization in their hearts, that is, try not to be messy and keep a low profile in this company. External security has been protected by all parties, and internal unstable factors have been cleared away. All of this is done for the processing center in Li Zhenhua's hands. What project they were carrying out here, although no hostile forces had discovered it before, but after some previous actions, it immediately attracted the attention of these people. They are also trying to find out what happened here through various news channels. How could such a company suddenly exist? It was a cooperation between Jushu Divine Beast and 3 state-owned enterprises. Why did someone from the military suddenly intervene and quickly evacuate in a short period of time? Why did the Vice President of the Government Affairs Council come to such a company that had just been established and wait for it to be returned? Just one day. And what exactly does this company do? As long as it is information about the new company, everything is within the scope of collection by these forces. And these institutions finally obtained all available information about this company from their respective channels through various means. After they read this information, they all regretted that they had once again lost a good opportunity in Kyushu. They really regretted it, but there was nothing they could do about it. Who told them that when they started this project, their external performance didn't look like it was a key project at all? The project plan was also submitted to the Ministry of Industry through a public means. Anyone who sees such a transparent project will not think it is real. They will just think it is some shameless company trying to defraud scientific research funds from above. To say that Li Zhenhua's operation can be regarded as a blind cat encountering a dead mouse, in the end nothing happened. Although these nominal information companies have lost this best opportunity, it does not mean that they have lost all opportunities. Some methods can still be used. Then these information companies began to think about recruiting, and all kinds of outsiders and evil methods were within their scope of consideration. But what they didn't know was that their actions had long been targeted. Jushu Dongshen Security Bureau has several scouts watching the monitoring equipment on the mobile office vehicle in the island city. Captain, what kind of reaction would these idiots have if they knew that they were able to collect this information now because we did not stop them and were completely targeted by us? I don't know how they will react, but if I expose us just because of you, I think our director will definitely take action on me, and you won't be able to feel better at that time. The surveillance team members in the car immediately became serious after hearing this, and they also found out through their conversations that in fact, the reason why these information companies were able to obtain the early information was entirely because the entire Kyushu Security Bureau was playing a big game. And when these information companies are taking action, the danger has already arrived without them realizing it. Playing the long game to catch the big fish, it is estimated that the harvest of Kyushu Security Bureau this time will be very rich, and it will also be able to eliminate a number of these information companies hidden in Kyushu, making Kyushu more stable. But Li Zhenhua didn't know anything about what happened. All he knew was that Jushu would take action at some level, while he was quietly working on the machine tool in his hand. After the big bosses left, the progress of the machining center still maintained the previous speed, neither speeding up nor slowing down. But it was this speed that made it reach more than 70% of the total progress. Just when Li Zhenhua was planning to take out the first machining center in one go, he was videotaping with Li Yun, who stayed at home that night. The two of them continued to video chat until Li Yun fell asleep on the bed, and he couldn't bear to leave. The connection was disconnected. After the video between the two parties was interrupted, Li Zhenhua himself fell into self-blame. His wife's figure and belly in the video had grown bigger, but no one else was with her. The act of pulling the iron here made him feel very sorry for Li Yun, and a sense of guilt arose spontaneously. After lying on the bed in a daze for a while, he reached out and took his mobile phone over, flipped through the calendar on the mobile phone, and looked at the pregnancy period and due date marked on the calendar. After looking at it, he realized that there seemed to be another month. It's time for Li Yun to give birth. Looking at the phone in a daze, he immediately made a decision in his heart. After waiting for 2 weeks, he would leave the island city and go home to accompany Li Yun to wait for the birth. And he also took advantage of these 2 weeks to work overtime to catch up with the progress, so that when he left, he would only have a little tail left, which was reasonable, and he fell asleep thinking about it. From that day on, he seemed to be going crazy. He used 100% of his energy every day to complete the work as soon as possible. Thanks to his unremitting efforts, the overall progress was indeed much faster. 2 weeks later, the remaining 30% of the progress of the machining center was reduced to only 9% under his full concentration. It's completely fine at this point. It's said that there's only a little tail left. After he has advanced the overall progress to this point, he has the confidence to leave here temporarily. Afterwards, he found the current managers of the new company and told them his plans. At first, the other party was very dissatisfied, because without him there was no way to advance the whole project. But after knowing the reason, he didn't say anything more. After all, you can't stop someone from going back to accompany his wife to give birth. Fortunately, Lee Jianhua left this time and arranged the work for the remaining workers in the company, and gave the factory the drawings for rough processing of the workpieces of the remaining 9 machining centers. During his absence, all workers officially began to contact the manufacturing of machining centers, although they were only doing rough machining of workpieces. After he had arranged everything in the new company, he couldn't wait to return to Li Yun. During the middle and late stages of the other party's pregnancy, he was not by his side. It was already the period of delivery, and he must not be absent again. He was so anxious that he took Ning Wei and others on the procedure. As for his return home this time, Ning Wei got the news in advance and reported it to the superiors in a timely manner. Along the way home, in addition to their convoy of 5 vehicles, there was also a team of quick reaction vehicles. The troops are always ready to set out to deal with emergencies they encounter on the road. His safety is extremely important now, and the impact of the project he presides over is extremely important, so his safety significance is much more important than that of Sanjin Bayan and Xiali to the people of Xiali. I drank 2 more drinks on the 8th. It will be the first day of the week in 4 days. After a bumpy journey, Li Jianhua finally returned to Summer Town and came to the door of his home. This time he and Li Yun were separated for the longest time. Li Jianhua didn't feel much about the previous separation, but this time they separated, he felt a little different. Maybe it was because there was a little person in Li Yun's belly. But when he got home, it was just in time for noon. Li Yun, who had long known that he was coming back, had also told his father and mother, and had prepared a meal for him at noon. At noon, Li Jianhua and Li Yun leaned together. Li Yun's parents were also at the table. After eating a meal, he felt what home was. And the feeling he had when he lived with his parents and grandfather many years ago filled his heart again, and he felt a long-lost feeling. This feeling was very good, and for the rest of the time, he waited for Li Yun to give birth. And for Li Yun's delivery, he specially called Wang Yuzheng and asked him to find an obstetrician in Peeping and ask him to make a flying trip from Peeping to Dongshan when Li Yun was giving birth. Anyway, he attached great importance to Li Yun's production and considered everything in advance. Even some of the products that Li Yun would use after giving birth, he quietly analyzed them in the virtual laboratory. Of course, the ingredients for the children's supplies that were considered before, including the milk powder chosen for the children, were also analyzed. After confirming that there were no problems, he cleared the level and allowed Li Yun and her children to use it. When he was not giving birth in Lyon, that is, when he was in Daokang, he would study formula milk powder for children and formula milk powder for postpartum recovery of mothers at night. After such a study, he really achieved some results. Anyway, in his experiments, the results were really good, and his analytical eye did not find anything wrong. This reassured him, and during that time, he asked Ning Wei to contact his comrades in Gaisui, where he bought 10 cows and transported them back to Summer Town. In his own company in Summer Town, a land of nearly 20 acres has been set aside to serve as a breeding ground for dairy cows, specifically to provide milk sources for the formula he developed. Controlling the quality of the milk powder that the mother and son will consume from the very beginning can be said to break his heart. These things were all done without Li Yun's knowledge. And as he came back from the island city, the preparation of these things for the babies began to be officially started. Moreover, his formula is not the final version yet. Everything must be prepared separately based on Li Yun's structure and the child's constitution after Li Yun is produced, in order to achieve the optimal formula. This kind of logistical support is probably not available even to the royal family of the Rotten Kingdom. Formula milk powder is developed solely for a certain body type. This also highlights the importance Li Jianhua attaches to the production of Li Yun. As he walked, chatted, and relaxed with Li Yun every day, Li Yun finally felt something different. That feeling told her that she was about to give birth. He was walking with Li Yun at home when he suddenly felt that something was not right with Li Yun next to him and quickly turned around to look at her. This sight made his heart skip a beat, because he saw the expression on Li Yun's face. She was clearly frowning, as if she was enduring the pain. Before he could speak, Li Yun had already touched her stomach with her hand, and her other hand was holding his hand tightly with no intention of letting go. In just such a short time, sweat broke out on Li Yun's forehead. During this period, he had learned a lot about the reactions of pregnant women before giving birth, and he immediately knew that this was labor pain, a precursor to childbirth. Mom, come on, stop working in the kitchen, Xiaowen is about to give birth. Regardless of his status at this time, he was still nervous when his wife was about to give birth, and he was a little confused. He immediately greeted Li Yun's parents at home. Hearing his call, Ding Yan rushed out as fast as she could. She didn't even have time to take off her apron. The door of a bedroom on the first floor was also pushed open with great force. Li Su hurried till they came running over here. The two old people came to them and immediately looked at Li Yun with concern, but Li Zhenhua was a little confused. After seeing the two people coming, he immediately relaxed a little. But when the two old men came over, Li Yun could no longer feel the pain just now. She seemed to have recovered in an instant, and her face returned to normal. "Mom, I'm fine. I don't feel any pain now. You can go back and continue your work." At this moment, Ding Yan raised her hand in annoyance, patted Li Yun's head lightly, and immediately spoke out words of blame. "Why are you so confused now? I don't think you are as clear as Zhenhua. Okay, pack your things quickly and let Zhenhua explain it to you on the way." After speaking to him, he then looked at Li Su. "Lao Li, hurry up and take the box I packed before. We will all go to the hospital in a minute." After Ding Yan gave the order, the whole family immediately started running. Li Zhenhua, who had been so nervous just now, seemed to have found the backbone of his family after receiving Ding Yan's order. He helped Li Yun walk toward their bedroom, and Li Yun also asked him something he didn't understand just now on the way. "Didn't I feel a little pain just now? Why do I see you all so nervous? I think you are really stupid. People say that you are stupid for 3 years after being pregnant for 3 years. I think you are stupid for 3 years after being pregnant for 3 years. Why don't you know anything now? The pain you felt just now is called labor pain, which is a sign of labor for pregnant women. That's why everyone is so nervous. Wife, you are about to unload the goods." The two of them explained to her as they returned to the bedroom. When they returned to the bedroom, they immediately packed up their things, and Li Zhenhua also brought all their ID cards, marriage certificates, and other documents. While packing her things, Li Yun felt the pain again, and she also felt a sinking feeling in her lower abdomen, which made Li Zhenhua pack his things faster. After bringing all the things, he met Li's father and Li's mother. Under the protection of Ning Wei and others, a convoy of 5 vehicles rushed towards the County People's Hospital. At this time, Li Zhenhua asked obstetrics experts invited from Peking to do their work at the hospital. Prepared. The operating room for delivery had been prepared long ago, and the obstetrician was waiting at the door for Li Yun's arrival. Of course, he also knew everything about Li Yun's condition. When Li Yun arrived at the hospital, she was treated like a VIP among VIPs. Many doctors and nurses gathered around her and gave her a final prenatal checkup. After not staying long in the hospital, Li Yun changed into clothes and was pushed into the operating room. Li Zhenhua had already gone to prepare. He also put on a surgical gown and followed him into the operating room. The delivery process lasted for an hour. Li Zhenhua looked at Li Yun's pain and felt heartbroken, but he could not help at all. He could only stay by the operating table and hold her hand tightly. More than an hour later, a baby's cry reached Li Zhenhua's ears. At this time, he was really about to reach the limit of endurance. He didn't even know how much pain Li Yun had experienced just now. Feeling sorry for Li Yun, he didn't even pay attention to the fact that his own child was born and was crying. He just stayed by Li Yun's side, and his hand never let go of Li Yun. The obstetrician came to the operating table with the swaddled baby in his arms. "Congratulations to both of you on the birth of a daughter, weighing 7 pounds and 6 ounces. When he heard what the doctor said, he and Li Yun had completely different reactions. Li Yun looked expectantly at the child held by the doctor, while Li Zhenhua looked at the child with a complicated look. Reason told him that what the doctor was holding in his arms was his bones and blood, but his emotions told him that it was the little meatball in the doctor's arms that caused his wife to suffer a great deal. After Li Yun saw the child, a smile appeared on her face. Li Zhenhua saw this smile and made his heart melt. After the child was born, Li Yun completed the final procedures in the operating room, and then moved to the ward with the child. When they returned to the ward, the little meatball that came back with them immediately became the treasure in the palms of Li's father and Li's mother. They didn't want to take their eyes away from the little meatball for a moment. Then all that was left was cultivation, and at this time, Li Zhenhua was also trying his best to observe the two's current physiques, so that when he had free time, he could enter the virtual experiment and come up with a special milk powder formula for the two of them. At this moment, he looked at the mother and daughter clinging to each other, and finally a smile appeared on his face. However, his current behavior made Li Yun's parents think too much, because he behaved a little too abnormally during the period when Li Yun was giving birth, which made the old couple murmur. After giving birth, there was not much to do. Ding Yan told her daughter and son-in-law that she would go home and make nutritious meals. She took this opportunity to call Li Su, who was very blind, from the ward. There were only a family of 3 left in the room. Li Yun didn't last long because she had just given birth, and fell asleep immediately. The newly born little meatball also slept sweetly with her eyes closed. It was also at this moment that he finally relaxed. He moved the sofa from the living room of the hospital suite to the side of Li Yun, lay on the bed, closed his eyes and entered the virtual laboratory. But as the old couple came out of the hospital, Ding Yan talked to Father Li while walking on the road. "Old man, you just found out that your son-in-law is not doing well. Why do I feel like he is unhappy? Maybe he feels a little pity after giving birth to a daughter." Hearing Ding Yan's question, Li Su also began to recall Li Zhenhua's various performances before, and found that it was exactly what Ding Yan said. "It's true what you said. Does the son-in-law dislike having a daughter? It's true that just now, the son-in-law didn't show how enthusiastic he was about the child." The old couple just walked and analyzed. The more they talked, the more they felt that something was going on. With this worry, they went to the vegetable market, and when they were cooking at home, they almost thought about it. What problems can occur if you get too absorbed? When the two of them returned to the hospital with meals, they opened the door and saw that the ward was unusually quiet, with only the breathing of people sleeping. But Li Zhenhua was not really asleep. He was working on milk powder formula in the virtual laboratory, so he knew who came into the room, and then he opened his eyes from the sofa. It seemed that it was time to look at Li's father and Li's mother, and they quickly sat up from the sofa. In order to avoid disturbing Li Yun's rest, the three of them sat separately and said nothing. After sitting there for an hour, Li Yun finally woke up in bed. Seeing her parents who were back again, her husband who was by her side, and the little meatball who had just joined the ranks, she felt unusually happy. Li Yun had already woken up, and the two old men immediately laid out the nutritious meal they had prepared, and then asked Li Yun to start eating. At this time, Li Su saw the look Ding Yan gave him, and immediately understood what he was talking about, and spoke to Li Zhenhua. "Zhenhua, we are here, why don't you go back first and have a good rest when you get home, then come and replace us in the evening?" When Li Zhenhua heard what his father-in-law said, it was really in line with his current wishes. He just wanted to leave the hospital quickly and return to his laboratory to produce special formula milk powder for Li Yun and his daughter. With this thought, he replied to Li Su, "Okay, I'll go back first. I happen to have some urgent matters to deal with, so I'll go, Dad." After saying this to Li Su, he said goodbye to Li Yun, and then quickly left the hospital, went downstairs and got in the car, and asked Ning Wei to drive straight to the company. After he left, although it was obviously not a good idea to ask Li Yun at this time, Ding Yan couldn't help but ask, "Xiaoyun, is Zhenhua's behavior a little abnormal? Since the child was born, he has hardly been close to the child and ignored the child. Is it because he doesn't like girls? Is there nothing wrong with you two? I see that he just left the hospital without any regrets, you guys." After listening to what her mother said at this moment, Li Yun didn't take it seriously. Although she didn't know what Li Zhen was busy with, there must be a reason why he left now. Moreover, Li Yun actually understood in her heart why he had such an attitude towards the child after the child was born. It was because the birth of the child would cause him to suffer a lot. Therefore, Li Zhenhua had been feeling sorry for himself, so he had such an attitude towards the child. Because she did not lose consciousness during the birth, and Li Zhenhua was always by her side, so what her mother said did not exist at all. Then I thought of these things, and while eating, I explained to Father Li and Mother Li why Li Zhenhua behaved like that just now. After her explanation, although she did not worry about Li Yun's parents at all, they were comforted. Then the two of them put the matter aside. One of them watched their daughter eat, and the other came. When I got to the small bed, I looked carefully at the little meatball on the bed. Li Zhenhua left the hospital and entered the virtual laboratory again in the car. Just as Li Yun's parents arrived, his research was interrupted. The formula milk powder developed for Li Yun's mother and daughter had reached the final step, so he started the final step of formulating in the car. Due to the different time flow rate from that in reality, he decided on 2 specially developed milk powder formulas on the way to the company. When he returned to the 9 provinces divine beast, he immediately locked himself in the laboratory and took out the milk he had just squeezed out in the morning. The first step is to sterilize the fresh milk, and then start to prepare milk powder according to the milk powder formula developed in the virtual experiment. He processed fresh milk from liquid to powdery solid, and in the process added many trace elements that the baby continues to grow. Slowly it got dark. All the fresh milk produced by the 10 cows today was made into milk powder by him. There were a total of 62 standard 800G milk powder barrels. You must know that the milk production of a cow is extremely impressive. It can produce 40 kilograms of milk every day, and he has a total of 10 cows, which is 400 kilograms of milk. After it is made into milk powder, it still has 50 kilograms. There are 50 kilograms of milk powder here, which is enough for mother and daughter to eat for a period of time. Of course, these milk powders are made according to 2 formulas. Li Yun can get 40 kilograms, and the daughter can get 10 kilograms. After completing the preparation of the formula milk powder, the two immediately greeted Ning Wei and others who had been waiting outside, loaded the unmarked milk powder into the car, and then rushed to the hospital again. This time he returned to the hospital, but he didn't plan to leave. He wanted to stay with Li Yun until they could be discharged from the hospital. He excitedly came downstairs to the hospital, got out of the car and walked towards the ward where Li Yun was. His hands were not empty either, he had 2 buckets of milk powder in his arms. When she came to the room where Li Yun was, she opened the door and walked in. At this moment, Li Yun was lying on the bed. She stuck her head above the small bed and looked at the little meatball sleeping on the bed carefully. Her hand would reach out to touch it from time to time. Touching the child's little face, the smile never breaks. Li Yun's parents were also watching, and from time to time they would stop some of Li Yun's movements. Seeing this scene, Li Zhenhua felt extremely happy. His future life was full of hope, as if he had one more goal to strive for. Li Yun, who was studying the little meatballs, saw Li Zhenhua coming back with her peripheral vision, and the smile on his face became even wider. But what was a little confusing was that Li Zhenhua was holding 2 buckets with a metallic luster that looked like they were made of tinplate. They looked like milk powder buckets, but there were no signs on them. But Li Zhenhua came to Li Yun with 2 buckets of milk powder as if offering a treasure, and put the milk powder bucket in his left hand into his arms, while the milk powder bucket in his right hand was placed on the cabinet next to the small bed. After placing the milk powder, Li Zhenhua looked at Li Yun with a silly smile on his face, as if asking for credit. "Look at your silly smile, you look like an idiot." Li Yun said this while still making small movements with her hands. When Li Zhenhua came here, Li's father and Li's mother's eyes shifted slightly. When he was free, he stretched out his hand and wiped it on the little meatball's face. After touching it, I looked at the 2 old people and saw that they had no reaction. I was relieved secretly. As for the old couple, they were also attracted by the 2 jars that Li Zhenhua brought. When Li Zhenhua heard Li Yun talk about him, his smile became even brighter. And he didn't notice anything was wrong with Li Yun's parents at all, and still looked at Li Yun stupidly. "Fools are fools, what do you say now? Everything is up to you, he. Xiaoyun, do you know what I just went to do?" With that, he took the bucket that had just been placed in Li Yun's arms. Asked Li Yun holding the iron bucket. "Why are you going? Apart from sleeping, you are also going to the company to do your research. I don't know you yet. And where did these 2 tin cans come from?" Li Yun had a look on her face after seeing him. His smile never disappeared, and his voice was full of happiness. Li's father and Li's mother, who were standing aside, were indeed not attracted by their conversation at this moment. Instead, they kept staring at the 2 tin cans, their eyes full of curiosity. After hearing Li Yun's question, Li Zhenhua laughed again, and spoke again while laughing. "I didn't go home after leaving the hospital. I went directly to the company. Based on your postpartum data, I made a total of 50 kilograms of milk powder using the milk produced by the 10 cows I obtained before. Formula milk powder specially developed by yourself based on your mother and daughter's physique. It can better allow you to absorb and supplement all the nutrients and trace elements you need in your daily life. It allows you to recover as quickly as possible and allows our daughter to grow stronger." The old couple were stunned on the spot after hearing what he said. They had no idea that their son-in-law had left the hospital in a hurry without any sign of nostalgia. It turned out that he had rushed back to the company to develop milk powder for the mother and daughter. Instead of thinking that the son-in-law had some kind of change towards their daughter because she did not give birth to a son, as they had thought before, looking at the 2 people chatting happily on one side, they couldn't help but lower their heads and take advantage of the opportunity. The 2 of them left the ward without paying attention. After the 2 elders left the ward, Li Su couldn't help but look at Ding Yan in the corridor outside the ward. He raised his right hand too high and pointed at Ding Yan in the air with his finger. You old woman, tell me, what are you thinking about? My daughter has just given birth, and you are causing trouble for her. Really, I don't even know what to say to you." After listening to Li Su's words, Ding Yan's face turned red and white, and she was extremely embarrassed by what she said. However, after she came to her senses, the old man actually said something to her. "Just go ahead. You're not much better. You just believe what I said. Don't you believe it too? Why didn't you stop me at that time? You really started to accuse me now." The 2 of them were talking to each other, and neither of them gave in to the other. They stopped arguing after hearing the laughter of their daughter and son-in-law coming from the ward, and opened the door in front of the ward to listen to the laughter of the 2 people inside. Voice. This laughter made all their previous unhappiness forgotten. Ding Yan also whispered to Li Su, "Old man, we better not get involved in the children's affairs in the future. How do they want to live in the future? No matter how we live, I have discovered that the more we get involved, the more things will become and the more complicated they will become." Li Su also looked in agreement at this moment, lowering his head and talking to Ding Yan below. "You're right. When Xiaoan is well and the baby is a little older, we will leave their home and live in a house in the county. As for when we miss our daughter and granddaughter, we will just run back and forth. Anyway, it's okay. Not far." The 2 of them started chatting just outside the door of the ward. They were chatting, and the young couple in the ward were also chatting. Moreover, Li Zhenhua kept talking, describing all the work he had done before in detail, as if he was asking for credit. After the two of them finished talking about the milk powder, Li Yun remembered something and asked for his opinion. "What do you think we should name our baby? We don't have time to discuss it in the morning." After Li Yun finished speaking, Li Zhenhua answered her excitedly. "Of course, it's just as we discussed before. I think the name Lili is quite nice. My nickname is Xializi. How about it?" The two then discussed the child's name again, and finally decided on the child's name, Lili. The combination of their two surnames sounded pretty good, and the word Li was more suitable for girls. The old couple listened at the door and looked at the laughter in the ward. They did not go in to disturb the two of them. Ding Yin sent a WeChat message to Li Zhenhua on her mobile phone, telling him that they would come back the next morning, and then the two came. A hospital was opened. Li Yun stayed in the hospital for 4 days in total. On the 5th day, Li Yun walked downstairs by herself, got in the car and went back to their home. As for the milk powder developed by Li Zhenhua, the effect is still there, especially after Li Yun drank it. Her body recovered very quickly. And Li Yun felt that after drinking the milk powder, she felt great. Their daughter has also started to mix milk powder and breast milk. The daily output of the child's 2 large canteens is still very considerable, and the daily production is not enough. Li Yun often asked Li Zhenhua to help. It was true that the canteen had some overcapacity, which gave her a headache. In this way, Li Zhenhua came to an advantage. He tasted breast milk again after more than 20 years, and he was also used as a human breast pump by Li Yun. Unknowingly, a month passed, and Li Yun also finished confinement. As for their child Li, he no longer looked like he was when he was just born. He only knew how to sleep and hold a rocker. "I've been playing with the bell for a while." On days like this, Li Zhenhua once again studied all the things that Li Yun and his daughter would use, and was still paying attention to their physiques at all times. During this period, Li Zhenhua made 2 more batches of milk powder, and he stored them all in the storage room at home. It can be said that even if the child reaches 2 years old, he may not be able to finish all the milk powder. During this period, Li Yun also developed the habit of drinking milk powder. Especially after she stopped drinking milk powder for a day, the 2 big canteens in her body actually showed signs of wanting to close down. This made Li Yun dare not stop drinking milk powder. It would be a bit bad if the baby stopped drinking milk powder and the chef of the big cafeteria left, and the child would be without breast milk. In the past month, Li Zhenhua had purchased a lot of things for their home, all of which were things that Li Yun and his mother and daughter would use. Regardless of whether they were useful or useless, they had to be bought anyway and could not be lacking. After Li Yun was born, in addition to taking care of her children every day, she also took out her free time to exercise. Li Yun's self-discipline allowed her figure to recover quickly. I believe that Li Zhenhua will be able to combine the two in the near future. A long leg was carried on the shoulder. Such happy days have passed for another half-month. Li Yun looked at Li Zhenhua, who was hovering between her and her children, and felt that that was not the case. As someone who has lived with Li Zhenhua for several years, of course she knew that he was busy. What projects are there? So in order not to delay Li Zhenhua's project progress, Li Yun had a long chat with him one day. In the end, Li Zhenhua couldn't stand Li Yun's nagging and promised her to leave in half a month. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and almost 2 months had passed since Li Yun gave birth to her child, and their child was also 2 months old. Seeing Li Yun, who had no problems in life, Li Zhenhua left home reluctantly. Carrying a box of milk powder specially developed for herself, she set out on the road to the island city. When he returned to the factory of the new company in Daokang, he immediately devoted himself to understanding the progress of the project. He saw that the work he had arranged for the company's workers before he left was basically coming to an end. And according to his estimation, when he built the first machining center, the work would be completed, and the difference should not exceed 1 day. This coincidence of time made him feel a little comfortable. After building the first unit, taking advantage of the excitement, he could start manufacturing the second unit immediately. And in subsequent manufacturing, with the help of the first one and the efforts of other workers in the factory, the speed of the second one will be more than twice as fast. Next, he told the managers of the Ministry of Industry that nothing in the factory should be changed and that everything should be done according to the previous arrangements. He also told people to finish their work. He also put on a powered exoskeleton and transformed into an interstellar worker. This time, the machine tool project, which had been suspended for more than 2 months and was related to the great changes in Kyushu's machining field, was started again under his control. The progress of the project that was started again this time has been significantly improved, mainly because Li Zhenhua wanted to end the work here quickly and go home to be with his wife and children. To be honest, he and Xiao Litzi had not spent enough time together. Every day, there is a feeling of returning to the two of them immediately, especially at this stage. The child's growth can be said to be different every day. Although he and Li Yun make videos every day, the video and being in contact are still different. In his mood, the speed of manufacturing the machining center was obviously accelerated. Although the speed was much faster, he did not slack off in terms of quality and was still as meticulous as before. Finally, with his disdainful efforts, the first operational equipment in the empty factory was born in Li Jianhua's hands. Regarding the completion of this machining center, he did not have any trouble. Maybe he would have been excited before Lili was born, but now his heart is completely focused on the two mothers and daughters at home. As for the work assigned to other workers in the factory, it was completed before his machining center, which meant that he wanted to build a second machine next, and those finely polished workpieces could fully meet his requirements. Li Jianhua picked out a set of workpieces that had been passed through by the workers and moved them into the workshop with the joint efforts of everyone. When all the raw materials and workpieces were in place, Li Jianhua immediately started manufacturing the second machining center of this type. As for the machining center that had just been built, Li Jianhua opened the machine without any experiments and put the workpieces for the second machining center to be built into the newly built machining center. According to the operating program he wrote, the moment he pressed the start button, the protective cover of the entire machining center lowered, and bursts of buzzing sounds came from the machining center. Li Jianhua also stood in front of the transparent protective cover, looked up. The machine inside the protective cover runs very smoothly, and there is nothing wrong with the tool changing stroke. The workpiece clamped inside is once again scraped off a layer by the machining center with a sharp tool. After another finishing process, the workpiece was once again closer to the precision in Li Jianhua's hands, which also reduced his workload for subsequent manual processing. With the help of the machining center, the progress of the second machining center was much faster. Compared with the original pure manual work, Li Jianhua was also much more relaxed. The overall manufacturing speed has more than doubled compared to the original, and when the machining center was started, Li Jianhua also put the workers who had been waiting for official work into the factory. In the factory, these workers began to watch seriously how Li Jianhua operated the work center. This was equivalent to an advanced training. When all 10 machining centers in the factory are completed in the future, I believe that the skills of these workers will be enough to control the machining centers. The parts for the second machine are being manufactured, and the first machining center is constantly running to finish the parts for the second machine. All the workers are carefully learning how to operate this machining center. The factory is full of vitality, everything is so energetic, and everyone's mood is extremely high. Slowly, in front of everyone's eyes, and under their witness, the second machining center completed the finishing and final assembly work. Only the electronic operating program was left to be installed. As long as this newly released machining center completes the system installation and has the machining program, the machining center can be started. He installed the independently written operating system on the machining center. When he saw the inside of the machining center, whether it was the fixture, the tool, or the robotic arm, everything began to return to zero for self-inspection. As long as everyone in this factory knew that this machining center had been successfully manufactured, they all cheered loudly on the spot. Li Jianhua was not lost in the cheers, but remained calm. He took another workpiece from the side, belonging to the third machining center, clamped it on the second machining center, and then began to work on it. Test the machining accuracy of the machining center. As the machining center rotated, his piercing eyes stared at the machine, and an imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The second machining center was running smoothly. On the third day, a workpiece was processed smoothly by the machine tool to the limit of accuracy. All the eyes of the many workers standing aside were staring at the transparent protective shield. Workpiece inside the cover. This process lasted for more than an hour. They hardly missed a second. They kept watching the machine tool running. When the tools in the machining center were put back into the tool magazine by the robotic arm, the whole machine slowly slowed down, came down and then stopped functioning. Li Jianhua also took these 4 assistants and opened the transparent protective cover. The 5 people entered the machining center and unloaded the processed workpieces from the fixture. Then several people carefully moved the workpieces out and placed them on the monitoring platform. In fact, Li Jianhua already knew the machining accuracy of this workpiece, but the workers around him did not know. He could not tell these people that the machining center fully met the accuracy standards because it had passed the analysis with his eyes. So at his order, a worker turned around and went to the professional precision measurement equipment. The electronic precision tester was moved to the workpiece, and then began to measure the workpiece. After this measurement, they all became very excited. Such a large machining center can actually control the accuracy so well. It really meets the original design standards. It is really an ultra-high precision machine. Giant machining center. After the accuracy test, all the workers' eyes lit up, and they were already thinking about how important their next work would be. This is equipment that can greatly improve the machining accuracy of Kyushu, and it is such a huge equipment. Although they did not manufacture it, they are indeed the specific users of this machining center in the future, which makes all the workers feel extremely happy. Because Li Jianhua, as the designer of his equipment, will not stay here for a long time, the specific users are still them, and they are also looking forward to their future work in life. When the manager of the engineering department saw that the machining accuracy of this workpiece was completely in line with the previously set standards, he felt excited. He felt that at this time, he could report to the superiors. The project was considered a success. This is not just one machine, but a second machine has been manufactured. After this machining center is manufactured, there will be a third machine, a fourth machine, all the way to the 10th machine. In other words, they will eventually have 10 such ultra-high precision giant machining centers. I believe that in the future, they will be able to make their own reputation in the field of high-precision workpiece processing. Thinking of this, the managers of the Ministry of Works silently retreated from the factory. When they came outside the workshop, they took out their mobile phones and called their immediate boss. He reported the results achieved by the company in detail. After he reported the work here, the smile on his face never stopped, and he kept the smile on his face all the time, especially after just talking to the leader on the phone. The senior leader of the Ministry of Industry in the Peking Government Affairs Council almost jumped out of his chair with joy after receiving the call just now. Because this project did not pay much attention to safety issues at the beginning, their work department was not without trouble, but everything they did was in compliance with the procedures, and the vice president did not blame them, but only warned them. But in the current situation, sufficient results have been achieved, and after all, they were achieved under their leadership. The leaders of the Ministry of Industry recorded all the situations they had just learned on a piece of paper. Then he took the paper in his hand and came out of his office, walked towards the vice dean's office, came to the door of the vice dean's office, reported to the leader's secretary, and then waited for a long time. After a long wait, the leader of the Ministry of Industry finally met the vice president and reported the news he received to the vice president in detail. This report took a long time, and the vice president understood the entire project in detail from the Ministry of Industry. After the leader of the Ministry of Works left the vice president, he made several calls to people in the office. By the time he finished making the calls, many elders who were on business trips across Kyushu also knew that there was someone on the island. What happened in the city? After all the elders finished what they were doing, they began to take transportation back to Peeping. This matter had a huge impact, so they wanted to meet and talk and make new plans for Kyushu. The leaders are controlling the direction of the Jushu ship, while everyone on Li Zhenhua's side has returned to their previous working state after experiencing the excitement. But what happened in the factory has little to do with Li Zhenhua. Now he just wants to go as fast as he can, finish the things here, and then go home as soon as possible to enjoy the life of his wife and children. After having 2 machining centers, the workers' processing progress has improved again, but the overall progress has improved somewhat. After all, Li Zhenhua only has 1, but all machining centers with this precision are basically made by hand. It was drawn out, so the overall progress is still at the original speed. The third machining center has started work, and the workers in the factory here are indeed divided into 2 groups at this moment. One group of people are still doing their original work, which is to finally process the workpieces of the machine tools. Another group of people started a new job. They took Li Zhenhua's drawings of their next-level precision machining center and started manufacturing the next-level machining center using some ordinary raw materials. Between the 2 groups of people, neither group occupies an ultra-high precision machining center. After such hands-on manufacturing, many workers have become more and more comfortable with the machining centers they use. At their pace, Li Zhenhua slowly assembled the third machining center. At this time, 2 months had passed since he arrived here. In the past 2 months, he went home once in total. He only stayed at home for a short 2 days before returning to the Daokang factory to continue his work. At this time, while Li Zhenhua was at work, he also began to think of the previous invitations from Wang Yuzheng and other leaders. He also immediately searched for information about Nantianmen and Luanyao projects on the internet. Of course, the information found on the internet is definitely not real information. These are the imaginations of netizens who compiled it through simple information and then added it to many netizens. But for Li Zhenhua, these fantasies are exactly what he needs. He doesn't know what the real Nantianmen plan and Luanya plan look like, but these have been processed by the minds of the vast number of netizens in Jushu, and they are even more of science fiction. As for the overall project, although this kind of plan that has been processed by netizens seems unreliable, in reality it is very consistent with my direction for these projects. So after he collected all the information on the Nantianmen project and the Luanyao project on the internet, he took advantage of his evening break to simulate the project direction he understood in the virtual laboratory. And whenever he encounters a difficult or unclear problem in the virtual laboratory, he will write down the relevant things first, and wait until the next day to call the Dean of the Kyushu Academy of Sciences and obtain it from the Kyushu Academy of Sciences. Books on some aspects. After the books he needs arrive, he will use the different flow rates of time in the virtual laboratory to learn quickly, that is, he will learn whatever knowledge he encounters. What he did was actually so that he would not know anything about the real project in the future. In addition, it was actually a preview of the Nantianmen and Luanyao plans. During Li Zhenhua's busy and fulfilling days, he also manufactured the machining centers one after another. Time was like pressing the fast-forward button, and another 4 months passed in a hurry. At this time, the huge factory building of Daokang New Company is no longer as empty as before. Now the factory building is filled with 10 huge 5-axis linkage high-precision giant gantry machining centers. The factory is no longer as deserted as before. All the workers have come to the factory to perform various tasks. Everyone in the factory is busy in front of their respective processing centers. The place with the fewest people inside is where Li Jianhua is, because he doesn't need more people here, and his 4 assistants are enough. No matter how many people there are, they won't be of much help. When he installed the last workpiece that had been finely ground in his hands on the machining center in front of him, he felt as if he had let go of something and felt so relaxed. After he installed this workpiece, it meant that his work here was nearing completion, and he could go home without having to come back again. When he thought that he would be able to spend some time with Li Yun and his daughter, he felt happy. Thinking of these, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth unconsciously, but then he hid the smile, and then he began to test the last machining center in front of him. As long as this last machining center passed his test, then you can pack your things at night and head home the next day. As he pulled out a mobile hard disk workstation and connected it to the control computer of the machining center, he began to install the control program of the machining center. As the progress bar on the screen in front of him increased little by little, he stood aside and watched, but he didn't know what he was feeling in his heart. If you want to say pride, there must be some. In addition to pride, there are also negative emotions such as fatigue and boredom. This project is the most boring and tedious one he has ever done so far, but it is also the most significant and basic one. Other projects do not have the foundation of this machining center, but none of them have as huge an impact as it does. Whether it is a spacesuit or the J-36, those are all at this level, but the significance of the machining center is the entire surface. When the progress bar reached the end and the screen in front of him went dark, Li Jianhua disconnected the mobile hard disk workstation from the machining center, and then pressed the power button of the machining center. As soon as the power button was pressed, the screen in front of him lit up again and the startup process of entering the program began. He also took advantage of this opportunity to put away his workstation. When the screen dimmed and lit again, the machining center number 10 made a buzzing sound, which was the sound of the entire machining center's power system starting to operate. As the buzzing sound continued, the machining center was performing a program self-check. Everything inside was under the control of the program and was reset to 0. When the machining center became quiet and the sound became smaller, Li Jianhua knew that it shows that the entire machining center is ready. Now that the machining center has been prepared, the following monitoring procedures are still essential. There happens to be a second-level machining center currently manufacturing in the factory, so these workpieces can be manufactured using the 10th machining center. Then he called the leader of the worker team who was working on the project and explained the matter clearly. As for the next work, he was left to complete it, while Li Jianhua got away from it and only watched from the side. That's it. Then several workers used tools to push the blank of the workpiece over, then open the protective cover, lock the workpiece on the machining center, and then import the written control program into the system. The moment the start button is pressed, the entire processing the center started functioning. Li Jianhua stood beside the protective cover of the machining center and looked at the machinery running inside. He seemed to be in a trance, but in fact he was staring at the machining accuracy of the workpiece with his eyes. Since he designed the workpiece, he knew all the parameters very well, and under the supervision of his analytical eye, he could see any error in the machine tool. However, at the end of the workpiece processing, the machining center manufactured the workpiece perfectly without any errors, and it also achieved the highest precision in its design. There is no difference in accuracy from the previous 9, and Li Jianhua feels that the operation of this last one may be the most stable among the 10 machining centers. The first one is relatively the most variable. This is because it is the first one born under his hands, so all the production processes are not so familiar, which is why it gives him this feeling. The successful processing of a workpiece does not mean anything, so under his instruction, the testing work continued, and one workpiece after another was finally processed by this machining center. After the machining center had been running for 10 hours, the results were still as stable as before, which proved that the machining center had fully met his design standards, and in Li Jianhua's mind, the acceptance was completed. After all 10 machining centers were manufactured, he started to pack up and pay homage that night. He also told Ning Wei and others about his preparations to go home the next day, and he would not be back soon after returning home this time. Early the next morning, when there were no workers starting work in the factory area, Li Jianhua packed up all his gifts at his residence and came downstairs. At this time, Ning Wei and others had already prepared his car, the same 5 cars, 4 bulletproof off-road vehicles and 1 bulletproof sedan. After packing up the salutes, they got in the car and drove towards home. Regarding his departure, people from the actual management and labor department at the factory also received the news a day ago, but they also knew that there was no reason to keep him at this time, because the projects here had already at the end. Yesterday, the last machining center was assembled, resulting in the entire new company having 10 ultra-high precision giant gantry-type machining centers. Looking at the entire Kyushu, there is no machining center with such precision and such huge size. It can be said that when the first machining center was completed, the strength of their new company was already able to compete with the old machine tool companies, not to mention that in now after owning 10 units. After Li Zhenhua and the others set out, the actual managers immediately reported to their superiors and reported all the conditions of the new company. When they reported to their superiors, Li Zhenhua and his team had already traveled an unknown number of kilometers on the highway. Li Zhenhua sat in the car and kept looking out the window. Looking at the beautiful scenery around him, his mood was so relaxed and beautiful. It seemed that he was really not suitable for working in this kind of company. He was still suitable for that kind of freedom. A comfortable and relaxed environment for price comparison, just like his own Kyushu mythical beast. After such a comparison, he really missed his home. After looking out the car window for more than 10 minutes, he finally withdrew his eyes and looked at the still boring return journey in the car. He pressed the button to control his seat to lie flat. He adjusted himself to a comfortable position and slowly closed his eyes. Ningwei, who was in the same car with him and sitting in the passenger seat, glanced behind him and saw that his boss closed his eyes and fell asleep again. Ningwei shook his head secretly, and then he became more energetic, concentrated. Ningwei was observing everything going on around him all the time. As long as there was anything wrong, the 2 bulletproof off-road vehicles at the back would take control of the situation behind him. The 3 vehicles in front would change the formation of the convoy and leave quickly. Although Li Zhenhua did close his eyes at this moment, he actually did not sleep. Instead, he got into the virtual laboratory and began to sort out all the information about Nantian that he had collected on the internet during this period. The Nantianman project that appears on the internet at this stage is not actually such a project. It is just an aviation science fiction universe IP constructed by AVIC Global Culture Communication Co., Ltd. As for why it is so popular, it is actually because they are participated in exhibitions in Zhuhai. That's why his name is so big, but if there is no such a plan, then it is not an easy thing for them to participate in the air show. It can only be said that their previous ideas in this regard were intended to be strategic deception. However, at a later stage, it was discovered that this plan was not impossible to complete. This is his general guess about the military's plan. Whether it is correct or not is another matter. Anyway, we will know when the time comes. He has no control over how Nantianman was formed or how it exploded. Now, the plan itself is more attractive to him. The Nantianman plan is actually a vision of Kyushu's aviation industry technology. The entire plan includes 3 main parts. The first is the Luanyao Aerospace Aircraft Platform, the second is the Suan Aerospace Fighter Aircraft, and the third is the Chengying Tactics. Mecha. The Luanyao Airborne Aircraft Platform is, to put it bluntly, similar to the helicarrier in Marvel. It is similar to that surface ship aircraft carrier with 4 large bypass propeller engines around it and a jet engine behind its butt. But in terms of appearance, there is a huge difference. To put it bluntly, the thing in Marvel is equipped with wings on an aircraft carrier, but the Luan bird in the Nantianman project does not have this appearance. As for the appearance of the Luan bird, it is more like a stealth strategic bomber, an aircraft with a flying wing structure, rather than an aircraft carrier equipped with wings. However, according to the information he collected, the technology currently mastered by Kyushu cannot complete the development of the Luanyao aerial vehicle platform. Unless there is a huge breakthrough in energy and engines, the 242-meter wingspan can be achieved. The 662-meter Luan bird flies into the sky. But there is no way to achieve such a huge one, so what if this aerospace aircraft platform is not made so big? It is estimated that the military is now planning to scale down the aerospace aircraft platform to an equipment that can be manufactured under the current technical level. In fact, in his opinion, if he is allowed to pass this time, his role in Luanyao will be almost zero. As for why he should be taken over, it is probably because of the following 2 parts. The Suan aerial fighter plane and the Chengying tactical mecha are both areas in which he is good at, and they are his old profession. Because there are successful projects such as J-36, Zuk-3, Zuk-8, and Chiyu ahead of him, he believes that the other party invited him there only because of the latter 2 projects and his appetite. According to the data, the Suan fighter is a fighter aircraft developed on the Luanyao air-to-space carrier platform, and it is also an air-to-space fighter aircraft. It is a comprehensive fighter aircraft that can take off like an ordinary aircraft and fight in outer space and the atmosphere. Generally speaking, this kind of fighter aircraft must have enough energy to supply such huge combat needs. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of the nuclear power treasure that 003 wore when he went into the water. To put it bluntly, it was a nuclear battery. And now that 005 has been successfully launched, nuclear power plants must be more advanced now. With enough energy, I think it will allow him to show his true nature. And he has been studying force fields recently. What he wants to do is to develop the most sci-fi anti-gravity engine. As long as he has this thing, it is estimated that the previous Luanyao project will also have to let him join. Go in. As for the Chengying tactical mecha at the back, it goes without saying that thing. With Chiyu's powered exoskeleton armor in front, this tactical mecha can be said to be of the same origin. Although it cannot be said that it is a simple enlargement of the powered exoskeleton, it is similar in some things. After he estimated his future work direction, he began to carefully organize the collected information, as well as some of the results produced in the virtual laboratory recently, but he didn't know whether these things would be used by then. Just after he compiled all the information in the virtual laboratory, their convoy finally approached the 9 provinces divine beast. As long as they left the boundary of Braised Chicken City, they would be home. When he arrived at the land of calligraphy and painting, he adjusted his seat and looked at the scenery outside the window soberly. It had been more than 2 weeks since he last came back. At this moment, when he was close to home, it was when he missed his relatives the most. He didn't know whether Li Yun was doing well at home or how much little Litzy had grown up. Everything was going through his mind. As the car continued to drive forward, the entire convoy came to the road behind the blacksmith shop. Looking at the door of his house just a few steps away, he suddenly seemed to be afraid to go down. In fact, this kind of performance does not happen once or twice. Every time he comes back from the island city, he will have such a new journey. When he opened the door of his house, he saw Li Yun pushing little Li Zi and basking in the sun in his yard. Especially the little Li Zi, who was lying on the stroller with twinkling eyes, was particularly cute. The child's mouth was babbling, but he didn't know what he was talking about, and he felt so cute. When he opened the door and walked in, Li Yun noticed that he was back at a glance, but Li Yun had no reaction. She just glanced at him and then focused her attention on Xiao Litzy again. It was as if he, a living person, had never existed, which made Li Zhenhua feel angry and funny. It seemed that no matter how reasonable a woman was, she would have objections to her husband's long business trip. Xiaoun, I'm back. I haven't seen you for 2 weeks. My dear little sister has become even more beautiful. He immediately said something disgusting, which immediately broke Li Yun's face. Li Yun also had a smile on her face, smiling happily. Then there was a burst of emotional communication between the two, and of course it could only be emotional communication. Even if they wanted to have physical communication now, the conditions around them would not allow it. After he coaxed Li Yun, he immediately went to the stroller next to him and took the little Li Zi out. Feeling the soft body of the little one in his arms, Li Zhenhua's heart almost melted. The days after that seemed to suddenly fall into dullness, and he also started a life of 2.1-line work in a company, but this did not mean that he only enjoyed this kind of life at home. Some work still needs to be done. At least he is extremely dedicated to the Nantiaman project and has never stopped collecting relevant information. In addition to collecting information, he also took a look at the recent development of the 9 provinces' divine beasts. Whether it was military or civilian, he looked at them all. During his absence, the aircraft manufacturer had completed manufacturing all the J-36S used on the 005 aircraft carrier, and this batch of J-36S had been specially modified to adapt to the 005 aircraft carrier. However, these modification plans were not made by him this time, but were the work of other technicians in the company. With his previous experience and the efforts of these high-tech talents in the company, there was no modification on the J-36. Something even slightly wrong appears. Of course, Li Zhenhua also received these plans from home when he was in Daokeng. In the end, it was still passed on his side. Only these approved changes can be applied to the J-36. After reading the military stuff, it's the civilian side. To put it bluntly, it actually means the sales of motorcycles, electric vehicles and other products. Now on the civilian side, their motorcycle business has been shrinking for several months. It is true that the current motorcycle market is not good, and due to some force majeure factors in recent years, their motorcycle sales have been declining. Although this is the case at home, it is a different situation abroad. The fuel-powered motorcycles they launched in the early stage are extremely popular in countries such as Europe and America. Who can refuse a motorcycle with a radial engine? Where's the car? Especially the powerful power of the motorcycle and the sound of running on the road, it is an ultimate feeling that is different from Harley-Davidson and Indian. The sales volume of motorcycles is declining, but its value is increasing. Then there are some things about Beihou electric vehicles. It can be said that Beihou has redefined electric vehicles. The trend is extremely fierce. As for some other projects, the most dazzling one was the previous mechanical prosthetic limb. The soldiers who had installed the prosthetic limb before left him after recovering, but their departure means that another veteran of the Kyushu military can return to the army. Since he returned home, he has spent several days in a row understanding the recent affairs of the company. Fortunately, he has completed it after unremitting efforts. That night Li Zhenhua was playing with little Litzy. He held a huge hard teething stick made of formula milk powder in his hand. He stuck it on little Litzy's mouth and took it away. Little Litzy was also stupid, and he was treated like this. The behavior makes me very happy. Oh, stop teasing her. Look at this, she's almost laughing like a fool. My daughter has become not a lady at all. Li Yun came over and snatched the teething stick from his hand, and then put it into Xializi's hand. But he was not annoyed at all when Li Yun took away the teething stick. He still behaved as before and said with a smile to Li Yun, Hey, Xiaowen, do you know what giving birth is for? In fact, giving birth is for playing. You said that if we don't play now, it won't be fun when the kids grow up. Li Jinhua's nonsense made Li Yun unable to complain. She just smiled and pointed at him. Then it was dinner time, and it was also Juzhu news time. The dining table was filled with delicious food, and Ding Yan also walked out of the kitchen at this time. Li Jinhua saw that it was time to eat soon, so he walked to the basement and took out a few bottles of wine from the underground wine cellar. The left hand holds 2 bottles of golden ace of spades, and the right hand holds a large wine jar with no mark on it. This is in front of the dining table. Li Yun and Li's father and mother are already in place, and he is the only one who has not yet sat down. At this moment, Li Su was staring directly at the wine jar in his hand, with a longing look on his face. Ding Yan on the side said directly to Li Su, "Old man, I'm warning you, don't drink too much. We have to go back at night." Li Su nodded like he was pounding garlic and agreed to Ding Yan, but what happened next was beyond Ding Yan's control. On the side, the husband and wife were sitting at the dining table, eating, changing cups and glasses, watching TV, and expressing their opinions. Just as Wang and son-in-law made a toast and I returned the toast, the two of them slowly got into a good mood, and their faces turned red after drinking. "Jinhua, you are not at home during this period, so we have been staying here with Xiaowen. Now that you are back, we will go home after dinner in a while. When the time comes, the two of you will have a nice talk at home, and then let your mother go back with Xiao Litsi." Li Su swallowed the wine in his mouth, drank some before suppressing it, and then said to him. Li Jinhua also nodded his head, feeling very grateful to his mother-in-law and father-in-law. If his wife went on a business trip just after giving birth, her parents would definitely complain. But Li Yun's parents did not behave like this, and they still seemed to respect him. "Thank you, Dad. Thanks to you for taking care of Xiaowen during this period. I'll drink this, you can do whatever you want." After saying that, he raised his head and drank the glass of wine in his hand. Afterwards, the two of them were chatting while eating. The TV, which had been turned on since just now, also finished talking about the last news. However, Li Jinhua did not expect that the next report was the achievements of the new company in Daokang introduced. He had just left the island city, and the news was released so quickly. Li Jinhua's entire attention was devoted to the TV, and several other people did not watch it seriously. In the room, except for the sound coming from the TV, the only sound was Oliza's own babbling. With little Litsy's babbling sound, they finally finished watching the news on TV. The scene in the news was clearly the scene in Daokang Company, and the person being interviewed was the actual manager sent by the Ministry of Industry. However, all his answers were extremely official and watertight. And at the beginning, the company's equity structure was introduced, and Juzhu Divine Beast Company was the first to be photographed. When the news was broadcast at first, other people didn't react much, but then people who saw the news reacted when I came here. The first one was actually a private enterprise, and the 3 state-owned ones were actually at the bottom. Such a ranking can't help but make people start to think. Since it is ranked first, the role played by the Kyushu Divine Beast must be the most important. There is only one Kyushu Divine Beast, but there are many state-owned machine tool factories. This news not only introduces the company's equity, but also mainly introduces the 10 giant gantry 5-axis linkage machining centers designed by Li Jinhua. When the news reported this success, everyone who watched the news was shocked. It also reported all the fields in which this device could be used, as well as its accuracy. After reading the news, Li Jinhua also had a proud expression on his face. He showed off to Li Su on the spot and briefly talked about his role in it. This news once again gave this family dinner added some topics. What does such a news release mean? That means that Juzhu will no longer have to look at others in the machine tool field. It can be said that with these 10 machining centers, the machining level of the entire Juzhu will directly rise a lot. This news has been released and attracted the attention of the government. Their blockade was once again broken by the self-improving Kyushu. Now, this agreement will soon become a thing of the past. Especially Zairi, Dahan Ningguo and Mold Country are particularly strong in this field. After seeing such news, they immediately felt that their leadership in the field of machining would no longer exist. In recent years, Kyushu has exerted unprecedented pressure on them internationally. There is now a legend in the international market that as long as Kyushu takes a fancy to any field and makes a breakthrough in this field, the international market will be filled with products produced by Kyushu. Moreover, these products will be of better quality and larger quantity than theirs. They can be said to be of high quality and low price, which will give other countries a headache, but there is no way around it. In these fields occupied by Kyushu, they are not very competitive at all. And now with the news broadcast in Juzhu, I believe that the international machine tool market will soon usher in a large number of high-quality machine tools, and the prices will be very cheap. And that's just it. Kyushu's current breakthrough in high-precision machine tools is still a giant machine tool. That is, after having such machine tools, what will enter the international market will be high-precision and large-scale machine tools. This put machine tool companies like them under great pressure. Under such circumstances, they quickly began to adjust their strategies, and are also processing their inventory and orders quickly. They have to deliver goods as soon as possible, and they can't keep inventory. When Kyushu's machine tools flood the international market, their machine tools will no longer be sold. And they are also actively thinking of ways to reduce the price of their products in Kyushu and conduct promotions to occupy a large number of new machine tool companies, making this machine tool company unable to make money and facing bankruptcy. It can be said that this approach is their usual approach, regardless of whether it is dirty or not. It is in line with the laws of the market. Under this kind of offensive, Juzhou has suffered a lot before. Foreign machine tool factories are taking action, and domestic machine tool factories, large and small, have also taken active action after seeing this news. This is the current situation. This was only an impact on civilian leaders. After the news was released, the Black Palace issued an order to verify the authenticity of the message broadcast by Kyushu News. A few days passed quietly, and Kuromaya also received an investigation report. The report detailed the authenticity of the news and the technical level of the machine tools in it. All the think tanks in the Black Palace frowned. They were increasingly helpless against Kyushu. At this stage, a blockade can still be formed, but as Kyushu breaks through more and more areas, Kyushu and their international status are slowly beginning to equalize. Sometimes in some areas, what Juzhou says is more effective than what they say. Some countries have begun to choose to use soft sister coins for settlement, directly breaking away from the moldy UN system. In a conference room in the Black Palace, there are a group of soldiers wearing military uniforms sitting on the left, and those on the right are all in suits and ties. The person presiding over this meeting is the president of the country, and there are also the vice president and the state secretary. Wait for the officials from the power center of the country. Everyone, let's talk about how we should respond to the challenge from Kyushu and how we should make adjustments. In the face of the president's questions, the scene fell into silence. No one spoke at all. This scene lasted for more than 5 minutes. At this time, one person stood up from many seats. This person has a standard Kyushu face, but she is sitting in the central building of the Bad Kingdom. This person's name is Daichi, a native of Juzhou, and his position is a trade representative. If he had been before, he would have been a proper Japanese devil. President, I think we should strengthen the cooperation between Juzhou and Juzhou so that our own products will not be too greatly impacted by Juzhou's, thereby protecting our local industry. Her speech did not arouse much response. What she said today was just a very official statement, but her position limited him to only this aspect. The president sitting at the top looked at her impatiently, because her words had no nutrition at all. Let me say it again, I am talking about how to do it specifically. There is no need to talk about the previous methods. The president emphasized what he meant again, and the scene fell silent again. Soon after, a man wearing this military uniform stood up, and his speech also aroused the amazement of everyone present. As for the achievements Juzhou has achieved in recent times, I think our AIC has a say, so let me list them here. The first is the 3 types of UAVs equipped by Kyushu the year before last. One is the J-36 that officially entered service. Its nickname is Suzaku, which we call Phoenix. There are also 2 quasi-military aircraft, Phoenix, Suzaku, 3. Phoenix, Suzaku, 8. These 3 UAVs have had a great impact on some of our operations in the Middle East. At present, the 3 countries of Camel, Cray, and Afuta have purchased and equipped a batch of 3 and 8 drones, the most advanced fighter jets equipped by Baba Sheep 36B. Therefore, the organization we set up there has not achieved any results at all. As long as this aircraft flies into the sky, even if we give them a Global Eagle all-in-one aircraft, they will not be able to compete, so now the western part of Kyushu is becoming more and more stable. The person who spoke said this, stopped to take a drink of water, and let everyone present digest it. When everyone looked at him again, the person spoke again. The second is the powered exoskeleton and powered exoskeleton armor that were shown in the last Kyushu parade. The impact of this will not be big at that time. The potential of this kind of thing has not yet been realized. It was just that Ashistan lost part of the Kyushu territory that they actually controlled. In fact, the cost was not high. It was just that Ashistan moved nearly 3 million people inland and returned all the illegally occupied areas. Even the top aircraft and numerous light and heavy weapons we supported in the past did not play much role. Now on the border between Kyushu and Asenstan, there are many soldiers equipped with power armor patrolling on a double-edged helicopter every day. The Asenstan we support will soon be unable to withstand it. Oh, I forgot to mention that this helicopter is also new equipment and a fully electric helicopter. There are many things that have an important impact, especially after the material graphene came out. This material must have been used in the big black fish that we have not detected. The above are the main equipment I want to talk about. Now let me tell you why I list these things. After saying this, the man took out a USB flash drive from his pocket, asked the president for instructions, and then stood in front of a screen. A picture appeared on the screen. It was a picture of the entrance of Juzhou Divine Beast Company. At this time, everyone was looking at the screen, even the president. Everyone looks at this company on the screen, and the equipment I just introduced are all related to this company. Almost all products are from this company. In addition to these military products, this company is also extremely strong in the civilian market. This company also often engages in cross-border cooperation, such as the Jushu news that triggered our meeting. The machine tools are also products of Jushu Divine Beast Company, but they are just cooperating with powerful state-owned manufacturers in their country. If we want to solve the problems we are facing now, then we must first solve this mess of a hammer and a stick in the East. The information they heard from the AIC boss was really shocking. In any case, they never thought that there would be such a private enterprise in Kyushu, and that it could still enter the military field. After listening, everyone seemed to have found a guiding light and the crux of the problem. As long as this Jushu Divine Beast Company was solved, at least the situation of their bad country would not be worse. Before these people could understand something, the AIC boss spoke again. Everyone must be sighing now that this company's scientific research capabilities are so strong, but what I want to tell you is that you are all wrong. It is not the scientific research team of this company that is strong, but one person. It is the existence of this person that has created the 9 provinces Divine Beast today. It is this person who has supported the 9 provinces Divine Beast. It is this person. After speaking, he pressed the button in his hand, and a photo of Lee Jianhua appeared on the screen. This was an ID photo from his college days. Who is this person? His name is Lee Jianhua. He doesn't have many names, but he is very famous. He is an academician of the Kyushu Academy of Sciences, the chief designer of the J-36, the chief designer of Chiyu's power armor, the chief designer of Wu Gang's spacesuit structure, and the inventor of graphene materials, the inventor of the preparation technology, the chief designer of the double-blade helicopter, chairman of Kyushu Divine Beast. When he finished speaking, everyone at the scene started to complain. Don't you have many names like this? So what kind of names are there? And these names are indeed quite big. Just pick one out and it will be extremely awesome. Everyone should understand why I am talking about this person. As long as we deal with him, at least the situation of our country will not worsen so seriously. As for why I only propose to do the action now, it's not that I haven't done the action before, but the previous operation failed. I thought about kidnapping before, but that perfect opportunity was wasted because an old Volkswagen Passat, called Santana in Kyushu, turned out to be a perverted bulletproof model. This is the reason for failure, and the reason I am telling you now is that we want to activate our moles in Kyushu to quietly and humanely destroy them. Lee Jianhua, who was teasing Xiao Litzi on the other side of the ocean, had no idea that someone was trying to deal with him. Before Lee Jianhua knew it, a huge shadow was cast over his head, and a conspiracy involving his life was approaching him. But he didn't notice anything that happened, and he was still doing his own thing as always. AIC has indeed taken action. The mole they activated this time is of a very high level. They have no plans to use any overt methods. This time, everything is planned in secret. This person's current status can be said to be very high in Jushu. He is Xiao Ying, an aesthetics professor at Udaoka Vocational and Technical College. In fact, he is a veritable beast. He has spoken for Wu Yang and Zheng Ying before. It can be said that he still has some reputation in Kyushu, but it is just not that good. As for what's the use of looking for him, it sounds really useful. AIC sent him an action plan through secret channels and mapped out what he would do next, including his subsequent evacuation. Moreover, they also specifically said that Xiao Ying would be provided with upright asylum treatment and protection. It sounded nice, but in fact he was just an upright refugee. But even so, there are still countless such people in Kyushu. They say that people are full of strange things, but such people who betray their compatriots and motherland really shouldn't live in this world. As for Xiao Ying's overall action plan, it is also a very simple operation, and it is still related to Udaoka Vocational and Technical College. Although Lee Jianhua cannot be said to be a household name in Jushu now, after he obtained the title of academician, his reputation is quite big. So in this case, their school has become a point that can be exploited. Since the other party is now an academician, it is completely possible to invite him in the name of the school. Invite the other party to Udaoka Vocational and Technical College to be a visiting professor and give open classes to the students regularly. As long as he can be invited, then with Xiao Ying's special approach, the reception will definitely be solved. Take it down. As long as this matter is taken over by him, wouldn't it be easy to poison Lee Jianhua later? Even if it's difficult to get rid of the food, you can also fill his room with poisonous gas. As long as he can be killed, everything will be easy. Therefore, Xiao Ying immediately took action after receiving AIC's action plan, and began to use his all-round characteristics in school. Xiao Ying in peeping was doing these little tricks, and Lee Jianhua, who was in his company in Dongshan at first, didn't know it at all. In addition to spending time with his wife and children during this period, the rest of his projects were for me to do some research in his own laboratory in the company. When he was in the laboratory, he would often find a comfortable position on the sofa in the office, lie down on it, and then close his eyes. Of course, this was not sleeping, but that he had entered himself. In the virtual laboratory, research began. As for what he is researching, it is actually the Nantiaman project that Wang Yuzheng told him last time, and what he is currently researching is the anti-gravity system, which is extremely important for both projects in this plan. As long as this key technology can be developed, the Luanyao air-to-space aircraft platform will definitely need the support of this anti-gravity technology, not to mention the Suan air-to-space fighter aircraft. As for the Chengying tactical mecha, this technology can be used. Therefore, this technology is particularly important for the future of the entire plan, so it is this technology that he chooses to focus on now. As for asking him to leave home now and report directly to the real Nantiaman project, he doesn't want to. Anyway, for such a huge project, there is actually not much difference between him arriving early or late. So now he is based on what he has collected at home, and developing reasonable imagination, and based on his own imagination, he is looking for the path to these imaginations in the virtual laboratory. And he has indeed found a very feasible path, and anti-gravity technology is such a path full of infinite possibilities. And now he is conducting research in this area in the virtual laboratory. In fact, as long as this technology can be realized, then this technology can be extended to the outside. Force field technology can be regarded as an extension of anti-gravity technology. What is force field technology? The clear point is energy shield technology. As long as anti-gravity technology can be thoroughly studied, then force field technology can definitely be developed. With the cooperation of anti-gravity technology and force field technology, equipment equipped with these two technologies will have certain space combat capabilities, and the energy shield formed by force field technology is also necessary for extraterrestrial voyages. Technology. So after he confirmed the research and development project, he became a lot more energetic. Now he is no longer in the same state as before in the island city. Now he is full of interest in the technology he will study. Isn't it said that interest is the best teacher? This is what he is like now. He is very motivated for things that interest him. The first thing he has to do is to understand enough about anti-gravity technology. Only after he understands enough, can he apply this technology to practical applications. So now he is not doing anything, he has been reading, and reading. Some of these books were collected by himself, and some were electronic versions obtained from the Kyushu Academy of Sciences. He not only read these technical books and materials, but also found some hard science fiction novels from Dianyang. Don't underestimate these science fiction novels. In fact, some reasonable science fiction novels can provide forward-looking guidance for scientific projects. For example, the famous French novelist Jules Verne, some of his novels are very forward-looking. The book From the Moon to the Earth describes how to reach the moon. The book talks about using a cannon to shoot out huge cannonballs, but what about in reality? They use rockets to send them upwards, but essentially there is not much difference. Therefore, this kind of hard science fiction can completely guide the path of science. For example, he is chasing a book called Starting in a Blacksmith Shop. Although the content is very superficial, it also has some real information. For more than a week in a row, he had been reading, thinking, and reading. Sometimes he was obsessed with what he was thinking about. Even when his clone was in Li Yun's body at night, he would lie down on Li Yun's body. Stop and think about the problem above. This made Li Yun a little helpless. The fire was stoked, but the fire extinguisher was not that powerful, so the next time, the roles of the two were reversed. A few days like this have passed. He just came to his office today, filled the kettle with water, and was about to boil the water, brew some jasmine flowers, drink it, and continue to research in the virtual laboratory after drinking. His tea had just been brewed and he was about to close his eyes when his cell phone rang. He looked at the caller number and found that it was Guo Shigi calling him. With a trace of confusion, he picked up his phone. Lao Guo, what's wrong? Why did you remember to call me? Where have you been enjoying yourself recently? I haven't seen you in the company for a long time. When he finished asking, Guo Shigi then started talking to him. I will tell you the reason for calling you later. Didn't you ask me where I am? I have been staying in Peeping recently. I usually accompany my old man and deal with some company vendors. Issues. My life is very comfortable, and I recently discovered another fun place in Peeping. There are many good-looking girls there, and some of them are famous internet celebrities on Kuaishao. I was a little too happy to play there. Recently, a different young lady accompanied me every night. If the old Chinese doctor I just saw said that my kidney water was not enough, I would not have rested. You said you, and Fatty, why did you two get married so early? You are as cool as me. Guo Shigi's voice was so excited when he spoke. If the two of them were sitting together, Guo Shigi would definitely be even more excited when he spoke. Li Zhenhua felt helpless after hearing this, and then yelled at him. Lao Guo, be careful, don't get infected with AIDS. After being stunned by his words, Guo Shigi didn't speak for a long time, and he didn't know what he was thinking about writing. When he heard that he didn't continue talking, he asked again the reason for the call. After all, the other party called him, so he couldn't. Let's talk about his history of being a prostitute and a prostitute. Okay, let's wait until you come back to share your affair history with Fatty. Tell me why you called me. When he finished asking this question, Guoshigi finally returned to normal, and the two began to talk about business. That's what happened. Our company went to Udaoka to conduct a school recruitment some time ago, recruiting talents in marketing and other majors. This was not when we were in contact with Udaoka. After they found out it was our company, they immediately chatted with us about you. Then they asked if they could get to know you and invited you to be their visiting professor. I didn't agree to anything at first, so I refused readily. I thought it would be over when the school recruitment was over and no one would be able to see anyone. But Udaoka refused to give up and called me from time to time. And most importantly, I didn't know what was going on with them, but they actually found my old man's side. The two of us have been very annoyed recently, so I am calling you now to ask if you have any intention in this regard. After Guoshigi finished speaking, he began to think secretly. Udaoka Vocational and Technical College is one of the two best universities in Kyushu. It would be great to be a professor there. But for Lee Jianhua, he doesn't have time to go to Udaoka to be a professor. If he has this time, he might as well play with Xiao Litzi at home. He didn't have much favorable impressions of Udaoka recently. First, a large number of students from this school chose to study abroad. Almost most of the students who chose to go abroad stayed in the country. Although they did not say that the air in the country was sweet, almost all of them were working for the country. As for the number of students who return to build the motherland, they are very few, and they do a very poor job in patriotism education at Udaoka. The second is the Academy of Fine Arts of Udaoka University. They often produce some aesthetics that are contrary to the general public, such as squinted eyes, Down syndrome, etc., especially in their graduation exhibitions. In addition, many of the teachers and students who contributed to the textbooks were teachers and students here. If you think about it, this school has almost become a gathering place for traders. Therefore, he has no interest at all in becoming a professor here. On the contrary, if Kyushu University of Defense Technology invited him, he would probably agree without saying a word. Thinking of this, he immediately returned to Guoshigi on the phone. Lao Guo, you rejected me and said I have no time, and you can't spare any time. If they come looking for you and the old man again later, then your family can come to Summertown to hide for a while and let the old man play with us for 2 more days. I really don't have a good impression of Udaoka, that's the only thing, right? Yeah, that's it, there's nothing else to do. How about I talk to those young ladies? Hearing that Guoshigi wanted to change the topic to the young lady again, Lee Jianhua hung up the phone after saying that. You, just go ahead and be careful not to lose yourself. After hanging up the phone with Lao Guo, he made a glass of water, drank it all and got into the virtual laboratory. Guoshigi, who was in peeping, hung up the phone with him and walked back from the balcony of his suite. At this moment, 2 young ladies were lying on the bed of his suite. If Lee Jianhua saw this scene, he would definitely lament Guoshigi's operation. Even though he was told by an old Chinese doctor that the kidney water was insufficient, he was still so wasteful. Don't worry about the waves being too big and slapping him to death. After Guoshigi returned to the room, he immediately put on his clothes, took out the check from his bag and wrote a number, then pulled it off and put it where the 2 young ladies could see, and then left the hotel. After he left the hotel and returned to his car, he took out his cell phone and called Xiao Ying, the liaison officer at Udaoka. Hello, Professor Xiao, I asked you about your plan to invite our chairman to Udaoka as a visiting professor before. Academician Lee really has too many projects and no time at all, so let's end this matter here. Then Guoshigi used his expertise and finally got past Udaoka. Then he drove straight to his old man's residence, planning to take the old man and old lady to Summertown for a while, because he knows that Udaoka will definitely not give up now, and will definitely come looking for him later, so he might as well leave, just in time to take the old couple out for a stroll. In the faculty and staff apartment building over Udaoka, Xiao Ying looked at the phone in his hand with an extremely ferocious expression. Originally he thought it was an easy task to complete, but since the other company came to their school to recruit, he felt that he had a good entry point. He was full of confidence, but he did not expect to hit a wall with Guoshigi at the beginning, and especially in the phone call with the other party just now, the attitude revealed between the lines was extremely firm. Now he is in trouble, how to complete the task given to him by AIC. Xiao Ying thought about the action plan given by AIC in his mind, as well as the method for extracting poison from conventional medicines bought in pharmacies, and his heart palpitated. AIC wanting to kill a person is really a very simple thing. It doesn't require any effort at all. A very simple chemical reaction can kill someone with very simple raw materials. It's not that Xiao Ying has regretted it now, but he has no way out in this regard, because after he thought about the extremely meticulous action plan passed by AIC, he became extremely frightened. Only then did he know that the killer individuals are so simple. But he had no good way to accomplish something that was difficult to do at all, so now he was both regretful and afraid. He was afraid that if he did not complete the action in time, he would be killed by other moles without even realizing it. But even though he thought about this, he never had the intention to abandon the darkness and turn to the light. He only thought about Emperor Mold. Therefore, whether it is for the sake of being able to go to bad country and enjoy freedom, or for the sake of his own life, he must now implement AIC's action plan. No matter how difficult it is in the middle, he must get it done. So Xiao Yingxi couldn't come up with a practical method after much thought, so after thinking about it for a while, he found that he had to go to the school leaders and let them find a way, which was better than holding it in alone. With this in mind, I went directly to the school leaders. Xiao Ying was in action while Li Zhenhua began to develop the vital technology of anti-gravity in the virtual laboratory. In the virtual laboratory, he has considered many solutions before, but unfortunately they have never worked. He has not found a practical way until now. Unable to find a way forward, he finally withdrew from the laboratory, because he had no clue, and even if he stayed in the laboratory for another 100 years, there would be no results without ideas. On the sofa in the workshop office, he sighed and opened his eyes from the sofa. Now he really had no idea. Then he wanted to open it and look at the hard science fiction novels in it to see if these science fiction novels could provide a guide. Not to mention, he actually found a very possible solution in the comments section of a certain novel. Then he closed Dian Yang, opened Penguin Video, and watched all the Mobile Suit Gundams. Yes, it was Mobile Suit Gundam. As a fan of this series of anime, he knew them very well, especially Gundam 00, which he had watched countless times. Moreover, every Gundam anime is inseparable from the machine. How does such a huge machine operate? And how to provide energy to Gundam? All this is like opening a door for him. You must know that the battlefields of these Gundams are not just on the Earth, but a large part of them are in the universe. In other words, these huge bodies have the ability to fly, and their flight ability, Li Zhenhua feels that he should be what he is looking for. Answer. And if he can understand all the energy technology and driving technology on the Gundam, or develop his own technology in this direction, then the Nantiaman plan in his mind will definitely be realized. In the Mobile Suit series, a theory commonly used is called the Minovsky particle. This particle plays a huge proportion in it. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the founding theory of this series. Of course, his name may be different in each movie. For example, in Gundam 00, he is called the gene particle, GN. And what is going on with this particle? In fact, this is a strange electromagnetic wave phenomenon discovered from the helium trinuclear reaction, and where it was discovered, there was no way to explain it using existing physical theories. In subsequent experiments, the researchers in the work finally gained a new understanding of this particle. This particle has an ultimate mass that is infinitely close to zero, and like other particles, when the kinetic energy increases, its mass will increase, and can carry positive and negative charges. After such particles are charged with positive and negative charges and fused, the final particles can be produced. The theory is very complicated. Anyway, to put it simply, the discovery of this particle can allow people to obtain a similar for anti-gravity technology. After Li Zhenhua had a research direction, he got into his laboratory again and got busy. He also planned to experiment to see if such a particle could be found in reality. If this kind of particle can really be discovered by him, then all problems will be solved. For example, the electromagnetic weapons developed by Kyushu can be regarded as the future development direction. We are currently developing miniaturization of electromagnetic weapons, eventually reducing them to the size of firearms. It can be said that this is currently the most popular technology. But if this particle can be found, then the status of electromagnetic weapons in the future can only exist as a secondary weapon, because the existence of this particle makes energy weapons possible. Not only are they used in weapons, they are also used in defense. This kind of particle can completely form a force field. As long as the particles are covered with the outside of combat equipment, an energy protection network can be formed. So now Li Zhenhua is looking for such a particle in the virtual laboratory. Anyway, everything can be realized in the laboratory. Even if there is no way to realize it, he still can't learn? As long as he has enough knowledge, the unlimited time in the virtual laboratory provides him with unlimited possibilities. With this direction, the first thing to research is nothing else. Nuclear physics is ranked first in his research, because the particles in mobile suits are, to put it bluntly, particles produced in nuclear physics reactions. Phenomenon. During the nuclear reaction, extremely powerful energy is generated, and the energy and electricity are used to energize the particles, so that the equipment of this particle reactor can launch energy weapons, deploy energy shields, and use the power of particles' characteristics, allowing movement such as flying. And this kind of movement can not only act within the Earth's atmosphere, but can also be fought in the vacuum environment of the universe, or it is more suitable in the universe. Immediately, he transformed all kinds of house knowledge from books into his own knowledge, and as his research deepened, he had a deep understanding of nuclear reactions. Even if he was asked to find something now, he would probably be able to pick it up with his hands. Reactor. When he was researching this technology, some information was still obtained from the Kyushu Academy of Sciences, and some confidential information was specially sent to him by the president of the Kyushu Academy of Sciences. After reading it, in front of the person who sent the information, destroyed. All the paper materials were turned into ashes. Of course, there were some things that could not be displayed to the outside world. He had never seen those things, but the dean specifically told him that he could watch the research live at the Kyushu Academy of Sciences in Peking. From the current point of view, the knowledge Li Zhenhua has mastered is enough to support his current research. He is not in a hurry to go to Peking. Instead, he is still like a salted fish at home, teasing his wife and children every day, or conduct research at the company. When his theoretical knowledge was sufficient, he began to apply all theoretical knowledge in a practical way, that is, he studied nuclear physics on his own in a virtual laboratory. Of course, the research is not weapons level, but only nuclear energy reactions. In this kind of research, he plans to carefully find out whether there is a possibility of the existence of such a particle. Subsequently, different nuclear energy reactions were carried out based on various nuclear fuels. Sometimes nuclear fission was used, and sometimes nuclear fusion was used. For a period of time, cold nuclear fusion, controllable thermonuclear fusion, etc. were also studied. Anyway, as long as he can think of nuclear reactions, he has experimented them over and over again. In these countless experiments, he has also been killed by nuclear radiation countless times. Sometimes there will be explosions. The total explosion directly kills him. After becoming so popular, not even a bit of dregs remains. He has experienced painless death and sensory death countless times. If he and the children in Hiroshima and Nagasaki can now feel this way, he definitely has more experience than the children in these two places. They only experienced it once in those little days, but he did experience it countless times in the virtual laboratory. At the beginning of the experiment, it was almost all gasification. As you gradually become more proficient in it, you will die a painful death from enough radiation. Although the particle of his dream has not yet been found at this stage, he is about to collect 100 ways to die. His research during this period was not without success. When he was studying thermonuclear fusion, he accidentally developed this technology in the laboratory. Of course, it was not accidental that he came up with this technology. It can be said to be inevitable, because in the early stage, he had studied a lot of information on magnetic field constraints, which is also a basic knowledge of anti-gravity technology. And what he developed was a technology that could constrain this nuclear fusion reaction. It used a powerful magnetic field to constrain everything produced by the nuclear reaction in the magnetic field, eventually forming an artificial sun. When he came up with this thing, he was completely confused. He really didn't expect that this world's difficult problem would be solved by himself through a plug-in, and in subsequent experiments, he returned this technology to optimized. And he not only researched and developed in the direction of giantization, but also conducted research on miniaturization. In the end, the reactor he built was a giant nuclear power plant that produced electricity that could supply all the electricity in the country. That is to say, if such a power station is built in reality, all thermal power plants, wind power plants, hydropower plants, solar power plants, etc. in Kyushu can be demolished, because having such a power station is enough. The miniaturization research of this technology is the most difficult. In order to master the miniaturization technology, he did not know how many times he was vaporized. The final result was good. The miniaturized thermonuclear fusion reactor was reduced to a size of 125 cubic meters, which is 5 meters square, a very small volume. And such a small-sized thermonuclear fusion reactor is of great use. For example, if it is installed on the H-6, as long as the pilot can withstand it and brings enough supplies, then this H-6 is completely, you can fly as long as you want, of course, that can only be achieved after necessary modifications. Although this thermonuclear fusion technology was better than what he had accomplished in the virtual laboratory, and this technology would also play a large role in his Nantium technology in the future, his ultimate goal was not in this direction. What he wants to study or discover is that kind of special particle. If he cannot discover this kind of universal particle, his Nantium plan will not be so complete. It can be said that by accident, he solved the energy problem in the plan, but the driving problem was still unresolved. Therefore, the research cannot be stopped. Now he seems to be in a daze and always wants to develop this technology. Even the thermonuclear fusion technology he accidentally mastered did not make him happy for long. As for Wang Yisheng in Peeping, he has been waiting for Li Zhenhua's check-in call recently, but no one comes. He is also curious why the other island city has not come to report to him after all the matters in the island city have been dealt with. While waiting, one day he had a project in cooperation with the Kyushu Academy of Sciences, so he came to the Kyushu Academy of Sciences to check the progress of the project. During the meeting with the Kyushu Academy of Sciences, Wang Yuzheng was chatting with the dean here, and they actually talked about Li Zhenhua. The more the two sides chatted, the more enthusiastic they became. In the middle of the conversation, Wang Yuzheng asked the dean of the Kyushu Academy of Sciences what Li Zhenhua was doing recently. I really didn't expect that the dean actually knew. So I told Wang Yuzheng some of the information that Li Zhenhua had come to ask for recently, and also added a sentence: the nature of the mind is impermanent, and he is always doing research like this with a hammer here and there, and he doesn't know what he is doing all day long. What do you want to write about? Although it was just such a complaint, it made Wang Yuzheng know his current situation. I also understood the reason why the other party had not come to report for a long time. The essence is that he thought too much. From the little information and news they only revealed, this stubborn boy actually abandoned their military and started researching on his own. This also made Wang Yuzheng scratch his head. In fact, the other party was not considered to be within the system. He could only be considered as half a soldier. You must know that he still has a military status. But even so, they can't force people to join the project as soon as possible. Whoever forces them at this time is a fool. Li Zhenhua is a national treasure. In the eyes of insiders like them, even Guan cannot be compared with him. There are many Guns, but there is only one Li Zhenhua. At a time like this, Wang Yuzheng could only wait. When there was really nothing he could do, he was going to make a trip in person to see what kind of research this kid was doing. But Xiao Ying, who had been silent during this period, finally settled some things in school, and he was finally going to take some action. Xiao Ying finally told the school leaders about his plan. Although the leaders at Wudaoka didn't know why he was so concerned about this matter, they were quite happy that someone would take the initiative to take charge of this matter. Therefore, the main leaders of Wudaoka were persuaded by Xiao Ying's open mouth and agreed to take over the matter. Then an internal document was formed within the school, entrusting him with full authority to invite Li Zhenhua to come as a visiting professor. When Xiao Ying got the authorization document from the school, his face was also happy. He was really not happy. Just 2 days ago, he received an urging message from AIC. It is estimated that if he does not act, maybe my heart stopped beating for no apparent reason. So now he was extremely happy, went home immediately, packed his things, and ran directly to the airport. Li Zhenhua had no idea that an old silver coin was coming towards him and peeping, but he had been doing research in the virtual laboratory. It was still to observe whether any special particles would be produced when various nuclear reactions, nuclear fusion reactions, etc. occurred. Although this concept was something he saw in mobile suits, he firmly believed that this concept must exist. Because there are still too many phenomena that cannot be solved by human beings' current physical knowledge, but basic physical knowledge has not changed for many years. Since there is no theoretical physical knowledge to provide him with a way forward, he can only use stupid methods to solve it. Anyway, there are infinite possibilities and plenty of time in the virtual laboratory, and he is not afraid of nuclear radiation or death in it, so what else can he say? Damn it, there will be a day when his liver will come out. He was doing various forms of nuclear experiments with this idea in mind. Finally, at a certain moment, he was hit by excessive nuclear radiation again. When the body that appeared was about to collapse, what he was observing inside the reactor, he discovered a particle that had never appeared in human history. Although he has not figured out the characteristics of this particle yet, along with the feeling of radiation pain, he has a hunch that the particle he discovered is the target he has been looking for. With this discovery, he was very excited. Finally, light appeared in front of his eyes. His efforts in recent times were not in vain after all. In the laboratory, he re-embodied a new body, and the body he used before turned into ashes before his eyes. And he used his new healthy body to immediately devote himself to subsequent research. The nuclear fuel used in the reactor in front of him was really helium-3, and it was a nuclear fusion reaction, or thermonuclear fusion technology, which was in the same line as the controllable thermonuclear fusion technology he had developed before. In fact, he used his previous technology to replace the nuclear fuel inside with helium-3. Although the various effects of the particles have not yet been measured, he has now begun to think about the future applications of this particle. In the future, the controllable thermonuclear fusion reactor he built can be directly used as the energy core, and when the reactor generates energy, it will also produce this new particle. Self-produced for self-use, from energy to the application of this particle, everything only needs one core, so there is no need to worry about how to participate in the particle. Thinking of these things, he couldn't help but laugh out loud in the virtual laboratory. His hard work during this period has finally reached the harvest season. Smiling, his body felt uncomfortable again. Only then did he realize it. Looking at the reactor in front of him, he knew that he was lustful again. He immediately took advantage of the fact that his body was not collapsed by the radiation again, and hurriedly responded to the reaction. This kind of particle has been studied. As long as this kind of particle can be discovered, then it will be easy to study the characteristics of the particle later. It is nothing more than carrying out various experiments with this particle. Sure enough, in his subsequent experiments, the characteristics of this particle were very consistent with the settings of the Minevsky particle in Mobile Suit. It cannot be said that it has nothing to do with it, it is simply the same. After such an examination, he knew that he had developed the two most important technologies in his own Nantium plan. At this time, he couldn't help but admire himself. He admired himself for knowing how to be flexible. When he had no clue, he would actually pay attention to science fiction works, whether they were novels or animations. Some of the theories in them there actually is. Although I don't know if it was a coincidence or something, it did benefit him. It was an unexpected technical direction. Now that the particles are available, it does not mean that they can be used directly later. After all, these are particles produced in nuclear reactions, and since there are nuclear reactions, nuclear radiation is bound to be produced. Although helium-3 is used as raw material, which does not produce radiation when reacting, these theories are all previous theories, and the fusion reaction technology he developed does produce radiation. Although the amount is small, it can still be fatal. Why not react differently? The reason is that this method must be used so that particles can be generated differentially, and the generation of particles will be accompanied by radiation. It can also be said that the particles and radiation are associated, and because of the generation of particles, the reactor cannot be closed. If it is closed, there will be no release outlet for the useful particles produced inside. Therefore, there is still a long way to go before this technology can be put into practical use. This section of the road is to solve the problem of radiation. Only after solving this problem can he enter the stage of substantial application, that is, develop equipment that can carry them. Next, he began research on radiation cleaning. At first, he thought about preventing radiation from being generated at the source. But if radiation is not generated, there will be no particles, so this is the price. But even this has to be used, so how to eliminate nuclear radiation has become the main research direction in the future. Next, various experiments were carried out. As long as there was a way to eliminate the effects of nuclear radiation, he tried them over and over again, but he never found a suitable method, which made him very worried. During this infinite experiment, he became physically and mentally exhausted. The more irritated he became, the stronger his desire to solve the problem became. Gradually, he felt that something was going wrong mentally. While he was still researching this day, he suddenly turned his attention to this new particle he discovered. Since this particle is associated with nuclear radiation, is it possible for the two of them to neutralize it? Thinking of this, the ideas in his mind were suddenly opened up. It was like a broad road appeared in front of him, so spacious. After having an idea, he immediately started to do a simple experiment. Not to mention that the newly discovered particles could really neutralize nuclear radiation. Moreover, after the particles neutralized the nuclear radiation, the particles did not disappear, but changed. It is more unstable than before, and is developing in the direction of explosive properties. This discovery is remarkable. It seems that he has unintentionally found the application in the direction of new particle weapons. He stores the particles that neutralize nuclear radiation and launches them. Then isn't this thing a cannon? Everything was really a coincidence. It was a coincidence that he mastered thermonuclear fusion technology. It was a coincidence that he used thermonuclear fusion technology to extend new particles. It was a coincidence that when dealing with nuclear radiation, he solved the application of weapons. It was as if everything was predetermined by destiny, and God allowed him to come up with this series of things by coincidence. After he thought of the particle cannon, he wanted to see how much damage it could cause, and then began to study how to store energy and detonate it. It was a little early to develop the particle cannon, but the particle bomb was still it can be done first. The first thing to do is to figure out how to compress energy and develop detonation technology. Fortunately, this aspect is not too difficult. We have been able to neutralize particles and nuclear radiation before, so we can detonate such unstable particles. It won't be that difficult. As he expected, it was not that difficult. He soon figured out the energy storage and detonation technology. The principle used is also very simple. Energy storage means stacking particles together infinitely. Due to the characteristics of this particle, the distance between two particles can be infinitely close to zero. There is also mutual attraction, allowing these particles to gather tightly together. As for the detonation technology, it is even simpler. Just use a micro-particle accelerator to shoot a particle that has not neutralized nuclear radiation onto the particle cluster to detonate it. This particle is equivalent to a primer, which detonates the explosive primer. With the theory in place, the next step was to build it. He was really not very familiar with particle accelerators, so the one he built was unusually large and extremely slow. But even such a thing is enough to complete the task of detonating it. Li Zhenhua then directly embodied a particle cluster composed of 20 particles in the virtual laboratory, and then conducted experiments with these particles. Ordinary new particles were accelerated and ejected through the bloated particle accelerator. As the particles hit the particle cluster, at the moment of impact, a violent explosion occurred where the particle cluster was originally placed. The power of the explosion was so awesome that the destructive power caused by just a particle cluster or particle bomb composed of 20 particles was enough to blow up a 5-story building. After a series of comprehensive calculations, he finally calculated the destructive power. The destructive power produced by these 20 particles was equivalent to the effect of an explosion of 4 kilograms of TNT. What does this effect mean? It means the power equivalent to the explosion of 80 50-gram grenades and the power produced by 4 76mm high-explosive artillery shells. When he realized such destructive power, Li Zhenhua felt completely bad. How could he use this thing? The power seems to be a bit too great. Only 20 particles have caused such an effect. 1 particle is equivalent to 4 grenades. If you use this in the smallest amount, it will be equivalent to a cannonball. If this thing is really made, don't use it too much, just put it at the class level. The effect will be terrible just thinking about it. What kind of phobia of lack of firepower can be cured for you, whether it is in the middle or late stage? While he was sighing at the power, he also came to the place where the explosion occurred in the virtual laboratory, inspected it and conducted rigorous tests, and found that there was no trace of radiation. It's really fucking awesome. The explosion effect is great, it's clean after the explosion, and there's no trace of radiation. If this thing really comes into existence in the future, it will be fine even if the entire Earth moves sideways. While muttering to himself, he squatted on the spot and began to study the explosion. He finally came to the conclusion that the reason why the explosion was so powerful was that it was equivalent to an extremely small nuclear explosion. In this way, everything makes sense. Damn, if this thing is used, wouldn't it be equivalent to using nuclear weapons against the enemy? Damn it, it seems to be a bit high-end. But it's okay. It was completely blown up and nothing was left. Who would have known it was a nuclear explosion? Although his thoughts seemed to be deceiving himself, but if others don't understand, who knows? The explosion matter was solved, and the research on the direction of weapons was actually completed. At this moment, he gradually understood why this particle was so omnipotent in mobile suits. This thing is really not all-powerful. Without any one of the links, this thing will be imperfect. Now that this particle has been created, and the radiation issue is not something he can handle, it is not just that. He has also created the derivative effect of weapons, and the characteristics of this particle determine its application in anti-gravity. At this moment, he really felt that he was extremely lucky. In fact, it cannot be described as just lucky. He actually paid a lot during this process. Countless hours in the virtual laboratory were all used by him to study this technology. And in the meantime, he didn't know how many times he died for the sake of experiments, including being directly vaporized, eating too much radiation, and so on. It is said that if you pay, you will be rewarded. This is really true. After he paid the price of dying countless times, he figured out the particle application technology. If these technologies can be put to practical use and implemented in reality, the impact will be self-evident. It will directly raise Kyushu to the level of Star Wars. At that time, the entire Kyushu will jump out of the small pond of the Earth, and the scope of activities is expected to directly expand to the solar system. Suddenly, he felt as if he was advancing the process of moving into the universe. As for other countries on the Earth that are equivalent to small fish and shrimps, they may really be small fish and shrimps. By that time, Juzhu would have jumped directly to the next level. Lao Mo and the others were still in the 3rd grade of elementary school, and Juzhu would have jumped directly to high school. If there were a conflict between the two parties, beating them would probably be as easy as beating a child. Suck. As he thought about it, Li Zhenhua's mouth drooled unconsciously. After he developed these technologies, he had some other ideas. Who didn't imagine that he would have such a mecha when watching Gundam? This thing is completely different from a powered exoskeleton. He just did it when he thought of it. He immediately used the existing technologies to start researching the mobile suit mecha. However, after his research, this direction of Gundam was finally rejected by himself. As for the reason, it is also very simple. It is too difficult. The difficulty is too difficult. Another reason is that through a series of analyses, the combat effectiveness of the mecha produced is not as powerful as imagined. Although there were mobile suits in my childhood, Transformers in the United States, and the movie Pacific Rim were all humanoid mechas, the overall performance of humanoid mechas was not much better than the combat capabilities of aircraft, tanks, and the like. Comparing the two, the efficiency of the humanoid mecha was too low and the price/performance ratio was not high, so he knew that although the humanoid mecha was handsome, it was not very practical. Science fiction is always science fiction, and fantasy can only be fantasy. It cannot become a reality. Of course, it may also be related to the relatively low technology he masters now. It is possible that in the future, as he masters more and more, his senses will improve. Change, but for now, the energy efficiency ratio is not good. So he pushed the Gundam dream out of his mind and began to concentrate on studying the 3 projects involved in the Nantiaman project. The Nantiaman plan he made before also included mechas, but the Yingying mecha was not a humanoid mecha at the time of design, and through subsequent verification, he excluded the humanoid mecha plan. Now that he has the core technology, his Nantiaman project can be formally researched. The first thing he plans to do is the Suan aerospace fighter. Why should he choose a fighter plane instead of an aircraft carrier platform or a mecha? That's because, relatively speaking, he is still interested in flying in the sky, and compared with the two that can fly in the sky, the aerospace fighter plane is obviously more in line with his preferences. He is a veteran, so the research and development of the Suan fighter jet was put on his agenda. When paddling in a relatively familiar area, you know where the water is deep and where the water is shallow, so some common problems can still be avoided with experience. The first thing to solve is the core of the aerospace fighter, which is energy and power. There is a saying in the aircraft manufacturing industry, called flying bricks with great power. That is, as long as the power is strong, even the shape of a brick can fly. As for the new particles he had just solved, as well as the thermonuclear fusion reactor, the fighter plane built with these two cores has abundant energy and strong power, and these two attributes have been brought into play. Maybe by then, even if there is only one such plane in the entire Kyushu, the whole world will probably be nervous for a long time. Who can predict that a plane can fly continuously for a month or more, and its flight speed is not much slower? It has an energy defense force field on the outer layer, and its weapon is an energy particle cannon. If necessary, it can fly out of the Earth and conduct space navigation. I don't feel heart palpitations during such a fight. This is not on the same level at all, just like the difference between adults and children. For these fantasies in his mind, he once again targeted the energy core. The original thermonuclear fusion reactor had been miniaturized by him to a size of 125 cubic meters, which is 5 meters square, but it is still a bit large for an airplane. So he is still using his existing knowledge to start the research and development of miniaturized reactors. One problem that troubles him now is that the size of the magnetic confinement equipment is too big, and the reactor is actually not that big. The main factor that restricts the size of magnetic confinement equipment is that there is no ideal superconductor. As long as such a qualified superconductor is developed, the size will be much smaller to achieve the same magnetic confinement effect. Material science research is another of his majors, so it is easy to find directions, and he also has ideas for general materials. He is just working on the graphene he created before. Graphene is a material that is a panacea for him. He has not forgotten this thing many times, and now he also thinks of graphene. Then unlimited experiments began, because superconductivity can only occur after double-layer graphene is rotated at a specific angle, so he also used this characteristic as a way forward to start experiments. Not once, twice, not twice, not 3 times. Anyway, he won't give up even if he can't get it done. In the end, the hard work paid off, and he was able to actually create it, and it was a room-temperature superconductor. The difficulty cannot be explained clearly in 1 or 2 sentences, but the final result is good. With this kind of room-temperature superconductor, the working environment of the superconductor does not need to be set up separately. The original 5-meter square nuclear reactor was reduced in size by more than half when he used this material. Then new materials were used and the reactor structure was redesigned again, so that the final size of the reactor became a spherical appearance with a diameter of only 2 meters. This volume is much smaller than before. The original volume was 125 cubic meters, but now it has been reduced to 4.18 square meters, which is a huge improvement. However, the amount of energy and new particles produced by a reactor of this size has not changed much from before, and it can be used as the core of a fighter jet. After getting the energy core, the next step was to research an engine that uses new particles. In this respect, the principle of it was different from that of a jet engine, so he really didn't have much of a clue. But he didn't have a clue, but that didn't mean it wasn't in science fiction works. He finally got guidance in Mobile Suit Gundam 00, and he was asked to build the engine according to the vague concept of Keen's solar furnace. Of course, it is different from Keen's solar furnace, which integrates energy and engine. However, what he created is that the energy and engine are separate, and they are also different in appearance. In terms of appearance, the engine he developed is not much different from a traditional jet engine. It is almost 6 meters long and 1.4 meters in diameter, which is the same size as the engine on an ordinary fighter jet. But their working principles are different. It can be said that they are very different. One is the reaction force used, but the engine he has built now uses anti-gravity technology, which can freely navigate in space. Gravity technology. And due to the different working principles, the operating modes of his engines are not only the same. The engine's release port for new particles is not just at the tail, but is designed with many release ports. After taking out the engine, he couldn't wait to connect it to the energy core. Under the simple control system, all the release ports on the engine glowed red, which was a sign of the new particles at work. After some experiments, the engine and energy source have reached a feasible level. The next step is to manufacture the aircraft that matches the two cores. For him who already has an anti-gravity engine and nuclear energy, in fact, the aerodynamic layout is not so important for the appearance of this aerospace fighter. Some shapes are not so aerodynamic. Under these two technologies, you can do it without any worries. The reason is also very simple. A large part of the new particles scattered from the engine will be wasted. For this part of the new particles, as long as the technology used to restrain nuclear radiation is used to form a layer of new particles outside the fighter aircraft, layer of energy particles. The shape of this particle layer can be controlled. As long as this particle layer is used to form the most aerodynamic shape in the atmosphere, the shape of the fighter plane can be designed to suit space operations. So after having these two core technologies, he will finally be able to understand this air and space fighter. After there are no restrictions on appearance, all designs and appearance can be directly moved closer to the direction of space fighters, without being limited to the limitations of aircraft in the atmosphere. This fighter plane became more and more sci-fi in his hands. At first, it could still be seen as a flying aircraft, but as he modified the design, it became less and less like a product from the Earth. After his countless modifications, this fighter plane became more and more like a small spaceship. The first and most obvious point was that the iconic wings of the plane were gone, leaving only the core body. If the wings have completely disappeared, that is not the case. There are still wings at the end of the entire fuselage, or it can be said to be a tail, but it has become 4 small tails. In this case, the wings are relatively it's just been deleted. The actual fuselage has changed from its original slender appearance to become more and more like a ship, but its appearance is still somewhat different from that of a ship, and the layout of the power system has not changed much from that of the original aircraft. After such a major change in appearance, he did not plan to use chemical weapons as weapons. Instead, he directly used particle weapons in one step, using an energy gun that fired 1 particle, a large caliber energy gun that fired 5 particles, and 10 there are an energy cannon made of particles, and an energy main cannon made of 40 particles. Generally speaking, even an energy gun with 2 particles has an effect equivalent to that of a machine gun. As for the main gun composed of 40 particles, the particle cannon fired is equivalent to the explosion of 8 kilograms of TNT. The effect is comparable to that of missiles, and it can be said to be enough to hit any object in the air. As for missiles, he did not design missiles to be standard equipment on this aerospace fighter. Of course, the missile pylons are still retained. Why is the missile not designed as a standard configuration for fighter aircraft? Let's talk about its overall design. As long as it flies in the sky, new particles will be generated. If new particles are generated, there will be an external energy defense layer, so even if the enemy's missile hits it, there will be no problem. All explosions will be isolated by the particle energy defense layer and will not cause any damage to the internal body, so this is only due to one aspect. Another reason is that the speed of the aircraft is very fast, even faster than the missile, so it is not easy for the missile to catch up with the aircraft, so there is no need to equip the missile. But this does not mean that the missile is completely useless. The missile position is still retained on the body and the missile can still be mounted. The overall appearance design is as sci-fi as it is, and it doesn't look like a product of the same era as today's mainstream fighters. After the overall design plan is figured out, the next step is to start manufacturing. Now the appearance can be designed as desired, which allows Lee Jianhua to really let his mind go. When he was still manufacturing aerospace fighters in the virtual laboratory, Guo Shigi, who had brought his parents back from Peking, had been regretting it for the past 2 days. As for the reason for regret, it was because his lifelong event was pushed by his old couple. On the left, Lu Xiaodong is married and has a child. On the right, Lee Jianhua is also married, and the child is 8 or 9 months old. Originally, when the 3 of them started a business together, they were 3 unmarried young people, but now only Guo Shigi is left, a prodigal son who is not so lively every day. Although he did not say which woman he was entangled with, in the eyes of his parents, it would be better to have an entangled woman. So since Guo Shigi returned to Summer Town, his parents started the mode of urging marriage and children, which made him extremely annoyed, but he had no choice but to endure it. He had just come back from outside and was about to lie down on the sofa for a while. Before he could feel comfortable, his parents started chanting again one by one. The feeling should be the same as when Sun Wukong listened to the confinement spell. Just when he was about to find some excuse to escape, his cell phone happened to ring. Ouch! This call came at such a timely time. He thought so. Without looking at who was calling, he picked up the phone and started acting in front of the 2 old people, and then immediately escaped from his own Shura field. After he came out and out of sight of the old couple, he had time to look at the caller number. When he saw the name written on it, Guo Shigi immediately got a headache again. Why is this old guy still on the phone? I've told him so clearly before, but I still don't give up. Are these Wudaoka people so shameless? Although he was thinking this in his heart, he couldn't say it with his mouth. He still politely explained what he meant by what he said before. After the explanation, the 2 of them chatted for a few more words. Guo Shigi said this then hung up the phone. Damn it, this old man is so shameless. I've already left peeping, and you're here with me. So are those people from Udaoka? Why do you have to ask Genhua to be your professor? What are you doing? Don't you have a clue? Guo Shigi said to himself, pinched his head, turned around and left home. He really had a headache, not only the matter just now, but also the matter of the old couple being forced to get married. Even though they got together, they had to solve it anyway. In order to hide from Qingjing and solve the Udaoka matter, Guo Shigi escaped from his home and called Li Genhua immediately after leaving home. After this phone call, Guo Shigi explained thoroughly what happened to Xiao Ying at Udaoka just now. Originally, Li Genhua was planning to build the designed fighter jet in the virtual laboratory. Before he could make any move, the phone rang from the outside world. After hearing what Guo Shigi said, he felt a little, something is wrong. After hanging up the phone, he began to think about it, but after thinking about it, he never thought that he would have anything to do with Udaoka. Why would they be so persistent in inviting him to be a visiting professor? He was thinking that on the road from Quancheng to Summer Town, Xiao Ying finally showed a smile on his face. He was secretly admiring himself for being such a polite and virtuous corporal. He didn't believe that the other party would not be moved by it. After Xiao Ying left the airport, he hired a taxi at the airport. The phone call between him and Guo Shigi was made in the taxi, but he didn't know that there was an Ivco-modified car following behind the taxi. Ever since he came out of the airport, this car had followed him all the way. As for Xiao Ying finding out that someone was following him, he was definitely overthinking it. He was a teacher and his anti-reconnaissance ability was not that strong. In the fully enclosed Ivco carriage at the rear, there was a different scene. 5 people were playing with their own instruments, each with headphones on their ears, and 2 people were discussing something next to them. Captain, we can't go on any longer. We have to let the superiors have a break with academicianly, otherwise we won't be able to afford anything if something goes wrong. The man who spoke took off the black peaked cap on his head and spoke with he scratched his head before putting it on again. He didn't answer immediately to the person he spoke to. He only answered after the other person pondered for a few seconds. It's time to talk to academicianly. I originally wanted to put a long line and see if I could catch some big fish, but now it's reached this point. If something happens, the consequences will be really serious. It's unimaginable. It's okay if our mission fails, but academicianly can't have any problems. This sentence seems to be answering the team members' questions, but it is more like answering myself. They immediately reported it to their superiors. After receiving the report, their superiors immediately scolded the captain. Fortunately, nothing has happened yet, and there is finally a chance to make amends. But at the Jushu Security Bureau headquarters in Peeping, the director was a little angry. He was angry that his subordinates did not know how to report the situation in time and that they acted arbitrarily. Then the director quickly began to make careful arrangements for what had just happened. After he made such arrangements, he breathed a sigh of relief. As the security bureau that protects the security of Jushu, and his level is enough for him to know some things, he is very clear about the importance of Li Genhua. Even if he only knows a little bit, it still makes him feel a little scared. Then he continued to report this matter to his superiors. Such a report alarmed some big bosses. Moreover, these big bosses not only know the importance of Li Genhua to Jushu, they also share his love for him. The tools they use to travel now are all made by others, and the level of care is incredible. So these big guys immediately issued orders to the security bureau to ensure Li Genhua's safety at all costs. In the face of his safety issues, everything was worthless. After getting the order, the bosses became angry. They all said that when the emperor was angry, he would lay down millions of corpses. This situation is similar now. Moreover, they are also very dissatisfied with some of the current chaos in Kyushu. After Li Genhua's incident came out, they also felt that it was time to move some things in Kyushu. If this is not done, it will really not work. Then some relevant departments from Xingtangkao, Longbiao Bureau, Communication, were gathered together and began an inventory of the entire Jushu Xingtan system, as well as a review of entertainment promotions. Everything related to consciousness is within the scope of the investigation, and the intensity is very strong. We must investigate to the end resolutely. No matter what level is involved, we will never tolerate it. After such a meeting, all departments began to take action. The intelligence port provided the information, other departments were responsible for implementation, and the security port was responsible for joint execution. Soon some toxic teaching assistants were quickly confiscated, and the people who wrote these books were also arrested. However, the entertainment industry has severely banned a large number of movies and TV series with crooked butts. Of course, there are also some crooked artists who are also within the scope of the crackdown. This crackdown has also eliminated some bugs in the regulatory authorities such as radio and television. Caught out. After such a set of procedures, the range of people involved was extremely wide, so that some people were already being interrogated without even knowing what was going on. Such a crackdown silenced the entire Kyushu, and some miscellaneous voices no longer existed. While the operation was being carried out in Beeping, Xiao Ying had already settled in Summer Town. As for what happened in Beeping, he didn't know anything about it. He was still waiting stupidly for Guo Shigi to reply and take him to see him, Li Zhenhua. But Guo Shigi, whom he was thinking about, understood something and left Li Zhenhua. Even if he didn't understand, it wouldn't work, because right in front of him, Li Zhenhua received a phone call. That phone call made his hair stand on end. He was still wondering what was going on with Xiao Ying before, but now he really understood, and his face became extremely angry. He thought it was a good thing, but he didn't expect that he was being raped. As a gun. Although he didn't intend to help the other party in the first place, it felt really bad to be taken advantage of if things were going well. Li Zhenhua also felt the malice from other countries at this time. Fortunately, he had always been careful and always put safety first. But it was easy to dodge open guns and hard to defend against hidden arrows. The enemy actually started to use underhanded tactics and planned to use official methods to assassinate him. He really didn't expect that. After knowing this, he also sighed with emotion. Wang pseudo-style, there are so many people. Fortunately, we are planning to clean it up now, otherwise it would really not be a good thing. After he finished sighing, he explained to Ning Wei and the others, asking them to pay attention to the enhancement of security, so he stopped caring about these things and left everything to the superiors to solve. After making arrangements, he got into the virtual laboratory again. Xiao Ying was still waiting for news in a hotel in Summer Town, still reporting some unrealistic fantasy, but while he was still in his fantasy, there was a knock on his door. Xiao Ying, who didn't know what was going on, didn't think much about it. He went directly to the door and opened it with the slightest doubt. But from the moment the door was opened, the whole thing was no longer under his control. Xiao Ying, who was still dreaming about a happy life in Emperor Mold in the future, now can only think about how to spend the rest of his life in prison, or how to survive in prison. Originally, the impact has not reached Li Zhenhua. After the official intervention, he will not have any burden. Now he only needs to see the final result. As for how many people will be uncovered in this operation, then just wait and see the news. Now his top priority is not these things at all. It is only right to go back to the virtual laboratory to get his own aerial fighter. Now he is not willing to waste any time elsewhere. It can also be said that he is obsessed with aerial fighters. This thing is on top. Back in the virtual laboratory, we started to manufacture the body according to the previous fighter design. The first thing is the overall keel. Whether it is a ship or an aircraft, the keel of the main body is the most important part. But now that the wings of the fighter plane have been removed from the fuselage, a lot of pressure on the keel has been eliminated. As for the material selection of the keel, he also independently developed a lightweight, extremely strong and extremely flexible material. Speaking of which, this is also an aviation aluminum material, but compared to the aviation aluminum material used before, the atomic arrangement of the material is more stable in terms of microstructure. His R/U0026D method has always been about infinite trial and error, and everything is based on practice. Whenever there are problems encountered in the manufacturing process, he will solve them. As for avoiding problems in advance, he does not know how to avoid them. Slowly, he built the entire keel of the fighter plane. Now there is no external skin, only the main body of the keel, which looks so crude. The main keel now built is 35 meters long from beginning to end. Although it has got rid of some aerodynamic restrictions, generally speaking, it is still very aerodynamic. As for why, it has to do with the aesthetics developed at the beginning. Related. The overall height is 8 meters. Excluding the height of the landing gear, the height of the main keel is about 5 meters. The width is also about 5 meters. The cross-section is more like an inverted trapezoid. After the keel is all done, the various pipelines, skins, etc. inside the fighter plane are the same as the steps for making a fighter plane. In fact, it is a fighter plane in the first place. After an unknown amount of time of manufacturing in his hands, he took out all the parts of the fighter plane, and finally installed the thermonuclear reactor energy core into the aircraft body, along with the core and the new particle reflector. Gravity engine. When he installed the engine into the fuselage, Li Zhenhua couldn't help but jump up with excitement even during the virtual test. The aerial fighter plane in front of him now uses a lot of black technology. It looks more and more like an extraterrestrial aircraft. The shape of flying in the atmosphere is not consistent at all. The fighter plane he built is 35 meters long in size. How many captains does our most advanced fighter plane in Kyushu have? The total length of the Veyron is only 21 meters, which is a full 14 meters longer than the Veyron. It has already grown more than a J-36 and a Suzuka 3. The length like this is comparable to the H-6, and in terms of height and width, it is taller and wider than the H-6. You must know that the maximum diameter of Lai Li's fuselage is only 2.5 meters, which is a lot fatter than Lai Li. Since it has become fatter, it means that the space inside has also increased accordingly, and the energy core and new particle anti-gravity engine will not occupy much space inside. Such a huge space can already be used as a cargo aircraft, and it is also the kind of cargo aircraft that can travel to and from the Earth and the space station. And according to Lee Jianhua's idea, if this fighter plane fights in the atmosphere, the internal space can be filled with aerial bombs. How many aerial bombs can be packed in such a huge space? It seems that one such fighter plane can destroy an enemy city, not to mention that it uses thermonuclear reaction energy. What effect will this thing have as an energy source? It can fly in the sky for a month, not that it can't fly for longer. There isn't much of a problem at the machine level, but this person can't handle it. Humans need to eat, drink, and defecate, and humans are not tireless machines. And there is another important thing, that is, the weapons that can be used are not just aerial bombs. Don't forget that there are also particle weapons. There are new particles provided by the energy core. The power of these particle weapons on the fighter plane will definitely be explosive. Just standing next to the fighter plane, staring at the fighter plane without blinking, it was only then that he suddenly realized that he seemed to be playing a little too hard. In the early stage, he just wanted to get it out as soon as possible. According to the situation at that time, it was almost a demon in his mind. He was so dazed that he didn't pay attention to these things at all, and kept working on it with the mentality of using the best technology. But now after he made it, he found that it seemed that he made it too big. If this thing appeared in reality, it would become another strategic deterrent weapon for Kyushu besides nuclear weapons. Don't think it's an exaggeration to say this, but judging from the effects it will exert, it is really not an exaggeration to say this. This is an aerospace fighter that can take off and land vertically directly in the atmosphere, and can also fly through the atmosphere and into the outer reaches of the Earth. Although it has not been tested yet, according to Lee Jianhua's estimation, as long as the Suan fighter is paired with a mothership, space combat will be a piece of cake. Since space combat is not a problem, it will not be very difficult to use this fighter plane to travel between the Earth and the space station and the lunar base. It seems that from this moment on, the conditions for lunar immigration are almost met. There is currently only a small scientific research base on the moon, and after this kind of fighter is developed, it will not be a big problem to get supplies from the Earth from that small base on the moon. Thinking of this, as long as the base on the moon is built larger, it is also possible to slowly carry out some immigration to the moon. And after he develops the anti-gravity technology, changing the gravity of the moon will no longer be a problem, a difficult thing. And if the air can be kept on the moon, it is not impossible for the moon to form its own atmosphere with some technical help.